go through for that. And
after that, Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday
resource group, so you can just opt any of those resource groups which is available for, within your subscriptions. You need to give the,
it's a free event put on by
for your Logic app.
MVPs.
You need to select the region and or the ISE, like it's
people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the common data service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-clip extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications of Microsoft together.
You have some of the common triggers which is available there, so you have tons of the triggers, tons of the templates and the connectors. You can opt any of the predefined one, or you just go for the blank Logic App template. So, for example, I just went for the blank Logic App template. Then you need to either start with your connectors or the trigger. I would like to start with the common data service. Please noted down that with the recent changes in the with the Power Platforms and the Azure as well, like you will even get the Dynamics 365 connectors. Please don't use that one; it's obsolete now, and I don't know till what point Microsoft will provide the support for that one. So always go for the common data services. So here you just need to choose the trigger points, like when the record is created, deleted, or updated. An example like this, I just choose when the record is deleted, and after that it will ask you to sign in, and then select return which instance you actually need to trigger this. That is the first step, I would say, to start with your Logic App, and then later on you can just click on the new steps, and then like example, after connecting this and after capturing the triggers, you need to store some values in the variables. You just search for the variable, an example here, and initialize variable. So you just give a name for the variable, like maybe username, something like that. The type of the variable, you have some basically defined type of variable available there. Apart from that, you can't choose another one. So you need to just find out some of the appropriate variable data type between them, and then you need to just give the value from either you just go with the dynamic value, or you just put some expression, or you can just put the output value. Anything is working and it will be fine. So this second step is also an action, and all the blocks is a kind of action, and Logic App charge for this one. So if the action will be executed,
I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe.
That is somehow the important
It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community.
So for now,
it's a place for everyone.
I will just show you some of the
people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the common data service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials,
currently I'm on the
and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon Really Power Platform that provides that no-clips extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate. All of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
Your subscription ID, if it is integrated, like connected with integrated account, it will show you there. It shows some of the basic history, like last 24 hours run, like how many successful in the claims. It shows the status, so you can enable or disable it. And it shows the complete actions and the trigger point. So I have one trigger point and the 3 actions available with me in my particular logic. So in that case, I can quickly just have a look for that. This is the available triggers and actions counts with me. Here there are 2 important things. You can export, you can clone it. I will just quickly come later on as well. You can disable your logic apps from there as well as you can delete it. And then you have a left menus here, like the basic structure, like you have some overview, something related with your diagnosis tags, like IAM, activity logs. You have some developer tools, you have some settings, you have monitoring block here, and then just you need to just raise a support ticket or something, then you can opt for that. So this is somehow the structure of the logic app. And as I told you, like regarding the triggers, so basically we have 3 types of triggers available in the logic app. Let me quickly show just a second. Let me just show my slide back. Okay. So as I told you, like we have a polling trigger, like it pulls the record for some time. An example, the example I have shown you, it's a polling trigger when the record is created or deleted. So you can give a poll from 1 second to I think 500 days, and it can pull in between that one. So example, the journal by default it should be 3 minutes, and so it will collect all the data for the 3 minutes, and then it will execute together. And if you have the 5 records, which is matching the matching condition, it will create a 5 instance internally. So you don't need to bother about that one. The second is the webhook trigger. So it's also important, like the HTTP triggers or something, like if you need to call your logic up outside of environment, and especially it work for the integration purpose in the services world. So suppose there is a company who need to consume my APIs, the logic app APIs, then like webhook is one of the example for that one. So I can just create a HTTP trigger based logic app, and I can just pass my logic app URL with them, and they can just call it as a REST service. The third and important one is again the recurrence trigger. So it's basically the scheduler. Your logic app runs on every 1 day, 24, every night or a specific time, 1 month, 1 year. So it's basically like it go in a periodically manners. Example, like if you need to calculate the salary for your employees, so it will run on 25th of every month, and it will calculate and just transfer the salary or some salary PDFs to the users, something like that. So this kind of scenarios we can use it here. Now go to the next slide, and basically this is somehow more important. So logic apps basically like they are great, but exposing them, exposing them as a public available HTTP service is clearly far from the perfect. So basically I will show how to solve the challenges by using inbuilt offering or AP management services, which can be used to secure logic apps HTTP endpoints with the OCP APIM subscription keys or some other ways. So let's see that. So the first thing is like what are the things are available for me. So I have the availability of the shared access signatures, IP restrictions, access control, IAM, and the API management. And apart from that, like this is somehow which is already available there. But again, I would quickly just jump back to my my browser. I would like to show some more things, like how we can secure our logic app in a more manual process, like by your coding stuff or by your tricks. So there are few things which you need to consider The most important thing is like you need to store any of your credentials and the important data in the Azure keyword. So please don't store it in a variable or directly in your Logic app. It can be easily hacked or it can be easily viewed. So always store anything in the important or secure in a Azure keywords. Fetch it from there and directly used in the parameters. Even don't store in a variable. The next important thing, like there's an option for every action, and I can show you very quickly that too. So an example, I have this Logic app, and if I can just open this, I cannot see the content of this because of my security configuration. And this is really important. If you really don't want to just debug it, and it's like that what is the parameter coming, and especially it work when you deal with some HTTP contents, or when you just using some of the credentials in that, then always enable the security inputs and the output. How you can do this, I can show you very quickly. So basically, you just need to go to your Logic app, add it, and here you will get an option. So you go to the setting, and there you will get the two options. So secure input and the secure output. So if you think that, okay, only my input is important, you can secure the inputs only. Or if you think whatever the output is coming from those, like whatever the response are coming, you actually want to secure those things, you can actually secure outputs in that case. So this is really important, like you need to consider in terms of the security implementation. The next thing is what I did it actually, because an example, whenever you see your Logic app, just see an example here. So if anybody can come here, they just copy it, or like it can be even traced over the network as well. So they just go and they just see. So I have complete values here. And if this can be passed to anyone, or if this can be breached to anyone, they can use it and they can write a console application or something that they keep hitting my Logic app. Definitely, there are some Microsoft analytical and like a thread implementations, thread safety implementations are already there. They will track it out, but maybe it's too late. By the time you already have your garbage data or something had been breached, if it is a read HTTP based triggers, like if it is reading something from your environment. So ideally, we don't need to rely on the simply this URLs. And if you can see in this URL, there's a SIG. I will explain this later on also, but there's a SIG key, like the signature key. This you can change it, and you should change it very frequently. But the important thing is that like this passed as a query string parameter, and which is actually I don't prefer to pass any security related stuff in a query string parameter for sure. Like maybe class 10th student can easily just open the network tracer and they can breach it. It don't need a kind of the rocket science to just breach anything from the query string. So what I did it, I just created a pass the auth key from the header, and I'm just reading it here. So if my auth key is equal to some of my secret keys, then just proceed it. Otherwise, just respond with the error. So how it's work, let me quickly show you something. So an example, this one, I'm here passing auth key as a secret one, not a secret. And the moment I will execute this, I will get a response that, okay, my Logic app response is unauthorized validate, like validate the auth keys or something like that. So if I just pass proper auth key here, then probably I will get a message here. So this is somehow you can do it by your own without using the API management services. I would not say don't use that, because it's not only the keys you are passing it from the API management services. API management services is altogether a vast topic. A lot of stuffs are there, but if you're just using and concerned about the keys, you can actually use this key. So you don't need to pay the charges for the API, like using the to use the API management services. So this is somehow really important. And then let me quickly go back to the slide here. And yes, so I already talked to you about the shared access key, like the SIG. So it can be easily viewed, and it's the least prominent option is available for me. Like if you don't have anything, you just keep changing your SIG's keys. How you can do this, that also I can quickly show you. So you can go to any of your like any in the logic app, and there is an option for access keys on the left pane. You go there, select the primary key. So primary key is for the SAS key or the like the signature key, and you can regenerate access key from there. The moment you will regenerate the access key from here, the access like the SIG key will be regenerated, and the older one will not be accepted by the system or by the Azure. So this is somehow, if you don't have any like a security measures, you should frequently update that one. So if even someone have trapped it, they like their request will be invalid later on. So this is somehow is one of the aspect, and I'm not very good fan of that one, because again, like even if you change it, it can be easily hacked and it can create a problem in future. The second important aspect here is access control. Basically, so you have an access control IAM management, the complete service. Like you can assign a role, you can deny assignment, and you can just check what all the roles available there. But the important aspect here, which you need to note it, like this IAM stuff will work only for the internal users, like who have the access for the Azure. So suppose you have a big department and you are kind of like an admin, and for some specific payroll related stuff you want, okay, only my finance team developers can see those logic apps, you can just create your access, like you can set up your access control management here and you can assign it there. But again, like I would say it's more for the internal, and that is probably like what I'm not much worried about this. So I'm much worried like if it can be just accessed by the outside of our ecosystem. So let's go to the third option, and this is somehow um, important, like in terms of the implementation. So you can actually restrict the IP. So an example, suppose you have an access, you know that, okay, just a second, let me just quickly go to the browser. So if you can go to your workflow setting, and here you will get an option to like you can just allow inbound IP addresses. So there is an option you can just go with the any IP, and by default any IP is selected. So it means any IP can access this URLs. So ideally, like you should just move to the specific IP ranges. You need to give the IP ranges which is gonna access, and this is somehow more logical, because most of the time, like if you just give your REST APIs, and if it is not getting used by the JavaScript or the AJAX, like from the customer's browsers, and if it is getting used by some of the different servers who integrate with your environments, then they should have a static IP. So you can ask for their IPs and you can configure it here. And after that, like it cannot be accessed from any other part of the world. So just let's quickly check it, like how it's work. So suppose I have one IP configured for this one, and so there should be some of the IP available there. What I'm gonna do now, I'm just gonna delete this and just see how it's work. So I have deleted this, and then I should be able to. I'm sorry, I need to save it before. So you can see here, like my client IP address is not allowed to caller IP address ranges, like it's not allowed, in short. So that is the thing, like in that case, nobody can access it. But just for the demo purpose, like if I just probably push it back, so you can just give it here, your IP ranges, and if it is here, you can save it. Now it will work. It should work again. And something like that, you got a response back. So this things you can actually trick it. The another important aspect is you can call your logic app from the other logic apps. Like it is pretty much possible. And in that case, just have a look for that one. So I just opt for only from other logic apps. And again, I did saved it. And what I will do now, I will just rerun it again. And this time it should give me the the failure. So what I did it, I just called this Azure Logic App from the other Logic App here as a child, and I just passed the stuff here. So let me just quickly go there, copy this from here, go to my SOAP UI, create a new, and try to check that one. Let me see if it is post or get. Okay. And here you go. So if you can see here, like I just trigger it. So maybe you should see some of the conditions. So I just triggered it on 10:34 minute ago. And basically I'm calling this particular logic app from outside of the world. And the another logic app I just allowed for to call it from other logic app from this particular logic app as a child logic app, and now it's allowing me. So there might be some of the condition, like you just created your usable component across your logic app, but you need to call in the specific like a kind of the main logic app. So in that case, you can just go and opt for those options also. So something like that. So yeah, let's go and see what next. And now we have an API management, which is probably my favorite topic here. So I'm not going to cover the complete API management, but I will just give a touch points that, okay, how it's work. So what I did, I just created the API, like I opted for the API management service. I created a demo one there. And here, if you can see, after saving your app there, you will get a public static IPs address there. So I copied it from here and I just push it to my logic app. So in that case, the first problem is like if I have, it can be accessed only via some of the static IPs is solved. Now look back to the second one. So what I did, I just need to go to my APIs. How you can create it, you can just select the logic app here and then you can configure it. So I have already configured one of the logic app here. And here you can see, like, you can just go and see in the settings, like you can just configure a lot of stuff here. Like it's not only related with the OCP APIM subscription keys, but you can just implement the OAuth 2.0 OpenID Connect, and there are a lot of stuffs, like you can monitor it and do a lot of stuffs from the API. Like it's a complete package for you. If you need to test it, you can just go to test here, and I would just see if it will work. And ideally it should fail now because it expects the parameter. I just passed the parameter. Now just see. So it gave me the response. So what I did, I'm now just calling my API URLs, but I'm not calling the Azure Logic App URL directly, and it get accessed from there. So just an example, if you can see it from the SOAP UI. So example here. So if you can see here, like my endpoint is basically not a logic app endpoints. Okay. A second. This one, let me see if I have this, or let me just quickly create one more. So I will just quickly create on the SOAP UI and I will show you. But before that, I would like to proceed with some other options. So you have a revision. So suppose you are going with the different versions for that, and it is really easy to maintain it here. You actually don't need to change your logic app URL every time. So it's also important, like suppose you already gave your endpoints to the customer and you just come up with the new versions. Maybe you moved from one environment to other, or whatsoever reason, because the moment you will change your logic app from one to another, it will be regenerated. Like you will get the regenerated URL, and then in every system you need to configure it back. So this is the easiest way. Like you can just keep adding the revisions here and just keep updating the URLs there. You can get the complete logs here. Like if you updated something, you can just get it exposed here. So there is one more important thing on here. Like you can get a developer portal here. So I just quickly open in the developer portal. And what I did, I'm just trying to check it from here. So I passed few of the basic information which was required, like the case ID. This is really important, like OCP API and subscription key, which is provided by the API management. And if with the combination of this, I just triggered this URL. So just try to just check it. So I just triggered this URL, and the moment I click send, I should get a response. And here I just got a response with the message that, okay, my API, this is stuff are working. So this is one of the options. And if you can, if you want to just get a test version from there. So example, you can just get this URL from here. And in the same way, like you were passing it here, if you can see here. So it's or you can just copy it from here. Either way is fine because they both are same. I just quickly went to my SOAP UI, created a new REST request, and just see how it's work. And I haven't passed the OCP subscription key yet. And just let's see which type of this. So, okay. Just try to execute. I should get an error firstly. 404 resource not found. Let's see with the post. And now it's access denied due to missing subscription key, and make sure I'm passing the subscription key for that. So I quickly go to the header, and I would quickly just copy and paste it from here. And now I will push the values from here. Send it. And I got it, the message from there, like from my Logic app. So this is somehow its work. And now quickly go to the next point. And it is basically like the bonus tips and the tricks from my learning, whatever I have just learned. So I would like to just focus on deleting and disabling Logic app, like how does it make sense? So as I told earlier, like you will get two options there on the top. Delete and disable. When I just gave you the walkthrough, I quickly explained about this. So basically, disable will actually stop your workflows or the Logic app to execute it for the moment you are not gonna enable it back. And deleting it, it will permanently delete it as name suggested, and you cannot roll back. When we should go for the delete and when we should go for the disable. So suppose you have some Logic app which is not gonna use in future, I would always emphasize to delete it. Don't keep it there, because still you have the connections alive there. And the moment you will enable it back, if something got triggered in those duration, it will execute it. And the second thing, if you disable and delete, how the existing runs is gonna impact. So in terms of the existing run, delete will hold the existing runs. It will take much time if you have lot of records running at the same time, but it will not allow any other like to create any other instance or to execute anything from the pipeline. But if you are disabling it, it will just wait. Suppose you uploaded 5,000 records in your environment, and you have a trigger, like a serious trigger on record create. It will execute all of 5,000 and then it will disable it. It will not stop in between. So this is somehow really important, and you need to be really focused on that one before choosing it. Okay. Next thing is the naming convention. So this is somehow what I felt is, again, one of the important thing. And I can just quickly show you something. So suppose, let's open this one. Okay, just give me a second. Something like that. So if suppose your Logic app don't contain only 5, 10, or 50 actions in most complex scenarios, or like especially with the enterprise stuff, it may contain more than hundreds also. And then it's really important if you just provide two important things here, like your name of any of your actions, like as listed here, it should be very crystal clear. So if someone is coming, a new person is coming in the team, and even forget about them, even if you're coming after 1 week or 1 month to check that, with the name itself, you should be able to know, okay, this is somehow what the logic app is, this action meant for. The next important thing, there is a limitation with the names. Like I think there's a 250 characters. You cannot put more than that. So there's a beautiful option available by the Azure Logic app itself. Like you can go and add the comments. So you can go and add the comments, and comments is kind of the documentation for your logic apps, which is really important. And if you ask for me, because if you have the comments, especially the scenarios where you have the like a large blocks, large for each or something, then it's really important, and we should really focus on that one. So all your logic app variables, actions, loops, everything need to be properly named it. Otherwise, there will be scenarios like you have a variable 1, variable 2, variable 3, or something like that, and you will not able to know that. The next thing, should we use the variable in a global or the local way? So the first thing I would like to emphasize here, you don't have a local variable in the logic app, like very unlikely like other languages. So, and this is somehow you need to be consider an example in terms of the global variable. So global variable means you can just declare the variable at a root level. Even you cannot declare in the if condition or even in the scope blocks. So you need to declare everything in the like variables at the root level. And that is somehow I don't know, because I don't understand, or probably I'm not good fan of that. Suppose if I'm using the 50 variables, then my logic app probably look much ugly, because then I have a 50 action listed here. So if at least I can declare the variables inside the scope, I can just combine this an example like this. So it would be more pretty and cleaner for me. So, but for now, you don't have this facility available, and you need to declare at the root level. So in short, you don't have a local variables. So whatever is available is a global variable, and you need to use very wisely. So if you're using the variable, and if you need to reuse it again, maybe not kind of the static data, some dynamic data, please always reset it back to the like default values. The next is the benefit of the clone functionality. So as I told, like you have the clone option on that. So I would quickly go here, and you will see the clone option there. So I will explain both clone and export. So clone is basically like if you clone it, you can just clone it within the same resource group. So you cannot go outside of your resource group, something like that. And while cloning, always remember you should always clone with the disable state, because the moment you will clone it, all the connection will also get cloned. And suppose in that case, if the record is getting created, for example, just say account entity, then your both of the logic app will run, and both will perform the action what you wrote it there. So always start with the disable, and then change the connections. Like example, when the best scenario is when we used to clone it. So I have created a logic app for the dev environment. Now I need to move to the test. So I'm not going to write it from the scratch. I will just clone it. And with the disable state, after that cloning, I will just go to the logic app, change the connection from dev to test, and then keep started using that one. So this is somehow important. There's an export button, but I would like to just probably use the export template. So export template, actually you can just use in the automation, like a CI/CD stuff or something like that. So you can export it. You can just write the script for that. You can go to the PowerShell, SL, like CLIs, and the best part is parameter. All the connection parameters are null, so you need to redefine when you will go to the, like you export it to the new environment, because when you export it to the new environment and when you go to the designer view, you will see again the option for the sign in. So you need to re-authenticate, and then it will create a new authentication keys there. So export is really important. Like you can download it, you can add to your libraries, or you can even deploy it. So anything you can do it from there. Timeout property is really important. Like an example, I triggered the HTTP from my code, and in that case, it's somehow more important. Like just let me just quickly go and see where the timeout you can see it. So I have some time available, and I can show you. Yes. So an example here. So I have one HTTP call, and what I'm gonna do in this particular HTTP calls, I'm just calling the Business Central APIs here. So you can just go there, and there's a setting option there. And there's an option for the timeout. You can go and explain the timeouts there. So they have some of the default limits. You can just go and check it. I think it's a 4 attempt till 90 second or something like that. I'm not very sure right now, but then you can actually define the timeout, and it's really important. Like your call shouldn't be stuck, and if it is not getting response in between those taking the response in those duration, then it should go with the error, which is perfectly fine. So you need to be very wise in that case. And the next important aspect is like we have the asynchronous and the synchronous request, and how we can do this. So I will go in the same example here when you have then HTTP triggers, and here you can see you have the asynchronous patterns. So why it is important, like if it is just a fire and forget, like in example, you just push the data or you update the data, and you don't expect anything from the another REST APIs, like maybe business central REST APIs or something, maybe CRM APIs. You don't expect anything in the return. The best option is it should go in the asynchronous pattern. But at the same time, if you are expecting that, okay, it should return something and you need to fetch the values, and it's more important when you are fetching those values in a loop, then you always need to go with the synchronous pattern. And in that case, there will be no parallel threading will execute. It will go in a sequential way. The concurrency control is again one of the important thing, which I think I should explain you. And there are a lot of common mistakes in that. An example, I have one switch case here, and I go to this one. So I have two examples here. In the first example, I have a concurrency control set here as an enable, and I just move the degree of parallelism as 1. By default, if you just enable it, it should be 20 or 25 by default. But then the downside, what you could say, the moment you will enable it, you can't disable it and use it as per my knowledge, because there is always an entry in your code, and then maximum you can do, you can just set the default values there. So you can just move from 1 to 50, and it means that you can run this much of parallel thread concepts at the same time, like from 1 to 50 in a more async pattern. The second one, in my example, I haven't used this, and it's by default. Sorry, not this one. So it is by default closed, and like that's what they gave the example. If you really need to iterate your for each loop in a more sequential manner, then you need to enable it and set the value to 1. So this is somehow important. How does it impact on that one? Just let's quickly check that one. So suppose if I just open this one. So all of the tick one and the green one are the success. If you have something red or something like this, they are the failed. And if you have a cross with gray icon, it's a skipped one. So, or the cancelled one, the more appropriate word. So an example, I just quickly move to my switch case 200 and see the, so it iterated 8 times, and just see how the values is gonna, so it's an incremental value, it's always need to add 1, but look how it's worked. So first time it's 1, second time it should 2, and it will go in a more sequential way. But at the same time, if I just close this one, and if I just see the concurrent example, if you can see the variable examples here, so it's 13, then 11, then 15, something like that, 9. So it will start from 9 to 16, but you cannot guarantee that which thread will execute like first or something like that. So you need to be very cautious about when you are doing anything in a for loop, and you need to wait from the previous response, and you need to manipulate your logic, or you need to write your logic on the basis of those responses. Then you definitely need to run in a more sequential manner. So this is for that one. The important aspect, and my favorite, is like any other languages, you need to go with the try catch blocks here. And how you can implement that, let's quickly check that. So it's pretty simple here in my view. So what you need to do, you just go with 3 scope blocks, and you will get a scope blocks. Like the moment you will try to add a new action, you will type the scope there and you will get a scope blocks, and push everything in your scope blocks. Like if you're thinking that okay, it may fail or something, you can just put in the scope block. So in a catch, if it got failed, what should happen? So you need to send an email to someone, or you need to log it somewhere. Anything what you need it, you can just do it here. So example like, hey admin, this logic app is getting failed due to this reason, and this is probably the run ID or something. So then they can come directly and they can just check it, something like that. So you can do in the catch, and finally if need to be executed at all. So it's pretty simple there. What you can do, so I can show you in a design view how it's get implemented. Give me a second. So you need to go to the block, and there is an option for configure run after. So for try, definitely you don't need to do anything because it always need to be executed. What you need to do, you need to go to the catch blocks, and you just need to put a check here has false. So if the previous step is getting failed, then only this need to be executed. And if it is not getting failed, then it's not going to execute it. You don't need to pay any charges to the Azure or the Microsoft, because it gets skipped and it will not metered it. And you will get an icon here. So if you will get this kind of icon, then always think there is a configuration run after is available. The last one is in a finally block. So in the same fashion, and when I need to execute finally, if the previous block is skipped or if the previous block is successful, in both of the case, because if it is not coming to the cache block, then also I need to execute my finally. And definitely if it is going to the cache, then for sure, in that case also I need to execute my finally block. So what you can do in the finally block, like suppose you can make some rollbacks here. Like if you are failing with the previous steps, suppose you have some intermediate data, you can roll back the remaining data from there. An example, or you can just trigger an email that okay, this data has been populated or something like that. So it's up to you that how you're gonna design it. So if you are working on the logic app, please work with the try catch blocks. Don't go without that one. The next important thing is there is no harm to save it. So if I make any changes, always click on the save icon. There would be a situation where you are working since long time. Maybe you started in the morning or maybe around lunch, and you just went home and come next day to the office. By the time the session of this browser or the Azure will be expired, and you need to refresh your window. And the moment you will refresh your window, you will lost all of your changes. So this is one point what you need to consider. The most important, which I like with the continuous saving. So if you write or implemented 2 or 3 actions, always save it. If there is any error in that one, it will not allow you to save, and you can fix it immediately. So it's not something like you worked for the whole day and in the evening you are saving it, and then you lost it, okay, because you made a lot of changes there. So very quickly, I just go, and how can I roll back? So you always have an option to go to the logic app, and I can just quickly finish this. There is an option for the versions. So you can go to your versions, and you have all the versions available. You can select any of the version, and then you can promote those versions. It's really important. Like if something is working till today and it will maybe probably not work tomorrow, you can always you know till what point it is working. You can check with the error log also. You can just promote that particular version from there. So it is the promote available for every version apart from the first one or the current one, I would say. We should not use the preview feature for sure, because Microsoft don't support the SLAs for the preview feature, and we should avoid that one. Definitely, if you are in the dev environment, you can use it, but if you are in like production or something, then you should not go with the preview. So there is no inbuilt data type conversion. You always need to be focused. So out of this 6, if you are assigning it to the other values, you always need to cast it. The peak code is again one of the important aspect what I like it. So an example, you're here.
Ambesh, while that is loading up, I just wanted to give you a quick time check.
Yeah,
so
I'm already on the way. I know 2 minutes are left.
Yep.
Okay, so quickly I will go to the edit. So I will show you the peak code configured run after I have already shown you. Um, Child logic app, you can actually create it in the complex situation, because there is a limit of every actions and everything, and you don't want to just mess up the main logic app. You can go always with the modular functionality, like create one child kind of the main method and then call everything from there. So if you can see here, like I have an option for the peak code. Why it is important, I cannot make the changes here. It's look like editable, but I cannot make the changes. It's more important if I quickly, as a developer, I need to quickly check, okay, what is happening there. And if you need to just get some values, you just copy it from here and then you can use it somewhere else. So this is also important. Logs, for sure, it's important. You can just get the logs, like you can configure the logs here, and because of your monitoring and other purpose. And run high throughput, so you can go to the workflow setting. It's in the preview feature, so you can actually just go with this. It will give you the high, like it will allow you to create more instances for any run, and it will give you the high responses for that. But please note that it's in the preview feature, so you need to consider. You can actually keep this retention history of your runs to custom, and by default it should be, I think, 1 week. So we cannot go below the 1 week, and maximum is the 90 days. So if you are in the dev, then I would not recommend to just go for more than 2 or maximum 1 month, because for storage definitely you need to pay for that one. So always think in those perspective. Advisor recommendation, always try to get the advisor recommendation. You can get it at the resource level, and it's provided by the Microsoft free of cost, so there is no harm for that one. There are some of the important like links there, so you can just I have just compiled the few links, which is useful for the for the learnings and the other stuff, and it's good to have those things. You can connect me on my social platforms, ask the queries on the Twitter handle at ambesha19, scan the code and connect me over the LinkedIn, subscribe my YouTube channels for the slides and more demos on the Azure Dynamic 365 Power Platform technologies. And I'm also planning to launch a free of cost course for the Azure Logic Apps for Power Platform Azure Business Consultant, Citizen, and the Pro Developer soon. So stay tuned, and you will get the updated information on my social channels. I'm really thankful to all of you to spend your valuable time on Sunday afternoon and looking for your positive feedbacks and suggestions. So please fill out the survey by scanning the QR code here. And I think moderator will also post the URLs on the chat window. So I hope you find the session interesting and useful, at least to find a new dimension on your integration requirements. I would like to open the floor for questions and the discussion now quickly.
Thank you so much for the session, Ambesh. There's a bunch of questions, and I would really appreciate if you could check those on chat, but there's one I wanted to call out. It's about using Azure Function Proxy to secure HTTP-based logic apps.
So what is the question here?
It's just that what about using Azure Function Proxy to secure HTTP-based logic apps?
So I didn't get it. Like, can we use that? Is that the question, or should we use that?
I believe it is. Can we use it, and is it
you
a
can
best
use
practice?
it. So whatever I have mentioned you, like there are some of the practices you can do whatever you wanted. Like for me, the best part is because the world is going toward the API management services. So that is somehow, I would say, maybe expensive, maybe not. It depends on the users and everything. But for me, the recommendation is the API management services. I have shown the multiple things by pushing or like throwing your own authentication keys from other logic app, static IPs. But I think the API management is the best way, because there you can have a lot of functionality to integrate the OAuth and so many things there. So I would recommend for that one.
Makes sense. Thank you so much, Ambesh, again.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Yash.
All right, everyone. So next up is Pradesh. So Pradesh, are you on the call?
Yash, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so let me press.
So guys, Pradesh will be presenting on how you can use PCF and Office UI Fabric. So without any delay, over to you, Pradesh. So please go ahead and get started.
So
All right. So let's give them some treats. All right.
Oh, I could hear some noise. Okay, fine. So, good evening, everyone, and good day, everyone. Thank you all for joining us in the Power Platform Common Developer Community. And let's get started. So this session is all about making PCF control with the help of the Office UI Fabric. The Office UI Fabric it's been recently renamed to Fluent UI. So this session is all about building simple PCF control with the help of Fluent UI. So moving ahead, so this is about me. My name is Pradesh Dayalan. I work as a technical consultant in Singapore company. Oh, oh, sure. Okay. Okay. So my name is Pradesh Dayalan, and I am a Microsoft certified trainer and a Microsoft certified solution expert. This is my LinkedIn ID. You can get me connected over LinkedIn, and this is my Twitter ID. So I work as a technical consultant in a Singapore company. Uh, so So today's agenda would be like building a PCF component based on Fluent UI. Uh, so uh, so moving on this, let's see what is Fluent UI and what is React. So React is
Hey Pradesh, I guess we lost your audio again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. So
Okay.
are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So React is a JavaScript library built based upon user interfaces, and it's a component-based library where it's kind of an MVC model. It's been used. It uses the properties and states where you can build your component controls on top of it. And you can just pass the state and the properties to it to build your own control. And hope the people who have attended session yesterday's session from Scott and Andrew, you have already got an insight about the React and the Office UI Fabric or the Fluent UI. So let's get started with what is Fluent UI. What is Fluent UI? So Fluent UI is a library which developed by Microsoft, and so this Fluent UI you would have seen like it has been used in Dynamics and it's been used across the Microsoft products like Office products or the Azure or the Teams or the Dynamics 365 itself. It's a lot of Microsoft components itself uses the Fluent UI for the web developments, and so it's an open source tool. Anybody can use it and get help of it. So I'm gonna walk through on the Fluent UI, like what are the controls available for us, and how we can customize it, and how we can integrate it with the PCF component. So you can see at the left hand side, that there is a list of controls available. Like start from the basic input, like the buttons or the you could see the standard buttons or the primary buttons. If you look at the site, you can directly go to show code and get the code directly from here and copy it, and then start using it in your website, in your React project. And then if you want to customize or something, you can directly go to the code pen, go there, and then right away start editing it. So it's all there for you to go and customize it. And if we see about the very interesting controls, which I feel it's very interesting, is the personas. So these kind of controls are also available to us for us to use. We could use in PCFs or we could use in any React projects. Like Andres told us yesterday, we can use this in web browsers too if you make any web browsers out of it. Because the PCF supports only the field and the data set currently. It doesn't support any models or dialogues. So if you're going to build any models or dialogues, in web resource, you can use these kind of controls, which we also usually see these controls in the Outlook or in the OneDrive. We see these kind of controls, the persona controls and document card controls, where you could see in the we see this in the OneDrives and all. How about now? Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. 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 So I hope it's better now. So yeah. So if you see, there's a lot of controls out there for you to go and use, and so I want to show the list of already available components, which is built on base of Office UI Fabric in the PCF Gallery. So if you let's see what all is built on. So if you see a document card view, which is built on top of Office UI Fabric, so so this is one, and so let's go to the CRM and see. I have already installed these piece of components into my Power Apps model driven app, and let's go and see. So this is the a PCF component which is built on top of Fluent UI, where you could see, all the attachments of the record it's been converted into a document card view to give the nice representation, UI representation to the rich UI to the people who are viewing it. And another one I wish to show you uh, is the quick edit form, which is developed by Clement, one of the community guys. It's already there in the PCF gallery. So the interesting part of the component is we already have a quick view form in the model-driven app, where on a select of a lookup with a quick view form, it's a read-only form where you can't do anything, but you can still view the records in the quick view. But this one is a quick edit form where on select of the record, it just gives the quick edit form, and from there you could just go directly and edit the record and then just say save. So these components are already available in PCF Gallery. You can go and have a check at it and see the record has been saved. And this is built on top of Fluent UI. And if you want to change the lookups, you can just go directly and click it. And it gives a nice UI to us. We have a consistent UI to us, so that you don't have to do any additional CSS or any CSS to make it UI consistent. It's already there, part of the Fluent UI. You just need to use it. So for the demo purpose, I'm gonna take a very simple example, and then let's build a date picker. A date picker is already available, but the date picker with so look at the date picker. The date picker says no, the date picker with the date boundary. So it's just like the date will have a min date and a max date. So this date says from July 5th to June 7th. There's a boundary, so you can't select a date beyond that or after that. So you could select only a date which is in the boundary. So let's get started, and let's go from scratch. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code for my PCF development, which is most recommended tool. And I'm going to say on a folder. Okay, so let's install the PCF, initialize the PCF command line. So this is the template is the field, and then so before that, I want to just show you like what we're going to do. So this is the tool which I'm trying to. This is the tool we're trying to build. We're going to build a PCF component where for a date picker, and we're going to set a minimum date and a maximum date, so the user are not allowed to choose a date beyond the date. So we're going to build this type of a control. So we're going to build it from scratch. So let's name the component name is subsequent items have been installed in the folder, and then let's go standard procedure. Let's install. Timer. The other controls which we use in the community. So this is another PCF control which is developed by. So this is another PCF control which is developed by Raj, and this is a business process cards where all the records have been arranged in the card view for the user, so the user can click or they can move the record state from one to another, and or they can view the record from here. It's built beautifully with the help of the Fluent UI and the document cards. So let's go back to still one. See another one. So in the contact, we'll be having a composite field always, which is just out of the box for the contact full name. But to build a composite field for in web browsers would be a very tough job for us to do. But with the help of the PCF, it's very easy for us. So this component has also been part of the PCF gallery. You can go and save it. It can add up to 11 records here, 11 records, like an attribute here. You can just add the values and say save. We'll just append it here to it. So the composite field you can build it on your own with the help of the PCF code. That's it. Okay, so let me go to the control.manifest file, and then we go edit it. See, this is the input date which we're going to add the date picker to. This it's not the single line of text. It's not a single line of text. It's the date and time. Date only, and it's found out of the attribute, and it's likewise it's true. So two properties. So one is the max date, one is the minimum date fill, and then the so change this to stack is the same, but it's not bound to the static value. So the input is nothing but we're going to provide a static value to it, and the input date, which is bound to an attribute. It's all saved it. Let's run the game on board.
Look down here.
Pritesh, you can try VS Code as administrator mode.
Oh yeah. So one more time, it's not able to. Okay. Sorry guys. Sorry guys. It's already been the one. So before that, let's get everything installed. So let's copy the code for the Fluent UI date picker. So date picker is here, and let's go to the control. And let's copy the you could see a couple of more controls in the visual fabric here, where you could see we always had a requirement like on the list of records where we would asked to show the description field or any field in the pop-up. So like this, you want to click off it, you can add any content to it, like description. So people can read it instead of going inside the record. They can read the whole description from here, something like that. I think there's already a PCF control for it. Tanish, I've already done it, so you can download the PCF directory. Just read. It's done. So let's. Okay, so it succeeded. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a React file. So it's called. I'm going to copy paste the code which I copied from the Fluent UI. So, oh yeah. So before that, So I need to install the Fluent UI. So the run command for the Fluent UI is npm I at UI fabrics. Oh, sorry. So what happens is when you install it, you need to install the React because the Fluent AI is built on based on React. So it just installs the React and React DOM for you when you install the Fluent UI itself. NPMs, when you get started, you can get started here and see like how to create your Fluent UI React project.
వీడియోస్ చూస్తున్నారు పూర్ణ నిద్రపోతున్నాడు
I think, yeah, good. Thank you. So here's the npm code for you to install the Fluent UI, and you can get started from your React project. You can get started from your still running. I think our old days are gone, right? When we used to struggle to build a web resource like this, when you should build a web resource like this or something else, we'd be very struggling to get the exact UI, and components would not match, it would look a little odd. And nowadays, the piece of helps a lot for us to build a nice UI, consistent controls. So it helps us a lot. So yeah, it's done. So let's paste the code now. It's a copy from the UI helper. So it's there. All good. So let's check the control whether it's being added. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this constant and I'm going to put it this in text or PS. So before that, so I have to init my PCF control. So for it, I'm going to create two global option variables. Global variables. One is the object void, and then another is the container, which I need to in the component of my tool. So I created the thing, and let's initialize it. So the next thing what I'm going to do now is I'm going to render the whatever the date picker is here. So if you look at the date picker right now, it's just a one tag for you created where it has all the options settings for inside it. So it's, for example, the min date, the max date, what is the placeholder we would like to have, what is the first day of the week, and the strings. You can see the constants here. So what are the date picker strings are there? So how the month should be arranged, and what's the short date for it. All of this constant. If you want, you can just go ahead and change it. And so if you see all the text in there. So if you feel like you need to change anything, you can just go and change it directly here. And the CSS is here, right here. If you want any change to the CSS, you can do it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this constant, and then which is a functional component. You can see it's declared as a functional component. So React render dot create element, and then the container. Okay, a couple of errors. What's that? So I have to add that in tables. Yeah, I have to add the adding control dot. So yeah, I have to refer the. spelling mistake. It's not my. Okay, so it's all done. So I've appended my data, for example, the container. So it's all saved. So it's run it again. Let's run and see how it looks. I've not done any integration with the field, but I've just gonna view the static example which I provided in the Fabric website. I'm going to check whether the UI is being correctly rendered or not. So it's time to watch it. Okay, so it's here. Control is here. One thing I found missing is the icon is missing here. So, and another thing is, so if you look at the Fluent UI, it's there. So whatever we see here, the show code and we copy the code, and so whatever we see there, we're going to see now. And I think we should get rid of this in description. So in terms of description, and the other one which I feel missing is the icon, the date picker icon. So let's. And okay, so it's all good. So let's now integrate it with the field computer. So first thing first, and then I'll add the I'll import the icons from the Office Fabric. I just add them, and I'm going to say initialize icons. I'm just going to initialize. Okay. Yeah, got it. So you can see like the control says it's allowed only from 5.7. Yeah, it's correct. It's allowing only from the date to select from 5.7, not beyond it, and not after 2021. So yeah, it's not allowed. So it's all working fine. So let's get going. Okay. The first thing I would like to do is let's create an interface for the props and the state. So the React works based upon the props and the state, and I would like to create as a best practice to have the props and state for it. So let me create this. So is like the three parameters. One is the which is that's just the minimum date, which we'll be getting it from the static value from the control, so the PCF, and yeah, it's all there. So let's copy this and then paste it, and we just change this name. So we may need another attribute, the property here. So let's now just go with this. So I'm going to comment this right away. Let's see. Then I go to flashcards. Let's call it. Extends extends React.component state component, which you can see it expects the properties in the state. So I'm making my keys name. State. So the class, the most important thing is the constructor. So let's add the constructor there with the props saying the props would be so the constructor is there, and then the most important the component is the render. So render, which is an JS element, and then CSS elements return expects a return. So yes. Copy whatever we require here, paste. It's all there. The return is there. And then so we've created the date picker class, and so we have created the min-max date picker component, and we have entered with the date picker. So another very important thing which we need to pass is the value. So for example, if there is any value in the record, the picker has to set the value. So let's say the value is value has to pass, has to get from the context. So let's go to the index.ts and then get the values. Parameters dot oh. Okay. So now I think that so it's not to change the button. So let's quickly do it. Type is let's pull it to get the properties generated. The run build for the objects to get created. So this is the shit. So I just forgot to save it. So let's save it. So yeah, that's my that now. Should be good now. Good. So we need to add we need to get the input date and the static values from the property. So from the context. So I'm going to say this dot context dot input date. So just set. So let's add the properties here because we need the properties here to just pass on to it. So I'm going to say input get the props. Yeah, so I'm going to use this. Yeah. Yes, yeah. So I'm going to say stop. Same the same values to the max. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm from the context, I'm getting the input, I mean, the max state, and then passing it to the properties. The properties is set now, and we will render this part a little later. So we'll go to the React file now. So what's the value here? Value is from the props. So if it has a value, it will give the value. So that value is for that. So we have the props here. So uh, once the property has been defined there, we'll assign the properties to here in the so it's important assign. What happens is for this component, this properties will start to flow from here. So once it starts rendering, it has a props now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this props and then define my state here. Input like the props dot input. So it's good. So I'm going to assign the value here as and then the min-max date is for now, it's a constant, which is flowing from the, you can see the constants here, which is a static value. So I'm going to remove it. So I'm going to remove all the constant properties which is there. Just not required to us. So we can remove these things. So the main data of the, it should flow from the state. So it is the state dot main date and then okay. So we have set the min and max state, and we have set the value for the date picker if it has a value, and then we have built a component. So, and the most important thing is there. One is the on select. So if there is any select, there is a select of a new value. The new value should pass to the attribute which has been defined to the attribute. So let's do that. But before that, let's compile and see what the result. So just to reiterate for the time. So we have a three properties defined, and then we have a React file which has we have used the Office UI Fabric date picker, and we have defined the two properties properties in the state for it, and then we are just passing the properties values to the state, and then we are rendering the date picker. So let's test now how it's working. Oh, sorry. Let's watch it. Okay, so input date has been defaulted to some value. So yeah, so the event date has been defined there. So I'm going to change this to 2010. And then the match date, let's do for the same. Date step. So it's seems to be some problem with the control. It's not rendering it. That date is there, and the props which gets the value from there. So,
Pradesh, check the line number 91.
Sorry. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's a type. Yeah, so to see it now. So it's, the min date is 2010 and the max date is 2021, and you can't. So the control should work in a way like it can't select a date beyond 2010. So if you see it's disabled, you can't go beyond 2010 and beyond 2021. Yeah, it's disabled. Cool. Right wrong. And then the next important thing is the, so let's quickly do the, so on select of the date. So select. And select. Date. So we need a method to, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a method in the the props, which will be called for the on-change event of the date. So I've just added the method, and I'm going to call this method on select of it. So I have a pre-built on select component class. So I'm going to use this. So I'm going to say yeah. So what it does is it just sets the state to the new value, and then it just calls the input date change to value here. So it's here. So once it's been passed to here, and what we're going to do now is we're going to get the on change event to here, and then push it to the output. So already we built another method for the on change event. So what the method does is it just checks the value, the new value which has been changed, and it sets the property new value and just notifies the new value has been changed. So let's call the method changed. And then, so whenever there's a change in the value, we just call this on change method down there, which has been triggered here, and which passed this property here, and we get the new date value. From the new date value, we are just notifying the object is being changed in PCF to the PC component. So the next would be get the outputs. So in the output area, I'm going to say what are the output is as input is an output, which is the date paper which you're going to use it for. And I'm going to add say this dot props dot input date. So whenever there is a change in the value, it's just going to update the original field back to the original field. So yeah, let's save it, and I'm just going to do it again. Okay, so let's change the date. So you can see the output has been changed. And you can see the data that outputs, the input date has been changed, which will set the value to the primary field, the field which you're going to use the PC control for. So one last part is the formatting, which the formatting looks doesn't support it. So I need to format the value so we can use the format in the component place here. I can go and say date. So I already have a variable constant which here's the just format the value. So what it does is just takes the data and converts to the local date string. So I'm going to use the format here. It's all same. So let's go and check the harness now. Yeah, it's changed now. So you can provide a min date here. It's a very simple control, guys. So I'm not complicating anything. So it's formatted the values. The min date is from 2021 and the max date is 2021. So you can't select a date beyond it. So the control is there and all working. Let's push it to the CRM and see how it works. It's very simple control, but you can use a lot of controls are there in the Fluent UI. You could use those controls and check how it works. Push it. PCF push. Publish prefix is the command for you to push them. I've already created an authentication profile for me, but if you want to create, you can create an authentication profile and then start pushing it. So let's go to the form editor where it says I'm going to use this date. I'm going to change this date to the. So if you see the it's a different form. Let's go to the product. Seconds I'm going to load, but I have already added the component here. I'll show the configurations later, but you can see, I have configured that the date like it should be only from 2015. So all the dates are disabled and till the max date is 2020, and all other dates has been disabled. So it just gives a nice UI to you. You don't have to do anything. It's just a very simple and basic control, just developed for the demo purpose. Very good. Go and leverage it from Fluent UI. You can get all the controls from there, and you can start using it. So it's still loading. So the configuration area is here. State control input date is the valid from attribute, and the minimum date is set to 2015, and the maximum date is set to 2022. So this is how it works here. It just doesn't allow you to select a date beyond 2022 and then not beyond before 2015. Yeah. So that's the control for you, and that's how you get started from the Fluent UI, and then build your own control for PCF. There are several other controls also. You can just try and go and have a look at it. It's all available here. You can just go directly from here and say show code. It will give you the code. You can copy that and start coding. So, any questions? Yash? Yash? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
hear you.
Oh.
Can you ping the Microsoft link?
Sorry?
That Microsoft link that we can copy the controls, the code. Just no issue.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll drop in the chat. You can go.
Yeah.
That's all, guys. Thank you all for joining. Yash will take it. If you have any questions, you can drop in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
This is a nice demo.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello, how are you, Russ? Okay, you're welcome. Yeah, thanks. Let me share my cam and also share my... Actually, it seems like I have permissions to share my screen, possibly. I suppose if in the meantime you can hear me fine and see me fine. Sure. Maybe I should try to join as a guest user, maybe. Sure. Okay, yeah, I can see now the option, yeah. Cool, thanks. Yeah, suppose you're starting the recording already, so yeah, okay. Let me just... oh, okay, cool, nice, yeah. So let me... can you see my screen now? Oh, let me check. Sorry, 1 second. Yes, but I was using... Let me try again, just in case. So yeah, you should be seeing my screen now, yeah? Okay. Yeah. No, I'm happy to basically, start away with the but let me just maybe just put it in full screen mode, just a second. I don't see if you are for some reason. Do you still may see my slides? Okay, yeah, I'll do it this way then. For some reason, yeah. Okay, yeah. I have two screens for some reasons, just not liking to share it. Anyway. Okay, fine. Then I'll go as a poll. I suppose if you can see my console. Okay. Okay. Cool. So it should be fine. No. Okay, cool, thanks. So yeah, very excited to be here today because it's kind of the first Power Platform Developer online meetings we have, and given this is a low-code, no-code platform, but we are a bunch of developers in this meeting. It's very nice. Secondly, the purpose of this meeting is that I'm going to show you what I've been working on for the last couple of months. So that's too much to fill in to fill just 1 hour. It would span many hours, but I'll try to basically summarize and give you an idea what's coming next. The third one is that basically I'm very excited because Microsoft released the CDS Service Client, and that NuGet package that allows us to target .NET Core, and that's something we as developers were waiting for years, and it's finally there. So yeah, really happy. So basically, this is me. You can find me on social media if you were not following me yet. So basically, there's my Twitter, GitHub, LinkedIn, and also I'm the author of Fake XRM Easy, which is the open source framework that I'm going to talk about and guide you through. So I'm going to skip this slide because it was a funny joke about testing, but since I'm not fully scary and sharing the screen, then yeah, I'm going to skip it. But basically, kind of the idea behind unit testing, why we should do unit testing, is that we want to really be proactive as opposed to reactive. We don't want to find, bugs in production or during UAT or functional testing. The good thing about unit testing is because as soon as it runs when we are developing code, that means basically we can find issues much early on in development life cycle. If you fit this within the ALM, etc. It's better to find issues while we are developing rather than just waiting to deploy the solutions and to be found later on, because then is more cost. There's an extra cost of fixing something that was found later on because it needs to basically go through many people. So the idea of unit testing is try to bring as much as we can to the development phase. So for those of you that haven't seen this framework or you know about it, so there's the GitHub link that you can check if you want. So it's an open source framework. This is really for developers. It's not for kind of citizen developers. It's for developers who basically develop the .NET code. And it became really popular. I started with this like in 2014. It has been almost 6 years now. And and it has basically, there's many contributors that have had submitted pull requests. And I was checking the other day, and we have like more than 800,000 downloads. If you aggregate, because I have the downloads breakdown by Dynamics version or CDS version, but if you sum them all, basically it's like 800,000 downloads so far. So, okay, let's go through an overview. So in version 1, which is the version that is currently available, and I'm going to publish version 2 in the next couple of days, maybe 1 or 2 weeks, because I'm finalizing some tweaks still. But this is like a sneak peek of what's coming, and so I'm going to show you a few highlights. And to me, the most important one is basically .NET Core. So, and that's, I kind of steal the hashtag from Victor the other day with the interview with Danish, because, that's basically what gives you the unlimited power, with the .NET Core. For example, in our case, we had a bunch of MVC applications that were developed way before Power Portals existed or Liquid templates, or we had as well React Web Resources before there was PCF. So we had a bunch of enterprise applications that we couldn't really containerize and migrate them to the cloud in a proper way, like using microservices, because we didn't have support for .NET Core. But now it's going to be more easier, and we were waiting for that release of that new NuGet package, because those applications have been, developed through many years, and in those applications you could find like easily, more than 1,000 unit tests for a single web application to test the backend. So it didn't make sense to start coding a web API calls from scratch. Even you could do it, but that means basically you have to redevelop the whole SDK, which doesn't make sense in that case. So yeah, really excited because this opens up a bunch of possibilities. In the first place, we are able to develop in a cross-platform way. So now we can use not just Windows, but we can use Linux and Mac. Of course, you could for React, but you couldn't do it for .NET, but now you can. So actually, the demo, I'm going to do the demo using a Linux Ubuntu distribution. But that is not just kind of the great thing about it, is that because it runs in .NET Core, we can put that code into a Docker container, and we can run those into a Kubernetes cluster, for example. Or if we go the serverless way, you can also unit test Azure functions that run in .NET Core that talk to the CDS command service. So yeah, that's kind of the few things to highlight. The other one is basically, so apart from so I was basically porting version 1 to .NET Core, so it runs now in .NET Core with pretty much the same we had in version 1. There will be some breaking changes that I had to introduce, but as part of this kind of migration, and given that basically Microsoft was kind of rethinking the way of maybe just changing namespaces and separating the messages into different packages, this was as well an opportunity to basically do all the refactor that I couldn't do in years because we are busy with other projects. But basically, what this is going to look like in version 2 is going to be like this. Don't panic because it seems like there are too many packages, but really you will need to install maybe just 1 or 2. That's it. But the thing is that those packages, we have a dependency graph that, for example, when you install the fxrmvc.plugins, it will pull all the dependencies automatically. So the main reason to do this was because this open source framework was basically it has so many contributions and it was growing and growing, and I had to basically just take a cut and say, okay, if this is going this way, basically it's going to be hard to maintain in future. So, and also because the main interface, the main entry point of doing any unit testing with this is using the XRMFA context, which is the main class, and the organization service. The idea is that you just need to use the organization service to do to unit test anything that talks to CDS. But the problem was that class was getting so big, and you had basically methods that maybe now for doing client .NET development you don't need at all. So things like, for example, I don't need to execute a plugin where I'm just developing a .NET Core application. I do need to execute a plugin on server-side code, but not on the client. So that the version package, the NuGet package in version 1 had pretty much everything. And this was an opportunity to basically start moving things into the kind of the right abstraction. So basically there will be one package which is called fxrmvc.abstractions, and that package contains only interfaces mainly, and those interfaces are going to be basically reused across all these other new packages. So, for example, there will be a fxrmvc.core, which contains basically all the basic operations like create, read, update, delete, and the query engine that we had in version 1. The query engine is that the beauty or the power of this open source framework is that it is able to take any query from CRM, from CDS, like fetch XML, query expressions, query by attributes, and link queue, and it's able to execute those as if run against the CDS database. So the core package will have basically those things. The things they're going to be needed regardless if it's a server-side application or a client application. You need to have those really, and then there will be separate packages for server-side code like plugins, code activities. Now, the NuGet package from Microsoft is still an alpha release, but it's only meant to be used for client-side development only. But I think the intention is to move everything to the .NET Core. So eventually, server-side code will run on the .NET Core as well. So that's why maybe there's no rush to have these other packages, but I'll probably be releasing the first two from the top. And So basically, going back, there will be, but in future there will be NuGet packages for server-side, like plugins, code activities, and pipeline simulation, which I'm not sure if you were aware of this, but it was actually introduced by a really amazing developer from the Netherlands. And he basically had the ability to register plugins so that when you execute some code, if you have, for example, a plugin registered against the create message of an entity, if you do a service.create of that entity, it will actually execute that plugin inside the kind of unit test. So it's not pure unit test, but it's like, kind of a hybrid to test funny combinations between plugins and see what happens. So that will be as well in that separate NuGet packages. In version 1, it was kind of, embedded into the one, and therefore, if we had to extend it, we had to change quite a lot of different things. So there will be another package for integration. Integration is basically integration testing. So whenever you need to do, for example, do some smoke tests after deployment, for example, you could use that integration package. Also, that integration package, it was moved to a separate NuGet package because I found from my own experience as well that we sometimes, by accident, we were pushing integration tests into the unit test, and then the build was starting to fail like crazy, But then that's why also having this logic is kind of separated into different NuGet packages makes sense, because then when you work on a unit test project, you only need to use the packages for unit testing, and this will kind of enforce, at least encourage, to have integration tests into a separate project as well. And there will be, because Microsoft, I think, is still deciding to separate messages into kind of the CDS and first-party apps. So I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the same with messages that will be consumed by different packages. So let's move to the next one. I've been busy all this time. It was not just moving stuff and making sure it was working on .NET Core. It was also this was an opportunity to basically this, for example, in this screenshot you can see an image that had like 2,000 lines of code in version 1, but that has been reduced like 200 only. Why? Because I moved all the query translation steps I moved them to extension methods. And so basically, having a massive single file, you have a bunch of files, but much smaller. So actually, makes it easier to find what you need to change and review, record reviews even. What's next as well? It's a new middleware. I'm really proud of this because there was a new limit. Well, and in version 1, basically, there was up to one fake message executor you could execute per organization request. So an organization request could be something like organization create request, delete request, etc. But that means basically, because there was only up to one per request, and think about, for example, if you want to extend the framework to to enforce security roles, for example, which is something I was asked about in some of the events I was talking in the past, and on the 365 Saturdays. If you want to extend the framework to basically say, for example, whenever you want to create a record to test that if you don't have permissions to create the record, then that it should throw an exception, which is not there yet in the framework. Well, that means then we have to go into the create operation in version 1 and then update and add a new if, for example, security roles is enabled, then do this, which is introducing basically more maintenance. So in version 2, rather than having one organization request, one fake message per organization request, you will have each request will run like through a pipeline. If you think about this, like for example, in ASP.NET Core, when you execute an HTTP request, that HTTP request you can configure your own pipeline, your middleware. You can inject authentication, authorization, entity framework, MVC. Basically, you can define how the response should react to that HTTP request. So this is kind of the same idea, but applied to organization requests, because in the end, an organization request is also an HTTP request. So now the difference is that the pipeline will be configurable, and And so that there will be that limitation will no longer exist. So if in version 1 we want to introduce, for example, security roles, and we have to touch the create, read, update. Basically, we have to touch the core of the framework, and that validation will run as a step prior to the create, read, update, delete messages, and so the version 2, sorry, will come up with this helper, which is the XRM fake context factory, that will initialize that pipeline for you with some defaults to cover the most common scenarios. But basically, you could build your own pipeline from scratch now, which is rather cool. The other thing I was doing is basically, because now in version 1 I was using a Bayer, and that was something I wanted always to migrate. And for the fake XRM easy.js, I was using Azure DevOps. But now I was playing, through all this time, basically last couple of months, I was playing with GitHub Actions, and it's very nice, because if you have a project in GitHub, all the workflow and the condition integration workflow is integrated into the code. Really, you just need to push and define the pipeline using YAML. But the difference is you have to go to an external service, set up an external identity with permissions, etc. Is all integrated in the development workflow. One thing is that because also version 2 is spread across different packages, I needed something to have like a private set of private repository for NuGet packages that are consumed by the continuous integration build. So before pushing into master, which is something that I'm still tidying up, when you push into master, that will be released into NuGet, the official NuGet, but it will be a dev branch where any change will be pushed to a GitHub package, which is like a private NuGet. And again, that's also integrated into the repo, because by default, when you pass the GitHub token, it's going to basically, it has write permissions by default to push anything into that repo only. But if you want to consume other packages that were pushed into other repos, then you need to pass in an extra token just for read permissions. But it's way more integrated into the workflow. So what else? The other thing I was doing is, before actually being able to push and build anything, and version 1 was using a script written in F# by another really amazing developer from Germany, Florian. And something, because now I had to. The thing is that now .NET Core is supposed to be cross-platform. We really want to also be able to build for all platforms now. So then basically move the F# script into PowerShell core, and so so whenever you could build all the packages locally, because even when you have different packages run. Because I have different packages, I also wanted to build and push the packages to a local file system before, which is handy to try breaking changes before pushing those into the continuous integration or into the build. So basically the same build that runs locally, you can run it inside the GitHub action, which is really nice. What else? I think I missed something. No, yeah. If that wasn't enough, then basically I introduced sonar quality gates as well. So in version 2, there will be sonar quality gates for every build. Because I got a couple of companies did ask to me about security, and is your software secure? We want to use it, but we don't know if it's secure at all. And I was like, well, there are basically built-in security policies in GitHub. What else do you need? But anyway, I set up basically sonar quality gate that by default comes with some security rules from the OWASP, and that's kind of the working group or foundation that is in charge of following all vulnerabilities and that kind of things. So it will be so basically the sonar quality gate will add that kind of extra level if you want, but not just that, is because this project was getting so many pull requests. This is a way of enforcing, well, not enforcing, but at least standardizing and having some conventions in place. Like, for the very basic things, like even using Pascal case naming for classes, and things like that. Also code smells. What else? So in version 2, basically, I updated my GitHub profile to use GPG keys as well, which I'm not sure if you have used those, but basically, and there's a funny story behind this, that if you don't have the GPG keys enabled on your GitHub profile, by default, anyone could basically commit stuff on behalf of you. Basically, there was a funny story that someone was able to rewrite the commit history and was kind of. It seemed like it was actually Linus Torvalds, the creator of Git, pushing code into GitHub, but it wasn't. It was somebody else. Why? Because he didn't have, basically Linus or that account didn't have enabled the GPG keys. And that's something he actually complained about, Linus Torvalds. But basically, GPG keys is something that is like an RSA, like an SSL certificate that you basically generate a private key that you just store locally in your machine, and you upload the public key to GitHub. And so everything, when you use the signing key, the GPG key, for every single commit is going to be signed by you. So it's a proof of identity. You're proving that actually it's you and not somebody else who is pushing those changes into GitHub, which I believe for open source is going to become something very, very important. So I think I used half of my time already, which is kind of cool because now it's the demo, which is for you to have. Oh, by the way, in this demo, I'm going to use this repo, which is not yet public, but I'll just publish it straight after this session. So let me just minimize this. And oh, there we go. It was behind. Let me just close this one. Okay. So as you can see, I'm using an Ubuntu, basically, distribution. And I hope you can see my browser session, which basically I have the dev environment set up. Can you see it? I suppose you can. So basically, on this demo, let me just actually go to... so basically, I'm going to show you a very simple example how to use unit testing with a .NET Core application that is talking to CDS. So before you're able to run this, you should actually go into Azure Active Directory and register an application so you can get a client ID and a client secret. That's something actually Ruhi was mentioning on yesterday, I think. And but not just that, you need to also set up an application user on CDS with the right security roles. And actually, there's a really nice post, LinkedIn post that was written by Betim, which basically summarizes all these steps. If you want to have a look, I put that link into this GitHub repo that I'll make it public after this. So yeah, once you have set up basically the app registered on Azure and you have the application user set up, you should be able to run this application with your own credentials. Once I publish the NuGet packages, of course. So yeah, let's run this one. So let me just go ahead and I'll show you as well one of run project. There you go. So this is an ASP.NET Core application that I'm going to show you right here. Sorry. And yeah, it's basically when you create a .NET Core application, you can choose different templates. This is the template that is using React, but I'm not going to show you React because there has been plenty of React already in this event. But yeah, this is the unlimited power app because with .NET Core you have unlimited possibilities. And but in the end, this app is really simple. Actually, this application is based on Collins Vermandos, who works for KPMG. He has a public repository where he had set up some a similar application. I just extended a little bit to add the unit tests and also a details page. Like when you click on add new, this is displaying this contact details page. So what's the purpose of this demo is to basically show you how can you unit test a very simple scenario where you want to create a new contact that is stored in CDS, but you're creating it from a .NET application. And also to make sure that, for example, if I pick someone else's email address, like this one, if I try to create a new one, if I don't have a new contact with that email address, that it's going to complain because it already exists. Very simple scenario. This is something that I'm going to do now. So let me jump over and stop this application. This is something just to get a review that I had on the master branch. Let me check on which branch I'm on right now. Master, yeah. So let's switch to the dev branch. Sorry. Oh yeah. Let me actually, because I was making changes to this slide, and I have these slides as well in the same repo. Let me just push these changes first. And actually, I will save this one first and close it. Yeah, so the lock should go away now. Yeah, got changes. So then, about the GPG key I was telling you, when you have that GPG keys enabled, when you push some changes, like for example, updated some slides, if you set up that correctly in Visual Studio Code, when you commit, you will get this pop-up window, which is basically you need to sign in the commit with your private key and your passphrase, which is something you only know. So let me just Can you hear me? Sorry. I'm using two monitors and two screens, and for a while it went mad. Let me try that again. Has been committed with my private key, and when I'm pushing it, then you would see on the GitHub repo that basically it's now a verified commit. But okay, let's go back and then just close this one, and then now I'll change to the dev branch. Yeah, so I'm still in dev branch. So let's open up Visual Studio Code, and this branch has almost the same thing that the app I was showing you, but the difference is that the logic to save the contact details is pretty much blank. So I'm going to show you how to add the unit test for that one. But before going into the details of how to add those tests, let me go through kind of maybe the extensions that I'm using as well, and how this project is kind of organized. In the first place, it was a bit of an adventure, because when you're developing on Ubuntu, on Linux, you don't have the full Visual Studio Enterprise. It's only on Windows and Mac, as far as I know. But on the other hand, there's a bunch of extensions you can install in Visual Studio Code. So one extension that gives you kind of the look and feel of the Solution Explorer in the full Visual Studio Enterprise is this extension called actually Solution Explorer. So when you use that one, basically this is ideal if in the project structure you have other files that are not C#. Like for example, the default file view is showing me everything, git ignore, license, NuGet config, maybe even the slides. Maybe I want to see that when I'm just writing unit tests. So I install this extension that basically shows me just the C# projects and nothing else. There's also this, test explorer extension, which let me just run it right now to see if that's working. Or maybe I need to build this one first. Yeah. I think what's going on. Let me check something. Okay, interesting. Let me check something else. Let me check if the settings is set out to test project. Because building is building fine. And even if I run the test and this shouldn't have any test, if that doesn't work, I might just do master runs directly. So, sorry. Yeah, let's switch to the master for a while just to check. Okay, for some reason, I don't know, maybe I'll do a check after the demo. Okay, maybe I'll just use the master branch directly. So then going back to the structure of the project, basically, this is kind of based on the Collins sample on the GitHub. So the way you want to approach unit testing is that the code should only reference the organization interface. But since this is a .NET Core application, and we need to inject dependencies using kind of possibly the out-of-the-box dependency injection mechanisms, this is in the startup. There's this add service CSS service client. This is basically based on Collins GitHub repo again, which basically uses a transient design pattern. So if you go to the extensions, what this is doing is basically service collection extensions, as you can see, is creating a new instance of the CDS service client with the settings from the connection string. And the connection string is in the app settings. It looks like this. The connection string, again, because this would be using the application registered on Azure and your application user on CRM, this connection string, we need to use that kind of the client secret syntax. One of the things I want to show you as well is that in order to prevent pushing credentials into source code by accident, is always what we use. We add basically app settings.development.json, and so we add that to the git ignore, so it's not even pushed. But when you run that locally, it's still going to pull your credentials. Or if you want to use credential managers and things like that, you could try to use it. I didn't try with clean secrets yet. So yeah, so this is basically where it will pull the connection from. But basically, once was in the controller, so the contact controller is the one that I was showing you before. Is the one that has the get method to pull all the context from that CDS organization. And it has also other methods, which is kind of API based, to basically save the context back to the CDS organization, and as well as retrieve the details, because I was showing you there was kind of a view and edit. So this is where all the logic lives. But the point is, rather than using the CDS service client instance directly, we need to use the organization service. And that's because when you are mocking unit tests, you're mocking interfaces, you're not mocking implementations. But just so you know, basically you can reference the organization service. The organization service is passed across because this ASP.NET Core is using dependency injection, so it will be injected automatically into the controller constructor. But the point is basically you only need to use organization service. and you then create the instance from the application startup. So once we have this structure in place, I also like to break down the logic even more. So as you can see, when, for example, developing web applications, but this is a pattern applying across plugins as well, I tend to break down the logic into smaller chunks, into what is called commands, because command is an action you want to do against something. That means basically when you read as well the the methods in the controller is like 2 lines of code, and it's really easy to guess what it's doing, you know. So in that command class, what essentially is doing basically, you know, is saving the command, is saving the context from the details that we got from the client, and and those details basically, you know, are basically details we had in that details form. So what it's doing is basically searching if the contact exists based on that email address. If it doesn't exist, it creates the contact. Otherwise, it raises an error. And the way you would test this, then in that case, you only need to test that command, not even the controller. For the controller, maybe you want to do some kind of interaction testing, like making sure, for example, the controller was called with the controller was calling that command with the exact same parameters it got from the URL, but that's it. Most of the logic to test the business logic could live on those commands, which is a pattern I use quite often. So how do you organize the code with the new version? So I'm using basically this shared class, which is a base class to store basically the organization service and the fake context. And the fake context is the one that you get from that middleware that I was mentioning before. So this is a context that has all the pipeline, the configurable pipeline already implemented for you. But if you wanted to customize it, you could basically build that interface from scratch if you wanted to. But this basically fake XRM easy test base is handy because then all the unit tests kind of reuse the same variables, and this is used across the board and probably on every single unit test. If you're thinking of basically organizing your code on version 1, this is still applicable. Actually, if you could do that now, then if you want to migrate to, say, version 2, it would be a lot easier because then all the unit tests will only reference this base class, and so you have to initialize the context into the context for every single unit test or even for every single class. It's kind of done in one place. So it might be saving a lot of code as well, because this might seem it's only 2 lines of code, but if you had 1,000 unit tests, it's 2 by 2 by 1,000 2,000 lines of code easily. Okay, so then I'm going to run out of time, so I'll run the tests themselves. So this. I was just telling you before, this function is what I'm using to run the unit test. The good thing is that you get immediate visibility of what's going to be impacted by making changes. In Visual Studio Code, you can still debug the unit test if you wanted to. So I'm just hitting a breakpoint, and I can go through the steps, one by one, as you can see. But also because so I stopped that one. But really, I find this extension really useful because it kind of gives the text explorer, feeling from the full Visual Studio Enterprise into Visual Studio Code for .NET. What else? There's 15 minutes left. Do you have any questions so far? Like. Do you have any questions? Okay, cool. So, basically, so let me just try, removing this. And the way this was, let me just add this basically to simple unit test then on the master branch directly. And so these should succeed and create new contact. Basically, what it's doing essentially, given we don't have any contacts created, we got a request from the client, from the single page application, and we want to create a new contact in the database. And so in that case, what I'm doing is, let me just go, because in that case, there's no input, there's no kind of, so the way you test with this is that you don't have to use mocks at all. It's based on comparing data mostly. So since we are testing that should create a contact in the database, then we don't need any kind of previous context to check against. So in that case, it's basically just running the create command from the model that was received from the client side. And this is kind of a view model as well, and design pattern. And then when basically that command is executed, it should basically succeed. And we make sure that contact was created by just querying the contact against the fake context. And the fake context is basically what has, you can think of the fake context like a in-memory database. It has all the, you can put in all the entities you want. So essentially the idea is to be used as the in-memory database. So we are basically double checking the contact was created is not null, and it basically that equals the values that we receive from the client matches the ones that we have in the contact that was passed in. And so, and say now we want to test basically that the if the scenario where there was a pre-existing contact with an email address, we want to create duplicates. In that case, you call this method called initialize. The initialize is something to be used to kind of define the initial state of the database, the entities that you need that are basically relevant to test this scenario. So assuming there was a contact with this email address, when I execute the command to create that contact in the database, then I'm checking that basically it should return that it shouldn't succeed because that email was duplicate, is the exact same one as we had before, and also that still at the end that this command didn't alter the state of the database, so that we still have one single contact, the contact that we had at the beginning, and that's it really. This is how it works. The idea, if you want to. You have loads of examples. If you go to, for example, the project on GitHub, this one. This is still version 1, but if you go to the test.share folder, there's a bunch of examples you can find. Like for example. Let me show you. Yeah, this one's. If you want to actually see how some of the how if you want to see how the framework works in general, you can even look at the source code, and it has a bunch of tests basically. So I don't know. Basically, if there are any questions, just let me know. Maybe it's specific to the new features I'm introducing, like in version 2 or anything. So in the short time, no, but in the future, yes, it will work both. The issue, and that's a good question. So right now I'm supporting .NET Core only, but because the CDS service client doesn't target the .NET standard. If that was the case, then it would be fairly simple to support both. But because it doesn't target the .NET standard framework, that means this NuGet, if we want to support both the full .NET Framework and .NET Core, then those NuGet packages need to be basically a multi-target NuGet package, which is fine. I can do it. But my worry is basically when things start breaking because some of the namespaces are changed, etc. Maybe there will be some point in time that basically, because the idea was that also not just make it work for .NET Core, but and for the .NET Full framework, but also that I could bring those features back to version 1 in .NET in the full framework as well. So being able to rather than version 2, but using the full framework to be able to, if we wanted to use the XRM tooling for the time being, because the issue right now is that the CDS service client doesn't, it supports the full .NET framework, but it doesn't support server-side code yet. So, but yeah, that's something I'm having the radar. Yeah, that's a great question. So great question. So basically you can do two things. Let me search add relationship. So basically, if you use a many-to-many relationship, if you're using early bound types, entities, you can generate the intersect entity as an entity. Yeah. So in that case, when you do that, you can create the many-to-many relationship by just doing service.create of the intersect entity. It works fine. You don't need to do something special, and it's, I think, the most straightforward way to do it. But only if, in case you are using the specific methods of the service to do service.associate and service.disassociate, and those require basically to pass in a relationship. In that case, yeah, you need to fix the relationship, because we need to tell the framework that when you're doing an associate using this relationship name, that relationship name basically matches this intersect entity on the memory database. So it's only when you're using the associate or the disassociate, you need to do something like this. You need to call this add relationship. And this is basically telling the framework that whenever there is an associate or disassociate method being called, that it's going to use this intersect entity, and the kind of the lookups from that intersect entity to the related entities are going to be these fields, basically. And in that case, when you do associate, it should work straight away. But again, my recommendation is, if you can avoid using associate and disassociate, then that's much better, because you don't need to do this, So yeah, great question. So no, because I think that's a bit dangerous. We don't want to really be using early bound and late bound at the same time. That's my take. When I'm using early bound, I really want to run the business logic against something I was generating before, using, for example, CM Service Client, or Daryl Lavar's early bound generator. I really want to use only the early bound types, because when, for example, if I run a fetch XML query, then if the entity doesn't exist in the early bound types, it's going to give an error, which is something handy that you could find basically when you're developing, not just wait to be deployed and then find it afterwards if you are using late bound. But as far as I know, no, this shouldn't be possible. What could be possible, I think, I didn't check, we need to double check that, is if you had, say, if you had generated like 10 different entities, and you use a late bound entity that is using some of those 10 entities, I think that should still work. So, but only if the entities were generated before, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's also just one thing. There's also you can actually inject metadata as well, not just data. And when you inject metadata, then it's fine. You can use a late bound because then when it's checking types, it's not using the early bound, and it's checking against the metadata. So, but at least it's a bit more confident because you're checking against some known types beforehand. But it's just so yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah, because I didn't show you. So this was basically, apologies. So that was the unit test, but the actual implementation was doing something like this. So there was a link you query that was checking if the email address existed, and if it didn't exist, but it was creating the contact. Otherwise, it was generating that, returning that error message, basically. So what is making this fail is the actual implementation of the backend ASP.NET Core application. Yeah. So again, I was showing basically just what the updates for .NET Core, and .NET Core is client only, but in version 1, you can test plugins and code activities as well. That's something I didn't want to focus on for this session because it's something I did so many sessions before, but it's still possible. If there are actually different method overloads you can use. For example, you can use execute plugin with, and this, for example, a method overload, you can execute a plugin given it receives some target entity, but there are other method overloads that you can execute the plugin, and you can inject other properties from the execution context. If, for example, your plugin logic needs to do something with the properties of that plugin context, then this is the way to go. Otherwise, if the plugin only fires for the target, then you just run this execute plugin with target. And the same thing for code activities. So there is execute code activity. That pretty much does the same thing. It receives the dictionary, which are basically input properties, and you can do execute code activity. This is create task activity with these inputs, and then make sure that whatever is supposed to be happening, that is happening correctly. So yeah, you can test plugins, you can test code activities as well. That's no problem. If you want to have more, there are kind of more simple examples, maybe rather than just looking into the source code directly. If you go to this website, you would see that if you go to the Get Started section, there's documentation for version 1 for how to install it, how to write your first unit test the plugin, test the code activity, and the question actually about the many-to-many relationship is there already. Yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, it was the whole presentation about. So version 1 is only for the full .NET Framework so far, but basically the demo was about .NET Framework, as in fact I was running, version 2 is for .NET Framework, yes. But keep in mind, this is using the CA service client, NuGet package, which is still in alpha release, so it's not yet production ready. But yes. Yeah. Yeah, if you want, yeah, sure, definitely. Yeah, it was part of. Yeah. So, but essentially, the same concepts that basically you could do in a ASP.NET Core application are still applicable to Azure, which is basically the syntax of how to invoke that Azure function. But the way you unit test the logic in that Azure function wouldn't be much different. It's using the CD organization service interface. You set up the data you need to use for that, for testing that Azure function, etc. Same idea, but there, because the Azure function runs in .NET Core, you can use it for Azure functions as well. You're welcome. What? Well, yeah. As part of working on this version 2, I was kind of preparing a training course as well. That's kind of I had some of the contents was because I delivered some training courses on site before for version 1, but this will have basically the same as version 1 and version 2, compress all this knowledge of like 5 years, hopefully in a couple of hours, which is going to be a challenge. But yeah, I was starting recording it, and hopefully it will be available in a couple of weeks, 1 or 2 weeks maybe. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
As you can say, yeah, great. Thank you again. Yeah, sure. Just a moment. Share this one. Okay. Oh, thanks, Roger, on introduction. Okay, let's start. Let me see if it's showing. Perfect. So today's topic will be PCF tips and tricks. Some of you are maybe new to PCF development. This session would be for you, because some of the tips may be obvious to the veteran guys that started on day 1, but for the new ones, they're not maybe too obvious, and you will see what you can do with them. Okay, let's start with the who am I request, or as I was corrected, this must be who am I response, but it's fine. Okay, I'm a software developer based in Zagreb, Croatia. I'm fairly new Microsoft MVP, less than a year. I'm working in a consultancy called SPAN that is focused on Microsoft technologies, and I'm working in BizApp space for 5 years now. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. You can follow me on my blog, dynamicsninja.blog, or just drop a message on my Twitter handle, dynamicsninja, if you have any questions around PCF or development on Power Apps in general. Okay, let's go with a countdown. First thing first, so tooling. Everybody is familiar that you need some prerequisites for PCF development. So you need to have Node.js, NPM, and the editor of your choice. But my preference would definitely be Visual Studio Code, because it has everything you need to start your development. And the last thing, of course, is Power Apps CLI that will scaffold your project and help you test, debug stuff, and also publish it on your environment. But there are also good tools around in community that can help you to kickstart your PCF development process. So let's name a few. So first one is the PCF Builder. It is the earliest tool, so it was created first, that allows you to visually execute all the commands that are available in CLI. So for example, you want to create a new solution, just fill out the form, click create, and you're ready to go. There are all commands integrated in this tool. So if you want to test it, build it, deploy it, you name it, this tool have it. So if you're a visual type, and I know that most of the guys out there like UIs, graphical UIs, it's definitely a tool to look on and start your PCF development with. The second one is the PCF Builder, also as the first one, built by Danish. It's an extension for Visual Studio Code that will help you run all the commands by executing the predefined commands in Visual Studio Code. So you just open the command bar in Visual Studio Code, type PCF, and you will see all the commands available there, and you can just execute it by pressing enter, and boom, you have the dialog that will help you to initialize your solution or build. You can just press enter and build your component. And the last one I want to talk about is the tool created by myself. It's a PCF generator. I found that the out-of-the-box CLI for initializing the solutions is missing some things. Maybe people don't get everything as a template so they can start their development. For example, where to put CSSs, where to put images, how to use translation files, which packages do I need to start development with React and Fluent UI? How do I initialize the solution? I democratized all that process by creating this tool. You just type yo PCF and it will open the wizard for you. It will ask you some questions, as you can see: control namespace, which packages do you want, publisher prefix, name. And when you input all the data, it will create the complete solution for you with all the goodies: CSS templates, resx templates, solution pre-initialized, and you can just build it and push it to your environment, and you have already working control by your own. Okay, that's all about the tools. Let's go to the next one. The next one is make your controls intuitive. Why is that important? If you just go with a pack init and leave everything as it is, you will end with something like this. So it's called fancy control with no spaces. If you see, there is a description down there that is just saying description, nothing handy to get from it. Also, the fields, the default name is property display key and the property description key. That's not a way we want to make our controls. We want to make it more intuitive. And what do we need to do? The first thing that users ask themselves, how do I use this? Because if I didn't make a description for the field, maybe it's not intuitive in that way. When I first, on the first time when I see it, maybe I don't know what to input there. It's simple string field, but what should I input in it? So spend your time on manifest file. Make your control and property nodes look prettier, as I suppose. Make all the description fields important. So describe what your control does, what the field does, because users will be very thankful, especially end users, citizen developers that will use your control. That's so important. Complex controls, if you have, for example, JSON configuration line, so you have a property that you will input some JSON in it, you can't describe this into the description field because it will be so large, people will not be able to read it inside the configuration. Make a documentation. Most of the controls are open source on GitHub. Just pop up a README file and make a documentation for your control so people can know how to use it. I had a struggle with more than few controls where there were JSON inputs, but what do I type in that JSON? What do I need to input in the JSON property? I don't know, maybe it's an enum, maybe it's a number. Tell us what you want to put us in. And less characters, but more info. That's the key thing. You don't need to make that description too large. Just point us to the key things that you want us to know about your field, control, whatever. Just make it easy for us when we are configuring it. Okay? And at the end, it will look like this. So spacing in the naming, in the description, control then makes this text red. It's enough if it's basic control. For the properties, okay, we will have a text value here, and what is this text value? It's a value of our text field that we are bound to. It's pretty easy, but I've seen a lot of controls, they don't have the right descriptions. Some of them even have the original default values set by the CLI. That's not how you do it. So please use the text inputs. Okay, so let's go on a third one. Preview image. People are visual types. We get attention by pictures. So when I browse through the controls available on my environment, I will maybe know exact name that I want of the control, but if I don't know the name, I will search through the list and look for the pictures, because the first thing I will see will be the picture. If I scroll through and go with arrows up and down, I will see the picture. Make that picture describe your control too. For maybe you could use GIF. If you use GIF, you can make a better UX experience, because people will see what your control is doing in action. Just few frames, never mind. Just use the picture and show the user what your control is like on that picture, or maybe a GIF. So at the left side, it's a default icon. When you have that icon, please use some preview icons. Like on the right, it's saying preview icon. Of course, it's bad to use this kind of icon, but make yourself an icon, a screenshot or something, and put it here. It will be much better for the end users. So as I said, people are visual types, but you need to take care of dimensions. That picture, as you can see on the right, has the dimensions. I tried to put 100 by 100 picture inside, and you can see that 100 by 100 is a square picture, but it is stretched to the max dimension that the configurator is using. So those dimensions are 117 by 130 pixels, and that's the ratio that you need to use when you're thinking about your preview images. Otherwise, if you don't use it, it will be stretched in both directions, both height and width. So it will be modified and it will not look pretty when the user sees. So take care of the ratio. The ratio is the most important. So 70 by 30 ratio is the key part here. How can we use that preview image? It's nice and easy. It's not included in the template given by Microsoft. In control node, you just need to add a preview image, set the name of your image, so actually the path to your image that you want to show in the control. You don't need to do anything else, just add this attribute to the control node and you're ready to go. You don't need to add it in a resource node, just like you do for the images you will use in your code. No, just make it visible there in the control node and you're fine to go. So people are visual types, use preview images. I didn't, maybe 90% of the images out there are not set. They're default. So please, people, use that preview images. Also a tip here, if you're using preview images with Canvas apps controls, it will break your control in import. So if you import the control in Canvas, it will eventually break. I know that the fix is in the release train. It will be available soon. Maybe it's available now. I didn't try it on Canvas today, but that will be fixed soon. So use preview images. Fourth tip is localization. I'm not a person that I want to use my apps on my local language. So I don't use apps in Croatian, but I'm assured that there are many people in the world that they're using controls and applications in general in their own language. So why should we limit our controls only to English or only to one language? Make it multi-language. And how can we do that? There is a resx file that is basically an XML that defines all the values for your all the values of the strings that you will use in your control translated to some language. But resx file is not enough by its own. You must know the language code ID. So it's shown LCID. That's the unique code for every language in the world. If you know that code, you will instruct your control which language to load, which language strings do you want to load to your control. But how do I know which language code is for each language? There are dozens of resources where you can find the LCID code for the language, but the best thing I suggest is I made a sub-generator in my Yeoman generator that will just allow you to say yo PCF RSX and it will show the list of the languages you want. You just pick one language, hit enter, and the RSX file will be created for you. That way you don't need to remember all those codes that you use in your normal work. Okay, so think about users. Users maybe don't know the English. Maybe they're from some country that English is not well spoken. So make opportunity for people to contribute to your control by just adding the translations. They don't need to add a code. They just need to translate some strings and upload it to your GitHub, and control will now have another dimension for those peoples. If you open the RSX, it's shown on the right. It looks pretty scary at the first time when you see it, but it's XML file at the end. So if you're familiar with XML, it's easy to use because only the parts at the bottom are used to translate the strings. There are two levels where you can use your translations. One is configuration. So all the things you input in the manifest will be shown in that language in the configuration. The other level is control UI. All the strings that you want to use on the runtime, you put in your code, you just pick a string with that key and it will be shown in the language of the current language where you load your control. As I said, you need to know language code, LACID, for every language, or use Yeoman generator to generate the right RSX file for you. So think ahead, don't make controls without RSX files, because maybe sometime in future you will need to add a translation and you will need to refactor all the things in your control. So think ahead, make your life easier in the future. And now I will just stop the presentation and open Visual Studio Code to show you the things I was talking of. Okay, first, the tooling. Okay, I'm using Visual Studio Code, but you can use any editor out there. I like Visual Studio Code because I have everything here. How to use, I was talking about the niche tool, PCF Builder. Sorry. Now I forgot. Yeah, I'm total lockdown. I forgot how to pop up. Okay, here you go. If you hit Control-Shift-P, you'll get that command window where you can execute the commands. For example, if you type PCF, you have all the PCF related commands here with a Visual Studio extension made by Danish. For example, you want to initialize component, just press enter and you will have, you see, a dialog that will guide you through the process, how to initialize your control. That's one way how you can initialize your control. The other thing you can do is open your XRM toolbox, search again for PCF Builder, and you have the interface here. As I talked, if you're a visual type, you can input all the details here, run the commands just by clicking it here, initialize your solution, and anything you want to do with CLI, you can do just by clicking some of the options here in the tooling. And it's really cool for everyone that are starting. I think if you don't know what to do, you can just click around and play with it. Okay. And the third tool was Yeoman generator that was made by myself. So you open the command line, type yo PCF, and that Yeoman guy will pop up and ask you some questions. Okay, for example, here is control namespace. The default value is in the braces. So if I click enter, it will just go through with default values. If you click OK, I want field, I want to use React plus Fluent UI. Okay, it's publisher prefix, publisher name. Boom, and now the generator will start doing stuff in the background. It will create, initialize the project, create the dependencies. Okay, I need to overwrite the package JSON. Yes, overwrite everything. And when it's done, it will start npm install and ms build for you. But if we open the folder, we can see that most of the things you get with pack init command in command line. But here you see, for example, it initialized solutions for a folder for you. You don't need to know how to initialize that solution. It will update all the values, of course, for you. It will make the basic structure. So you have a CSS. It will include a sample CSS that will guide you how do you need to make your CSSs. So prefix all the CSS classes as your namespace plus control name, to make it work, to don't conflict with others. It will include some preview image that will be used in your manifest. I was talking that the initial back command doesn't add preview image. It will add preview image for you. You just need to replace the preview image in this folder to make it work. It also initializes the string for RSX file for English, and you can just jump into development and code your component. You don't need to know what do I need to start development. It's already there for you. Okay, so let's jump into Visual Studio Code to show some other things. Okay, so the first thing is control manifest. If we open the control manifest, I was talking about the display name key, so the naming. Please type something here to get attention of your user. Why I'm not using the actual strings here, because it's using that RSX files here. So include this English RSX file is included for you with Yeoman generator. And if we go to that RSX, so it's located in strings, this is for English, this one is for creation. Okay, if we open up English version, we just scroll to the button and we'll see the keys here. So control name key, this is control name key. If we open that control and in an English environment, we will see the text, fancy text control. Also for description and for both of the properties. And at the bottom, it's a placeholder text. So we have some text input in our control, and we want to make that value also dynamically generated for us depending on the language. So we are now trying to fetch string for the language that we are using. So we want to fetch text input string for the English language on the runtime. So when we executed the control, this placeholder text will be fetched dynamically from our RSX file, and now we can set that placeholder to our input and use it as it is there. Okay, so I covered just a quick reminder. Okay, tools, preview images, localization. Okay, okay, that's background noise, I suppose. Okay, that's how you set your localization. Let's go to the next one. So React and Office Fabric. Okay, so most of the controls today are made with React and Office Fabric. Why is that so? Because Microsoft is making their controls with React and Office Fabric, and that's the right way to do it. I will talk that when should you not use them later on, but the general thing is don't reinvent the wheel, use those things. The Office Fabric is now transitioning to Fluent UI, and more controls are natively imported into Power Apps and Dynamics. With Fluent UI, you don't need to make any CSS adjustments. You just use them, and you will have the same look and feel like they're the same as other components in the app. Okay, so why would you use React? The main feature is virtual DOM. When you are making things with JavaScript and generating your DOM, you always generate the DOM completely your DOM. You don't just manipulate DOM part by part. Only the things that are changed must be changed. That's what React does for you. The term is virtual DOM, and it's a really good thing because rendering is a heavy operation. If you are rendering just the part of the DOM, it's a lot quicker. The future React and PCF will be virtual controls. In the other words, it will allow you to include your controls directly into virtual DOM of the Power Apps application. At the moment, when you pack your control, you always pack the whole React, the whole Office Fabric in your control, and you load it on your form. If you have two controls, you load twice much of that. So at the moment, it's bad, but it will become much better in future. Learning React is a win-win situation because all the front-end stuff now in Power Apps is done in React, and if you learn React, you will just quickly hop on the next wagon, the next big thing on Microsoft, if you know React already, because it's their go-to front-end stuff. Get the Power Apps look and feel. That's why you would need to use Office Fabric, because you can see on the right, those controls are familiar with you because you see it every day in your applications and Power Apps. So if you don't need to reinvent the wheel, you just use the pre-built control, for example, calendar. It has the Office Fabric UI. It has a calendar that exposes lots of features out there, for example, minimum, maximum date, or what do I do when I click on date, when I open the calendar. All those events are exposed to you, and you just need to add the logic to it to work it properly. And as I said before, the UI on Power Apps is transitioning completely to Fluent UI. At the moment, you need to make CSS adjustments on your controls, but in future, I feel that you will just pop in control and it will have the exact styling as any other control in Power Apps. Okay, this was the fifth one. And sixth one is third-party libraries. If we talk about third-party libraries, React and Office Fabric are third-party, but they're acquired by Microsoft, so I made a exclusive tip to those. But what I had a problem when I started developing PCFs, I was not that familiar with the modern front-end development. And I was coding everything by myself. I was doing npm install only when I need to initialize my component, pull all the dependencies, and that was my npm work. I never pulled any other third-party libraries, and that's really bad because there are a lot of third-party libraries that are doing useful stuff out there. But since I was not familiar that much with Node, I didn't know that. I'm familiar with NuGet when I'm doing .NET development. I use a lot of NuGet packages, which are more or less the same thing. They are packages for backend development, and here in frontend you have npm, and you should definitely use npm and all the modules that are there on the npm. npm must be your friend when you're developing your controls. You need to implement some crazy feature. Look at the npm. There is already, I'm 100% sure, already npm module that does just this right thing for you. But think about overloading. If you're loading a lot of npm modules inside your project, you must think that they will be bundled with your control. And the more and more you do it, it will become bigger, less performant and stuff. So think about overloading. And please, when you don't need, so you're testing some npm modules, you install it and forget to uninstall it. Please uninstall it on the project level, and you will thank yourself later because you will not have performance problems in future, and the size of your project can be really huge if you include all sorts of npm modules inside. Use it wisely because anybody can push anything on the npm. It's almost auto approved. I said it's like Kinder Surprise for you. You never know what you will get. Like when you do npm install on the initialized project for PCF, it will just bombard you with all kinds of npm modules that will be brought in to your project. But you must need what you've imported to your project to make it work better. Okay, that was on third-party libraries. Let's go on framework APIs. Framework exposes a lot of APIs. So if something is not working out of the box, probably you have some APIs for it. It's exposed by framework. Just you type context dot and you have all sorts of out of the box exposed functions by framework that you can use. For example, we have the most obvious one maybe, but also people don't use it that much. Imagine you have a single line of text control that you want to be disabled if the field is disabled on the form. It's not handled by itself. You need to instruct the control to do it. There is one property called mode, and if you go mode dot is control disabled, it will result in true or false, depending on in which state your control is. The same goes with field level security. If you want to obscure the input to your user, you need to fulfill that field level security thing. So you go to parameters, your property, for example, text value, here value, go to security and property readable. It will also be true or false, and if it's true, it will be available to user. If false, you need to obscure the input to your user. A trick for complex controls, if you have a big control, so massive control that does some crazy logic, has tons of elements, how to block the user to input in that. Okay, you can use is control disabled, of course, but you can't put those in any kind of element. For example, on text field on date picker, you can, but when you have like crazy drag and drops or something, you need to disable that. And how can you do that? You just put an overlay, big overlay over your control that will block the clicks on the control beneath it. And I saw it on few controls and it's doing really great stuff. People don't maybe get it on first, but when somebody talks about it, you will get, yeah, that's a good idea. I will use it. At the end, explore the framework APIs. There are lots of things that you get from the framework itself. For example, you can get formats that your user is using, for example, date format. You can easily get date format for your user that you can then inject in your date picker control to show the right format of the date. So there are lots of APIs, look for them. And now the interesting part that I saw yesterday that a lot of people are asking is debugging. How can you debug the PCF controls? You can debug it via harness that's presented by Microsoft, but it has some problems. When you push it to org, it takes time. When you try to implement asynchronous calls, it will look like gibberish in your bundle.js file. If you want to call web APIs, you will get only some crazy mocks that are not usable. So if you need to focus on the data, you need to actually deploy it on environment and test it there with real data returned by the system. Okay. And how to do that? There is definitely a better way to do it because all these limitations, you can debug everything in the harness. Complex controls were 100% sure impossible to debug in harness. Something will break. You need to do something better to test them. And the time-consuming imports are the big issue here, because if you want to debug it on the environment, you need to import and re-import. And every time you make changes, you need to re-import your control to the environment. That's time-consuming. Don't do that. What's the key thing here? Use Fiddler. Telerik Fiddler allows us to use autoresponder feature, which is basically you instruct the browser to take your local file instead of your file deployed to the instance. It's maybe a hard start to start, but it's a huge productivity boost. You don't need to make mocks and crazy stuff around it. You just configure the Fiddler, build your tool, and you will have the right version, the new version, in your browser just by making a quick refresh, and you're good to go. The other thing is using source maps. If you have a React control that has multiple classes all around, it's maybe hard to debug just only bundle.js that's provided to you when you import a solution. You maybe want to debug through the original files and jump between the files. It's better to view something in a small chunk of code that you exported to the class, and that's why you use source map in combination with Fiddler to get this thing working. Okay, I will now jump to the demo part to show you how you can debug those in Fiddler. First thing you need to do is go to node modules in your project. All the way down, you're gonna find PCF. Oh, I'm blind. PCF scripts. Okay, so PCF scripts, and then you go to webpack config. Okay, inside you will see some configuration, but the key point here is DevTool. You need to instruct your webpack to pack control that way that you will use source maps that will instruct how to map that bundle.js to the original files. So that's the first thing you need to do in order to use the source maps. The second thing here is you go to tsconfig and add this line, source map equals true. This line tells the compiler when it creates bundle.js from TypeScript that you want to include the source map, that the source maps will be generated also. And how does it look like? When you build a control, so let's say I hit npm run build, and I will go to out folder and see what do I have here. So I have bundle.js file, which has all the bundle code. But if you build it in the release, you will have minified code. So one-liner here that is unreadable. Looks like gibberish to me. Okay. But there is also bundle.js map file that will do the trick for you, that will know how to map the now we need to instruct the Fiddler how to include this. The important thing to mention, when you deploy your control, by default, bundle.js is not going to your environment because it's containing the original code. It's maybe double the size. So what do we need to do here? Deploy our control. Fine. We have our control on the environment. And now we need to open Fiddler and see the configuration there. So I thought I have Fiddler open, but no. Maybe it will take some time to open. I hope we'll have it soon. It's opening on another screen. I will bring it when it's opened. Okay, here we go. So first thing, make sure you are capturing the traffic. When you're capturing the traffic, the autoresponder will kick in. You need to add a rule. Just add a rule, add a new rule. This is the main part that you need to do. So your file will be named bundle.js.map, and all you need to do is point your fiddler to the export of your control. So out folder, as I showed here, has a bundle.js. Point the fiddler to that file. Okay, now here is the file. And if everything is working, you can open your browser to test it. I open the fiddler now. The first thing you need to do to make sure that it will work is to clear the cache, because in most cases, if you don't clear the cache, fiddler will not fetch the latest version, and you will not see the magic behind it. Okay, so open the terminal and right-click, empty, and cache and refresh. Okay, I will just bring the console up there just to see it on the same screen. Okay. Oh, that refresh is like yesterday, going crazy slow. But let's go to sources to see what do we have on our environment. Okay, the refresh is kicking in. If we see the refresh going on, come on, you can do it. We'll see all the resources on our left, but it's so freaking slow. I don't know, maybe because the team recordings is on. Awkward silence while we wait. Okay, now we start seeing something here, but not fast enough. I hope I'll finish in time because of this. But I really wanted to show, because that's a huge productivity boost. If you use it that way, you don't need to use sitemaps with autoresponder. You can just make your bundle.js file. If you build in debug configuration, you just put the bundle.js file on your rules in autoresponder, and you can be able to debug your local file on the application. You don't need to use source maps, but if you have a complex application, it's better to use with source maps, so you can see all your original files. Okay, if we go to web resources, or here's our control, fancy text control as I named it, you see the bundle.js. If I open the bundle.js, I will see the minified version of the file that I cannot debug. So I need to, okay, let's close this so you didn't see it before. And click Control P and search for our index.ts, index.ts. And you will see some PCF tools, something with some GUID. Click on that. And you'll see that you have your TS file inside the debugger, but how is that possible? If you click on the reveal in sidebar, you will see that on the bottom there is some node that is a source map presented for you in a tree view. So in source map, it's defined that you have two TS files. So if I click on the text box helper, I will see the exact TS file that I have in my Visual Studio. And for example, now I want to make a breakpoint here, and that text box helper is called here. So if I refresh the thing, and I'm afraid to press a refresh now because it was loading. So long last time. But when you refresh the page and the command is executed, you will hit the breakpoint in the original file. And imagine how easy it is to debug the TS file instead of bundle.js, which can be minified, which can be uglified, or so all sorts of things. So you're on a production, you have a bug that is data related, and you want to debug it there. Just go inject the bundle.js map to your production control by Fiddler and debug it on production, and you will find the bug quite easily because you will go step by step through your files that you are familiar with. And that's a really cool thing that most of the people are not using, but I think after this one, you will start using it because it's so much easier. And you can do anything in Harness regarding web APIs and stuff. You should definitely inject the code to your environment and debug it there. This is taking ages, and I have 10 more minutes. Let's wait a second or two because I see that the key parts are loading. When we, okay, come on, placeholder text. Okay, we hit the breakpoint. It will open us the TS file. It's frozen. Index. It's called textbooks helper. Oh, here it is. So we hit a breakpoint. It's a bit slow today, but you see that we have a breakpoint here. We can go inspect the variables. Okay, here is our input. Here is our string that was passed to that function. Oh, sorry. Okay, here's the string, and that way you can debug your control. Really cool and handy thing. I hope you will use it in future. Let's jump back to the presentation to wrap it up with a few last tips. Sorry. Oh, and now my screen is frozen. Okay. I can. It's so delayed. I don't know what to press. Okay, performance. If we want to talk about performance, the most important thing here is use production build. If you're building your solution, packing your solution, please use MS build configuration release because it will minify the code. It will make it a lot smaller. And if you have a lot of components on your form loading, it will be a huge performance boost on your form. And now we can talk about two types of controls. Let's say microcontrols. That are controls that are used on multiple fields on the form or just multiple grids or something. So multiple controls on the grids. They have simple logic used multiple times. But should we use frameworks there? Because as I said before, you're packing the whole React, the whole Fluent UI on every single control. And imagine if you have 10 controls loading the whole React and Office Fabric on your form. It is a total disaster. It's disastrous. So consider if your control should be used multiple times on the form. If not, it's okay to include frameworks, but if it will be used, then maybe using framework is not the best case. But if you make huge controls that are binded to multiple fields, that are maybe a single control for the whole page, then you should definitely use frameworks because only one React or any kind of framework will be loaded on your form, and that's the way of how you do it. But in the future, when we get virtual controls, we'll inject our controls in virtual DOM. We'll not have that issue anymore. Until then, make a choice if your control will be microcontrol with simple logic or a huge control and act accordingly. Of course, you can use frameworks if you want, but think about performance at the end. And the last one is don't hack. It's a popular thing in the community. Should we do or should we not do unsupported things? I would say try at least to not use it, because unsupported is bad. Microsoft didn't expose some things because they don't think that it's suitable enough for production. Maybe sometimes it will break something, and they didn't expose the things by the framework. You can use it, for example, if you are using Web API, you don't see execute command there. You can just cast your object to any and use the execute method. Scott yesterday said that he's using it on a daily basis and it's working, but it's not exposed by Microsoft. If you can avoid doing some of those, but if you can't, just use them. I saw that some people are using XRM page. You should not use XRM page because all the things you want to pass to the control must be passed through the parameters from the defined in manifest. So if you need multiple fields but bind only to one, don't do that by just binding to one and got all the other fields by XRM page. I saw it on few places. That's not the way to do it. If you want, if you can get that some kind of values from your parameters or control or framework itself, use Web API. If you need to fetch any configuration entity in the system, use Web API to fetch that data. Explore the framework docs. I saw that most of the people are not familiar with all the functions exposed by framework. Go through the docs and see maybe there is a function that is returning just the right value for you and you are hacking the way to get it at a moment. Just go through the docs. Maybe there is something that can help you. Most of the things will eventually be available in the future. Post those stuff in idea section in the community. PCF team is looking on them. They prioritize requests by the community. Most of the features that are top voted on the community were released in one of the releases. And at the end, it will all pay off in future because eventually they will release the feature. They will completely change the metadata beneath it, and you will need to refactor all the code just to fix that. And imagine if you have a lot of controls that you're hacking around, how big is that code base that you will need to fix? So my advice is don't hack if you don't need to, but if you need to, make it as small chunk as possible. Only for those things that you cannot achieve with the PCF, or in that case, use web resources and do whatever you want. Okay, with that being said, I will end my session. Thank everyone for coming. Don't forget to fill out the survey, and we can start with questions if there are any in the chat. I'm not using by myself any tools. I tried some online versions, POC editor, I think it's called, that is free to 1,000 strings or something like that. But basically all the things you do is just edit the bottom part and add the nodes at the bottom. And yeah, I know it will be much easier via some graphical tool, but I'm not using any tools. I tried some, but I was not happy. It was like just an overhead when I need to input the string. I usually don't have that many strings that I need to do it in a graphical way.
Hey Raz, yep, I'm here. Can you hear me okay? And yeah, yeah, same here. Yes, I'm doing that right now. Okay, give me a minute. I'm from Washington, D.C. area in United States. Okay, share. Okay, screen 2. All right, let me know if you can see my screen. I have started sharing. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Raj and Danish and rest of the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak at this wonderful event. So the title of my talk is PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate. A little bit about who am I. My name is Prashant G. Boyer. I was born and raised in India. I came to United States back in 2007 for studies. I'm a University of Maryland College Park alumni. I co-authored a book called PowerShell for Office 65. I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington, D.C. area, and we organize a lot of community events. Some of the events are focused on AI and machine learning. Then there are events on Office 65 and also a SQL. So with that, we are organizing a couple of free virtual events. And sorry for the shameless plug. I just wanted to have the links out there. So if you are interested in this topic, you can join us, especially for Azure Data Fest on July 2nd. And there will be a Global AI Fest on July 31st. If you are interested in speaking, this call for speaker is also open. And if you don't find the link, just hit me up. But most of the stuff organized a couple of SharePoint Saturdays in the Washington, D.C. area. It's called SharePoint Saturday Baltimore and SharePoint Saturday DC. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal. This medal I got for working in one of the US government station in Antarctica back in 2008. And I've been getting a Microsoft MVP award since 2017. Those of you who are not familiar with this award, so I don't work for Microsoft. It's just additional recognition Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contribution in various Microsoft technologies. And those contributions can be in the form of speaking engagements, writing blogs, answering questions on the forums. So for first couple of years, I was MVP in SharePoint, or specifically, or Office 65, and specifically in SharePoint. And since last year, I changed my category for in AI. And this award is valid for 12 months. After every 12 months, you have to submit your contribution. And based on the contribution, then Microsoft decides whether to award it for you for the next year or not. So right now I work as a solution architect with a company called Witham Digital. We used to call Porto Solutions before, and we got acquired by Witham 3 years before. And right now I focus on intelligent business process automation, where I use a combination of Microsoft products like Office 65, SharePoint, Power Automate, Power Apps, Logic Apps, and also some of the other Azure workloads like Azure Functions, API apps, and of course, Microsoft AI Stack. And as I mentioned, I'm from Washington, DC metropolitan area, and right now my office is located in Bethesda, Maryland. So this is a quick flyer about our company. We have 3 Microsoft MVPs on the staff. We have done 100 plus Microsoft Cloud deployments, and we have 50 plus consultants. And we have been in Microsoft business from last 17 years, and we are actively looking for people. So if you are looking for a change, just contact me, and if there is an opening matching your profile, I will connect you with the hiring manager. As I mentioned, these are the links you can take the screenshot of. So if you are interested in joining us for a global PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate, why we should use it. I know this is a developer focused conference, but even if you are a dev, why you should be aware of some of the commandlets that are available to edit, create, and manage Power Apps and Power Automate. If you're convinced that yes, you need to use it, then how you can get started, what are some of the prerequisites for it. Then we will have demos, best practices, key takeaways, and Q&A. Even though I mentioned Q&A towards the end, feel free to ask your questions at any time because your questions will not only help me, but other folks in the audience as well. So when it comes to managing Power Apps and Power Automate, we have 2 options available. One is the UI, like you can manage Power Apps or Power Automate using if you are an administrator, then using Admin Center. If you are a developer, then using the regular option that we get. And of course, we can also use PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate. And in this session, we'll be focusing mostly on PowerShell. So when it comes to the Admin Center, there are multiple ways you can navigate to. If you are using browser UI, then the links that you have to follow, especially if you are interested in seeing the admin center of Power Automate, then you have to go to admin.flow.microsoft.com. Or if you just log in the regular Flow URL, then on the top left, top right corner, you will see settings, and there you will see Admin Center. Now, that button, that particular option will be visible only if you have admin access. If you are a regular developer, chances are that option will not be available. It helps to manage like the data policies, the environments, the user licenses, the quotas, and all the flows within the organization. The same case is with the Power Apps Admin Center. So this is the URL you can use to directly navigate to that. Or you can go to make.powerapps.com and then go to settings and then go to Admin Center. Again, here, both these links will work. These options work provided you have admin access to that particular tenant. And again, just like Power Automate, the Power Apps Admin Center help us to manage data policies, environments, user licenses, quotas, and all the flow within the organization. So before I start with what is PowerShell for Power Automate, let me start this session with a story. And then because the reason I want to tell you that story is just to mention the emphasis that PowerShell brings on the table, even if you are just a developer. Okay, I want to see. Okay, so we got a new client 9 months before, and that client had a really good implementation of Power Apps and Power Automate. But the people who were managing that, they left one by one. So one of the architect left in, let's say, in May, then follow up another engineer left in June, and the client didn't have any clue what's going on, and they needed help to manage their customization and automation. And then we came in, and the client didn't have any clue how many Power Apps they have, how many Power Automate they have, what are these doing. So the first the first thing that we had to do is basically take control of all the Power Apps and Power Automate they have in their tenant. Of course, you can do that using global admin center, but it takes a lot of time. So what we end up doing is we took the help of PowerShell, where we wrote some PowerShell script, which I'll be showing you in a demo later on, where it will go through each and every flow and Power App that you have in your particular tenant, and it will add a owner as Office 365 group as owner. So that way, no matter what that Power App or a Power Automate is doing, whether it's for your personal use or whether it's for any production use, it's basically will be listed under a set of users who are part of that Office 365 group. If there was no PowerShell support, we would have looked at like a manual labor, and chances with manual labor, sometimes you do some mistakes where you may leave out some of the important Power Apps and Power Automate and not give the control. Because if you remember, if you look at the Power Apps or Power Automate UI, that UI is good as long as you have 20 to 30 flows or Power Apps to manage. The more you have, that UI is not that supportive because you don't have a direct search there. You have to navigate through it, and it's just a time-consuming operation. Whereas with PowerShell, let's say you have hundreds and hundreds of Power Automate or hundreds of flows or hundreds of Power Apps deployed in your tenant, you can quickly find the one you need, and you can quickly do the changes in that. And another advantage of using PowerShell is, right now we have two different UIs to manage Power Apps and Power Automate. With PowerShell, you will just be working in a single PowerShell window where you will be executing commandlets to manage both Power Apps and Power Automate. So what are some of the advantage of using, what is PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate? It's basically a management tool that complements the admin center. And we can use PowerShell to automation to quickly manage Power Apps, Power Automate. And why we should use it? Because using the PowerShell, it can reveal some additional information that you cannot see with the admin center. Now here, the reason for that is, when it comes to the admin center, Microsoft does not have tons of resources at disposal to, to give you the option to do each and everything that you can do with Power Apps and Power Automate. And same is the true with Azure as well as Microsoft 365, where the admin center will give you most common 80 to 90% of the things that you will admin will be normally doing, but there will always be that remaining 10%. For that, you have to use PowerShell. The same is the story with the PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate. There are some features that you can only configure using PowerShell. It's great performing bulk operation. Let's say you have to quickly change the data the connections. Let's say with data connection of, let's say, 30 Power Apps or 30 Power Automate, you can easily do that and quickly do that using PowerShell. It also great at filtering data. If you are looking for a specific Power App or a specific Microsoft flow, you can do that. You have any kind of government policies that you want to enforce, where you shouldn't be having any kind of personal flows at all in your tenant. Anything that you create has to be shared with, let's say, an admin group or something like that. You can easily do that using PowerShell, where you have a PowerShell which runs on a schedule. And all it does is it scans through all the Power Apps and Power Automate that you have in your tenant, and it adds a specific Office 365 group or a specific service account as admin or as owner, so that at least your Power App or flow is shared with at least one person in the organization. Where if you leave, then your Power Apps or Power Automate won't remain in silos. It makes the printing and saving the data. You can export whatever the reports you get from PowerShell into a CSV. And another key feature is you don't need to have access to the premium plans. Like, this is a big. When the commandlets got first launched, there was, for certain scenarios, there was a limitation that you need to have access to premium plans, and this is really helpful, especially if you are getting license for Power Apps and Power Automate through Office 65 or through Microsoft 365 license, because a lot of time the premium features are not automatically covered. If you're getting license for Power Apps and Power Automate through Dynamics, then often the premium features are already covered. But if you're coming from another world where you're getting the access to Power Apps and Power Automate through Office 365 license or Microsoft 365 license, then the premium features are not available. You have to pay extra money for that. So using PowerShell, you can do a lot of things and for that you don't need access to the premium plans. And to me, like whenever I had to convince anyone with using regular UI to manage something versus the PowerShell. So when it comes to the UI, think of it as using, like, if you had to go from destination A to B, then using UI is like using public transportation, where you have to, depending on the route availability and the options, you may have to, let's say if to go from place A to place B, if it takes like 20 minutes by car, and if you are using public transportation, depending on the geographical location, sometimes it may take you 1 hour or 2 hours. That's certainly true in Washington, DC metropolitan area, where if I had to use metro here, then I may be spending a lot more time than if I just use my own car. So using PowerShell is like driving your own car, where you have many options and you're not limited with the constraints that a UI provides. So how to use? So since both Power Apps and Power Automate are software as a service, that means we don't control the infrastructure where both these services are hosted. We don't have direct access to the servers where these services are hosted. So we need to install a remote management tool, and we need to install those tools on a machine which we will be using to run PowerShell. So there are two separate modules, and that's a good thing about it, because let's say so far all I describe is okay, it's good, as a complementary for admin center. But what if you are not admin? You are just a developer or architect where you don't have admin access, but you are still in charge of developing the Power Apps and Flow. For that, there are two separate modules we have. One is called the Maker module, where this is the model that you had to install, and it's for the makers. That means for the developers, and its name is Microsoft.PowerApps.PowerShell. And if you see the name, so Microsoft has combined the Power Apps and Power Automate or Flow modules into all commandlets into the same module. And if you are an administrator, then this is the additional module that you have to install. And the commandlets that are available are different in those both modules. And another thing I want to highlight is right now both the modules are in preview. That means Microsoft has all the rights to update these commandlets. Now, one thing, since it's a remote management, one thing that is good, even though it's in preview, is let's say I install this model today and I develop my PowerShell script based on that, and they are running fine. And tomorrow, after 1 month, let's say Microsoft release a new module. Unless you update the module, the old PowerShell script that you have created will still work. And if there are no changes that will break your previous script, you're fine. But let's say if there are changes, you still have option of testing those PowerShell commandlets on a new machine or server, where you install the updates for the module, test it there, do the fixes, and then do the changes, subsequent changes in your production. So there is a good story available, but only thing you have to keep in mind is Microsoft reserves the full right to change some of the commandlets because they are in preview. So what are some of the prerequisites for this one? So for the PowerShell Power Apps commandlet for app creators, you need to have a valid Power Apps or Power Automate license. So as long as you have that, you can execute these commandlets, which are made for creators. And the access to the Power Apps and Power Automate are limited to the one that you have created or that has been shared with you. So with the creator module, you cannot see other users Power Automate or Power Apps. As long if they are not shared with you, then you will not see that. When it comes to the Power Apps commandlets for administrator, if you have any of these following 3 roles, you can use this commandlets of one is the global admin. If you are a global admin in your Microsoft 365 or Office 365 tenant, if you are a Azure Active Directory global admin, if you have a Dynamics 365 service administrator, if your account has any of the 3 roles, you can use the commandlets which are for administrators. Another thing that you have to remember is if you are using administrative commandlets, then the account that you will be using to execute those commandlets, you need to access the web version of the admin center at least once. The reason for that is when you log in once, then Microsoft does store some things in the backend which allows you to access the commandlets. Without logging for the first time, if you directly try to try to execute the commandlets, you will get sign-in error. So with that, I want to pause here and see if there are any questions in the chat window, or if anyone have a question, they can also raise their hand so we'll know. All right, looks like there are none. A quick question. I am seeing, I'm not seeing the full windows in the Teams client. Hopefully that's not the case with Raz at your machine, and you can still see the full view of my PowerPoint deck. Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right. All right. So when it comes to the Power Apps commandlet, so typical pattern, and that will help you to remember some of the commandlet says. So if you are a maker, then the typical syntax will be you will have a verb like get, update, and it will have hyphen Power App and then the noun. So example, and if it's going to be administrator, then it will be verb hyphen admin Power App and then the noun. So the example is if you under the maker, you will have get Power App, get Power App connection. Under administrator, you will have get admin Power App environment role assignment. And please note, like not all the commandlets follow this particular pattern, naming pattern. Like 95% follow that, but there are some commandlets which don't follow this pattern. And an example are get tenant setting, which itself is self-explanatory. Is there will be some commandlets available, which will not follow that pattern. But this is a general, like you can keep in mind. Okay, and same is true like if you have used PowerShell for Office 365 as well, where Microsoft try to have some kind of naming convention or pattern where it's easier for you to guess like what can be the commandlet for this. Same is the case with Power Automate, where they haven't done the rename of Power Automate to the Flow, from Flow to Power Automate as of today, and I don't think they will do that because right now using the PowerShell we can only manage the flows. Like under Power Automate, you have flow, you have UI flows, you have business process flows. But right now we can only manage the flows and business process flows. So when it comes to the administrator, it's going to be verb hyphen admin flow and then the noun. So example will be get flow owner role, get admin flow owner role. And same is the case, like some commandlets won't follow these patterns. So let's say you are totally new to this, you're interested to know like what are some of the commandlets available. So to find all the commandlets which are using Power Apps, what you can do is you can just go to your PowerShell and just type get command and Power App. Same is the case with the flow. And to get the help, what you can do it, you can find the name of the commandlet, get help space and name of the commandlet. And if you want to see the specific example, like how to use that, then you just have to use additional parameter called examples. If you want to see the detail help, then you can use detail option. And if you want to see the full help, then you can use the full option. So with that, I want to quickly show you something real quick. So I have already installed the 2 modules. The installation steps are very simple. You just have to like do install module and name of those modules for maker and the admin. So let's say if I want to see all the commands which are using flow in it. So these are the commands I have. One thing you have to note is also pay attention to the source, because depending on if you are using the same machine to work with various products in Microsoft ecosystem, you may have some additional commandlets which will use this particular string called flow in it. And one of the examples I would like to give you is this one, copy workflow, which I have installed ShareGate on my machine. So I have that. This is I have from Azure Resource Management. So you need to keep into that into account. So let's see what are some of the commands available for Power Apps. Okay, and so these many are available for the one. And let's say if I'm interested in getting the, let's say I want to see all the flows and I don't know what kind of syntax that particular commandlet will have. So for that, you can either always browse and look for that commandlet, or you can, without leaving your PowerShell window, you can just type get help and then the name of the commandlet. And if the name is correct, then you will see the brief information about that particular commandlet. What's the syntax? What's the description? And then if you want to see the additional help, like now I want to see the examples, like how I can use this. So if you do this, it will come back with examples that you can use. Only thing is you need to change some of the settings, some of the unique things that it comes one. So what you can do it is you can just do full, and it will show you the full information in terms of all the detailed description, the examples, and this information you will likely you will get that on online like docs on docs.microsoft.com as well, where the format and everything is pretty much the same. It will come back with all the parameters that particular commandlets will need, which are required, which are not, and then some of the examples that will come back with. All right. So when it comes to, okay, before that, let's see if there are any questions. Okay, so I see there is a question from Zahid. Can we use Center of Excellence to manage Power Apps and Flow instead of using PowerShell? What does Center of Excellence? Is it like, are you talking about the admin center? Then yes, but what's Center of Excellence? Can you throw more light? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I personally have not played that with. So I need to double check on that. But most likely, since the Power Apps commandlets are still in preview, most likely they will not be included in that as of yet. But don't quote me on this. I need to double check and give you that answer. And then the next one is we should be able to do the same PowerShell operation using Power Apps admin connectors. I didn't get that question. Like, can you elaborate, Danny, like what exactly you're trying to ask here? So basically, whatever options you get in UIs or UI, like Admin Center, you should be able to do the same kind of operation using the PowerShell as well. So when it comes to user or maker capabilities, these are the things we can do is we can read the environments, we can read, update or delete a Canvas app. You can read, update, delete Canvas app permissions. You can read and delete connections. You can read, update, and delete connection permissions, which is used. And also, you can read and delete a custom connector. When it comes to the Power Apps tenant admin capabilities, these are the things we can do. Like you can read and delete environments. You can read, update, and delete environment permissions. You can remove or recover Canvas apps. You can read or delete connections. Same as the permissions. Custom connectors, same thing you can do. Same you can do with the permissions as well. This is huge, especially if you want to have some kind of governance around if you have any governance around, like if you want to have any governance around, like, okay, if someone is leaving the organization, then, or if someone is changing the department and is going to some other department where the environments are not shared, then you can use some governance there using the admin commandlets. This is used like if you want to have some kind of if you want to create or read or update a DLPs, you can do that using the PowerShell commandlets. So when it comes to the user or maker capabilities, the list is pretty much the same that you get with the Power Apps. So with that, let's move to the demo section. But it looks like there is one more question here. So Satya is asking, I had a problem using get admin flow command for a service user with MFA enabled. How do you manage to do this operation with MFA enabled? Okay, so with the when it comes to multi-factor authentication, it's always tricky, and based on how you have implemented that in your organization, like what kind of feature you have, it's going to be challenging in terms of you may have to bypass that just using an app password for that, or you may have to, like I have seen, like the easiest option that a lot of organizations have used, especially if you have to use PowerShell for some of the admin capabilities, or for then you create a service account where the MFA is not enabled. Of course, that is not a recommended practice, but to bypass a lot of these challenges that you get with MFA, you can also do that. So far, Satya, I have enabled MFA in my couple of tenants, and we haven't had any issue authenticating against the Power Apps or Flow commandlets. Now, when it comes to MFA, it all depends like how exactly the configuration is and how exactly your accounts are set up in terms of whether those are cloud only account, that means those only exist in Azure Active Directory, or those are synced directly from your local Active Directory to the Azure Active Directory. So there are multiple options, and again, I don't have a specific answer for you. Depending on your case, you have to find what will work in your case. So with that, the first thing you always need to do when it comes to using a PowerShell is you need to first authenticate. Since it's a remote management in your PowerShell window, you need to first authenticate against your tenant, and the command led for that is add a Power Apps account. And if this is the first time you are using it, then you can always do get help, and it will tell you like, okay, what kind of syntax it has. And what kind of information that you have to provide. If any one of you are using a government customer, then to connect to the government tenants, you have to use some additional parameters, like you have to provide whether you're trying to connect to the US Gov or US Gov High. But if you are just connecting to the commercial tenants, you don't have to specify this one. So let's connect to that. And here I'm not going to specify I'm not going to specify the username. I'm just going to prompt for the admin and login and password. So once it's connected, it won't give you any error message, and that's a good clue that okay, now you are actually connected. And the first thing I always tell people is, since there is no, let's say, success message when you are successfully authenticated, is always a good practice to execute some read-only commandlet just to confirm you are connected to the correct tenant and everything is correct. So in this case, I'm just going to do like get a flow environment. And if my login ID and everything is correct, this commandlet should execute and it should come back with some some information. So right now I have 2 environments in my tenant, and the information of that came back. So that means I was able to make the connection without any issue. Now, since the tenant I'm using, I am a global admin. So let's see, I want to see all all the flows in my particular tenant. So the commandlet for that is get admin flow. And if you want to see the flows that you have created or you are shared with you, then the commandlet for that is get flow. So in this case, I'm going to be using get admin flow. And it will come back with the answer, and it will come back with all the information for what this information constitutes. So it came back with the name of the flow, which is a GUID basically, because Microsoft will use that GUID to identify the uniqueness of your flow. Then whether it's enabled or not, its display name, then created by, the last modified, environment name, and some of the other information about the environment. Now, let's say if this information you want to generate a report, but this is not in the right format, just like with any other PowerShell commandlets, you can always use pipe to get the specific information that you need. So in this case, I can do select object and flow name and display name. And here you'll see I got a nice information about flow name and display name. So if you want to periodically generate reports, how many flows you have, you can use this get admin flow commandlet, and you can use some selected information from that, and you can get a nice report of that. Now let's do the same thing with a Power App. So if I had to use the Power App, then the command list for if I use get Power App, then it will show me all the Power Apps that I have created using this account or that has been shared with this account. So right now it's just one because this is a brand new, like this is in this tenant, I haven't created any Power App. It just like one or two. Now let's say I want to see some of the tenant level settings, right? So these are the tenant level settings I can be seeing. So imagine if I had to see all this stuff using the UI, chances are I will be looking at a lot of different I had to go to a lot of different screens, and the amount of time I had to spend, like this information we got maybe in 2 to 3 minutes, whereas if I use admin center, it may take anywhere between 5 to 10 minutes depending on how familiar I am with with that particular UI. Looks like there is one comment regarding COE capabilities and PowerShell commandlets capability don't replace each other. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that feedback. All right, then let's see what's next. What's next we can do is, okay, all right. Now let's see, this one is a particularly important commandlet, and you may be using this a lot, especially if your organization has a lot of high turnover. That means the team members come, they develop the flows or Power Apps, and they leave, or they may get allocated to different departments, and you want to constantly change the owners or. All right, so for this commandlet, you have to provide the environment name for this one. So let's say if you don't know the environment name, then how you can find it out, right? So for that, you can always use the commandlet get environment name, get flow environment. Let's do that. All right, so this is the environment name we have. All right, so let's copy that. And let's provide that for this one, specify. Okay, then the name of the flow. So if I don't know, then I can always get that from this previous screen, previous one where, so let me, what I will do is I will just create a new OneNote where I will save all these parameters, and then I will use that in the commandlet. All right. So right now this is the environment name, and let's copy this particular name of the flow. And now let's type that commandlet. Okay. And environment name is this. And let's find the flow name. All right. So if everything is correct, it will come back with the information, and that information will have other like stuff like, okay, who are the people who have access to it. Now, one thing you have to note here is, so whenever you use the commandlets or the PowerShell commandlets will not give you the explicit email address of the user. The information that will come back is with the unique identifier, and it got unique identifier for that one, and it will be in the form of this one, principal object ID. There is a way where you can get this, let's say for a particular user, you can get this value using Azure commandlets. But in case if you are not familiar with Azure and you only want to stick with PowerShell commandlets for PowerApps and Flow, and you want to find this out, there is an easy way to do that using UI. Let me show that real quick. Okay, let me move this over here. And if I go to, let's say, this is my Office 365 Admin Center. If I click on Azure Active Directory, and under this, if I go to users, sorry, wrong option, and all users. And let's say if I'm interested in looking at the principal ID for this one. So the moment I click on the users, just look at the URL at the top. So this is the unique identifier for this particular user. And I need that to use that inside the PowerShell commandlets in case I wanna modify this owners and I wanna add a new owner. So instead of providing the email address, you have to provide the principal object ID. That means a unique identifier for the user. And I think there is a reason for that, because that's going to be your unique name. So let's see how much time we have. We have 15 minutes. So let me quickly show you a script, a sample script, which we have used. And let me see, how can I do? Okay. Right. All right. So what we are doing in this particular script is, let's say there is a scenario where you want to add owners like a particular service account or Office 365 group as owner to all the existing flows, so that you won't be having any issue with the orphan flow. In cases like, let's say I as a contractor came in and created, let's say, 10 flows and 10 Power Apps, and then I forgot to share that with anyone else, and those are created with my account, and now I'm no longer working with your organization, and the admin has to now share that with other people. You can always use this kind of a commandlet where here I will be providing the email address, but I will be using Azure Active Directory commandlets as well to get the unique identifier from the email address. So here what we are doing is on line number 7, we are specifying add Power Apps account. We are specifying the email address on line number 7. Then the first thing we are doing is making the connection to the Power Apps or flow using add Power Apps account on line number 11. Then on line number 12, we are connecting to the Azure Active Directory because to get the unique ID of the user, I need to connect to the Azure Active Directory. Then first thing I'm doing is I'm getting the flow environment, storing that into a variable. Then I'm writing that flow like environment variable, environment ID on the host. Then on line number 19, I'm using the Azure Active Directory commandlet called get Azure AD user. And here, only thing I'm interested is its object ID, that's unique identifier. And that I'm storing in a particular variable called user ID. And then on line number 23, I'm getting all the flows which are there in my tenant. And from line number 24, I'm using a for each loop where I'm iterating through each and every flow. And then on line number 27, I'm using this commandlet called set admin flow owner rule, where I'm following the syntax and providing some values where First thing I need to provide, what's the user principal type? It's a user. Then what's the role name? It's owner or read. Here I can specify as owner. Then the name of the flow and name of the environment. And if everything is good, it will basically add the owners, that particular user as an owner in the flow. So with that, I want to quickly show you my UI right now. So let me go to the Power Automate here real quick. Let me go to Power Automate and then click on my flows. So right now I have these many flows which I have created using this account that I logged in, but I haven't shared with anyone in my organization, which is if you are using anything for your work, or if you're using anything for any kind of automation, then it's not a good practice, because what if tomorrow I'm no longer with the organization, then other people will not have access to it, right? So now I want to show this. My admin want to share this flow with a generic account or a service account or Office 365 group. So what we'll be doing is basically in this PowerShell script, this is the account we have used, and now we'll be executing the script and see, and after, if everything get executed properly, I shouldn't be seeing any flows here under my flows. All these flows should be part of, will get migrated to the team flows, because I will be sharing that with someone else. So with that, let me quickly go to here and execute this script. Okay. And all right. Now it will ask me for the logging prompt first for the Power Automate, and second thing for the Azure Active Directory. And one thing which I find really annoying with the Power Apps and Power Automate commandlets is you cannot use the get credential commandlets and pass that to this particular commandlet. You have to explicitly either provide the credentials, or you have to explicitly use the sign-in option. That's why I'll be getting the logging twice here. All right. So if everything is working fine, now I'm getting prompt to log into the Azure Active Directory. All right, so it's going one by one and it's adding the owner. So looks like there was some issue with the commandlet. So there was an error, and the reason the script still went through even though there was error, because we had a try catch enabled. So that's a good practice to have whenever you are doing some kind of operation and you just don't want your script to break, and you want to do a proper event like error handling, just like in regular programming language like the JavaScript or C#, you can do try catch. Same thing you can do with PowerShell as well. So before fixing this issue with the script, let me see if there are any questions, because we have just 11 minutes left. So I just want to be cognizant of the time. Looks like there is a comment. Can you share a commandlet to bypass admin consent to a specific Canvas app? So I don't remember on the top of my head. So whenever you have this kind of questions, always go to this one, where you'll see the list of all the commandlets that are available. So in this case, you're looking for admin consent. So let's see if something is available. So you see this, I just use the regular search option, and looks like there is an option available to bypass that. Okay, but looks like you need to be admin for that. And then let's see, can you share commandlet? That's done. There is a blog post from Daniel. All right. And then is there a way to differentiate flows that are part of a solution and flows that are outside of a solution. So good question. Let's try that out. So for that, what I will do is I will just use the commandlet get admin flow and see if anything comes back as part of this that will give us the differentiation. So right now, only thing that it come back with flow name, enable, display name, user type, and environment name. So far I don't see anything here that will explicitly tell us whether it's a part of a solution or whether it's an individual flow. All right. So we still have to fix that error. I will come back later, but let me finish with other stuff that I want to finish today. And then, all right. So another thing I want to quickly highlight is, and not many people may be aware of this since I think the majority of, okay, there is a question from Rohit Sharma, can we use similar commandlets for Logic App? So for that, Logic App is part of Azure. So you have to use Azure commandlets for that. And so the syntax and the module that you have to install will be different. Those will not be part of the modules which are there for Power Apps and Power Automate. So, and yes, there will be not similar, not exactly the copy, but similar commandlets are definitely available there. There is another thing called PNP PowerShell, which not many people are familiar with. Because when it comes to Power Apps and Flow, the audience is mixed. Some people use Power Apps and Flow from the Dynamics, or some people use from SharePoint. So if you are using SharePoint, or if you have any kind of SharePoint footprint, then you should definitely explore the PNP PowerShell. It's basically an open source community-driven initiative, and it allows us to perform complex provisioning and artifact management towards SharePoint. And behind the scene, it uses the CSOM, which is client-side object model. And you can find more information on that on docs.microsoft.com. And if you follow this link, and everything is open source, you can also contribute, and you can also write the new commandlets, and you can also help them to enhance the commandlets as well. So right now, the commandlets are available for SharePoint Online, which comes as a part of Office 365, and also they are available for SharePoint PNP PowerShell. Another good thing is, if you are not using SharePoint per se, but if you are using, let's say, Microsoft Teams, or if you're using Office 365 groups, even Dynamics, when you create a group, the files that get stored in SharePoint. So you can use this command, this PNP module for SharePoint PNP PowerShell Online, and you can still work with those files which are in SharePoint. Some of the best practices. Keep in mind, both the commandlets for Power Apps and Power Automate are still in preview. That means Microsoft has reserved all the rights to make any changes to it. So expect few commandlets may get changed or few may get added. And you should always if you are doing something which is really big and you have not done that before, it's always best to try your commandlets or script in a test environment. And this is true for any PowerShell. Try to avoid running in production for the first time, especially if it involves doing some kind of updates or some kind of changes. If it's a read operation, it may be okay, but any kind of update or deletion, don't run it directly on production. Always run it in a test environment first. If you are unsure what a particular command it will do, just try -what if at the end of it, and it will show you what it's doing. And when you're creating custom scripts, which will be using all these commandlets, use a proper naming convention, because I have seen a lot of instances where the scripts are not properly named and there is not a good description at the top. So someone who's coming next, or even if you are revisiting that script after 6 months or 12 months, chances are you will not recollect what you were doing, or the name will not imply what you're doing. And also, if you don't have description and its intended use, you may have to spend some time just looking at the code, the script, and see what exactly it's doing. And this is, I know that you may have heard this a lot, but never store your credential in the script. This particular commandlet get add Power Apps account gives you the option to provide credentials, but never store that in a script. Like find another mechanism. If you have to explicitly store the credential, then there are some mechanism available where you can encrypt that. So people cannot read that, like if they are opening that script. And also, if you are mentioning the password in the script, I have seen a lot of instances where people by mistake upload the scripts directly into the source control, and then they will stay there for forever. If you don't have access to Power Apps and Power Automate and you want to play with it, there is a quick and easy way to get that, and not many people are familiar with it, especially the people who are coming from Dynamics world. Is if you join Office 365 developer program by going to dev.office.com, you can get your personal subscription with E5 license, and that subscription will be good for 3 to 4 months with 25 users. And all you have to do is go to dev.office.com and sign up for and join the developer program. And then within minutes, you will have your own tenant. That means you will be a global admin. This is a good way of trying. Let's say you want to do a major change in your production tenant and you want to quickly try it in a test tenant. This is a good way of creating a tenant. Try out your admin commandlets for Power Apps and Power Automate there. And the way Microsoft this program has is if you are using this tenant actively, Microsoft may extend your trial period for another 3 months. You can always sign up for the free trials. You may have to use Azure every now and then, especially if you want to host this script and want to run it on a schedule. For that, you can use Azure Functions. And how to get access to that is there are multiple ways. The most recommended way is to get the access to Azure through MSDN. If you have access to MSDN, then I would highly recommend that you go to your MSDN portal and see if your account qualifies for any free credits in Azure, because here you will be a global admin in your tenant and you don't have to use any credit card. And let's say you spin up something and you already consume $150. That's not the limit of my account, then everything will stop. I won't get charged for anything extra. You can always sign up for free trial. You do require a credit card. And right now it comes up with a $200 limit that you can use within a year. There is another program from Microsoft called Microsoft DreamSpark, which used to be, or Microsoft Imagine, which used to be called DreamSpark before, where you don't need a credit card, but however, you need a valid .edu account from a participant school and institution. So you have to check whether the account that you have and the school that the account belongs to actually participate in that program or not. Most of the major institutions in US participate in that. I'm not sure about institutions which are not US based, but that's worth checking, especially if you or anyone from your family is still going to the school and you have a .edu account. Make sure you check whether you can get any free credits from Microsoft in Azure. So some of the key takeaways, hopefully the contents we covered today made you excited about explore the PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate. And these are the links. The second link is for PNP PowerShell, and sign up for developer program. So someone just posted that the page not found. So let's take a look at that after this couple of slides. So these are the things we covered today. Please fill out the session survey and let us know how the session went. If there are any kind of changes we need to do or any kind of feedback, I will definitely look forward to that. And if you have any questions, these are my contact details. Please free to contact me. I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn, and also if you have any follow-up question, as always, email me on my personal email address. With that, I want to pause and see if there are any questions. If not, then Nagesh, you can, Danish, you can take control. I know you are the next speaker here. And let's see what's the deal with dev.office.com. Okay. All right, looks like it's not working. So let's say developer.office.com. If it's working or not. If not, let's use developer Office 365 program and see what links comes up. All right. Okay, so this is the link. I think looks like they did some change. Oh, let me go back. Okay. All right. So let me post this link in the chat window. Looks like Microsoft recently made that change. So this is the link you should be using, and I will update this link in the deck as well. Where here you have a step-by-step instruction on how you can join this program and get your personal tenant with E5 subscription for free with 25 users. All right. Any more question? Unfortunately, I don't think we have time to troubleshoot the issue with that particular script, but I will post that on my GitHub link, and the URL for that is, all right. So let me paste that in the chat window as well. You can reuse that in your tenant as well. So with that, thanks for the organizers, and now you can take control. I will stop sharing now.
Thank you, Prashant. Cool. Okay, so let me get started. Let me set up my station and get control. Okay. Can you all see my screen? I'm hoping that you can see it. So before I start, I'm gonna paste my information. If you wanna connect me on LinkedIn, Twitter, or download any of the tools that I have built, then that would be provided in the chat window. Okay. So my topic today is how to power up your website with chatbots. We have been seeing Power Virtual Agents been used by a lot of users, and there are a lot of videos out there showing the power of Power Virtual Agents. But most of so what Power Virtual Agent is? Let's talk about that first before we dive into the actual development, right? So Power Virtual Agent is a UI tool that where you can build your virtual agents, or we call it as chatbots, and it's a low code, no code solution where you can just drag drop things and connect your questions. You add your questions. You can call Power Automate. You can ask questions. You can capture the answers and then provide the response back to the user. Right, so that is what Power Virtual Agent is. And what are the benefits of using Power Virtual Agent? So it reduces it eliminates the gap between the SMEs and the dev team. So the idea behind creating this Power Virtual Agent by Microsoft was that to empower your team or your functional consultants or functional people to just go in and then create the bots, because they are the one who knows what the business is, what is expected of the bots, right? So they can easily go in and then create this logic for the bots. Because it eliminates the dev team, because developers are expensive, right? So it reduces overall cost as well. And then the power goes to the SMEs. And then it also minimizes the IT efforts. So now the IT or the developers can focus on bigger things, right? So we don't have to do this bot creation using low code, no code. The SMEs can do it. And then we can focus on bigger things, bigger pictures behind the scenes, right? To use for the users as well. And also bots can enable actions. They can invoke backend processes on behalf of the users, which reduces the time and effort it takes to achieve simple jobs like placing an order, right? So if say it's a pizza bot, so if you want to place an order, you just go through some of the options that will pop up and select those options, and then say place an order. The order would be sent to the department, the backend team who is actually going to make the pizza, right? So that's the power of using chatbots. So what are the key concepts in Power Virtual Agents? So what we have is we have something called the system topics, which are by the system, by the PowerShell agent. You cannot delete them. You can deactivate them, but you cannot delete them. You can change. Well, you cannot even deactivate them. You cannot deactivate. You cannot delete them. You can change them if you want. You can invoke them if you want from your user topics, which is the second part, which we call it as user topics. So you can provide your own user topics, but the system topics will still be there. Now, topics are nothing but the what is the purpose, or what are the trigger points for your chatbots to trigger, right? So like ordering a pizza becomes the topic. Placing an order for a lab, right? So that's why we have the third concept called as entities in PowerShell. Finally, when the bot is ready, it's going to be published, or it's going to be channeled through some user interfaces, because you develop a bot, but you have to put it somewhere, right? So that is called channels. So that is what our focus is going to be in today's session. So we're going to look at channels, right? And there are different type of channels. So there is website, mobile, Facebook, MS Teams, and there are a lot of other things that you can see on the screen where you can actually deploy your bot and make it available for the users to use it. And most of the things are provided by the PowerShell agent UI. So you just have to go in the channels and then just integrate. The integration is pretty easy. And they also give you the ability to integrate into website as well. And today's focus is how to how can we enhance the UI that gets shown on the website. So our focus is only going to be website from all the different channels. So let's go and take a look. Okay. So what I've done here is I'm going to go through some of the concepts first before we dive into the actual demo. So first we have the system topics, and as I said, you'll have multiple system topics. You don't have the ability to turn them off. You don't have the ability to delete them. The only thing is you can go and change them. So you can go to the authoring tool and then change the system topics. But these are the ones that comes in each and every PowerShell agent. Then you have the user topics. Now in the user topics, when you first create your PowerShell agent environment, then you get 4 topics, and then it provides you a guide of how to use it. So it gives you this simple topic with a condition, with conditions and variables, and then with the custom entity. So you can go through them by just clicking on this authoring canvas, or you can even click on them, and it would open up the lesson, and then it gives you these trigger phrases. Okay, and mostly I just turn them off. Once I've practiced them enough, I'll turn them off, or maybe I can just keep them or delete them as well. I like to keep them just in case if I want to go back and then relearn something that I've not done before. So I like to keep them until I finalize my bot. And then you can create new topics from here, and then you just give the title, and then you give the trigger phases, right? So you can give PCF init, and then you just keep on clicking. How to initialize PCF, like that. So you can keep on clicking. Once you're done with your triggering phases, you save the topic, and then once you save it, that's when the authoring canvas will show up. And you can go to authoring canvas and start typing the messages, start typing in the, you can ask the questions, you can go to other topics, you can even call the action. So there are a lot of things here, but that is not what our focus is going to be today, right? So we're going to go back to the topics again, and I've created a topic called things to do, and I just want to show you how I have authored it. So my trigger phases are going to be couple of them: attractions, itinerary, plan trip, and things to do. And then some message gets displayed. Then the questions has been asked to the user, and based on the response, we are either going to trigger the New York City conditions, or Paris or London conditions, and then an action gets called, which gets the which takes the request and then sends back the response, and then we are just showing that markdown. So it's returning a markdown. So we are just showing the markdown in the message, and then that's the end of the conversation. That's it. Pretty simple topic. And now think of a scenario where this topic was created by your SME or by someone who's actually developing the bot. And now once they develop it, what they're going to do is they're going to go to publish, and they're going to publish the bot. Once they have published the bot, they're going to go to manage section, and then let's say they want to integrate it with some of the channels. So they can not integrate, but basically provide them with the code. So if you click on custom website, you get this code. So it's a pretty simple iframe code which gets displayed to you. And what SMEs could do is they can either share it via email or just copy and paste it and then send it to you, right? But what happens? Let's see. So what I've done is I've taken this code and I've embedded it in one of the HTML web page. So let's say that you have developed a web page, or there's a company web page that you're developing, and you got the code from your SME, right? Now that code, we're going to come to the questions later on. Okay, so what happens is you get the embedding code, and then you take that code, that iframe code that I just showed. So if you click here, you get this iframe code over here, right? So you take this iframe code and then say, okay, I'm just gonna paste this in the website. Now, once you paste it in the website, it looks like this, okay? And it doesn't look like it's part of the website. It doesn't. You don't have any kind of ability to customize it. And because it's an iframe, right? It's embedding on the existing web page. So what I did is instead of taking that iframe, I converted that into a div tag. There are some scripts that were provided by Microsoft for mobile applications. I took those scripts, but then instead of using it on mobile phones, I tried to use it on the website, right? So what you do is, so here is what I've provided a button, right? So normally when you go on most of the website, you would see that on the right hand corner there would be a button where the chat appears and then disappears, right? So this is the same thing. So what we're going to build today is ultimately is this. So we're going to add a button. Now on click of the button, the window gets shown, and this is the same bot. So this is the same bot. So if I type in here things to do, so it shows me the options, right? Now, as you can see, okay, so now let me compare here. So things to do, okay? Now, as you can see, so let's compare this, right? So let's compare this. The font is different, right? The icons, there's no way you can change the icon. This would be, if you're embedding as an iframe, then you cannot change this. You cannot change this. Whereas if you're doing it via div tags and via the scripts that we're going to look today, we can actually change the images as well. I kept the same thing here because it's an anonymous user image, so it's good. But I changed this to my image, right? And then if you look down here, top three. So top three, see how it looks like bold, and then the font is not matching the font that is used throughout the website. And yeah, the buttons also do not match the styles that we have used. What I did here is actually did some transparency thing as well. So it looks pretty neat, pretty modern, but it also looks part of the website. And because this is a floating button, and because this was a single page application, it stays consistent, right? So now you can see if I go to home, because of transparency, it looks good. If I go to blog, then yeah, transparency looks good. And there's a little bit of transparency here as well. So it really matches the theme of the website. That's what the intention is to do. Okay. So let's go and see how we can do this. Where is my Visual Studio Code? Okay. So for this, what you have to do is, so this is my website. This is my entire website code, right? On this website code, I have the index.html, and because it's a single page application, I only have index.html. I don't have anything else. And then within this, I have the JavaScript, and I have CSS. Today, we are not going to write any JavaScript. We are just going to look at the index.html, what we can do over here, and then we are going to look at the CSS files. Okay. So in the index.html, on the presentation slides, I've also provided this link. So I can just paste this. Sorry, wrong slide. Let me paste this link over here. Where is it? Where? I cannot copy it for now. Copy. Nope, I don't get the option. But I'll paste that link to you. So what this link is, I've provided the link which gives you the code. So if you click on that link, you will be taken to this gist that I've created on GitHub, and it gives you the code that you need. So it gives you the HTML code and it gives you the CSS code. Okay, you can tweak it as per your needs, but the idea is that you would at least have some starter code that you can use, and you don't have to type everything from scratch or keep looking at this presentation every time to build your bot, right? So that was the idea. So let's take a look what we have here. So because it's my single page application, the code that I'm going to build, first thing is this code is static. So I'm going to copy the code from here. So this particular code is was shared by Microsoft a while back for mobile applications, how to do it on mobile applications. And what this code does is it's pretty simple. So it has this style options. So these style options are nothing but the options that you're going to provide to your bot. Okay, it has a hide upload button if you want to hide or show the upload button. This is the image that I was talking about, where you can change the image of your bot avatar and your user avatar, right? So you can change the images. You can either give link like HTTP link, or you can even do base64 encoded image as well. So if you want to embed your image using base64 encode image, you can use this URL to encode the images. Now, once you have provided the style options, then next thing is you provide your bot ID. So every bot has a bot ID. So if we go back to our PowerShell agent and go to the channel, the iframe code that was provided to you, let's say from your SME, you would see that the link already has the bot ID in it. So this is the bot GUID that we are talking about. So you have to copy this bot ID and then paste it over here on your bot ID. And this is the generic code. So you just provide the style options, you provide the bot ID, and then it would just go and render the bot for you. But if you just put it anywhere on the HTML, it's not going to render properly. So let's go and copy this code and see what happens. Okay, so I have another website created. Okay, so now you can see there's nothing over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this code anywhere. Because it's a single page application, what I've done is I've created, these are all li tags, and everything is in a div tag, right? So in here, so see, you can see there's a navigation div tag here, and there's a footer here. So everything is divided into div tags and a nav tag. So I'm just going to paste it here and see how the UI would look like. Save it and then run it. Let's see. Still running. While it's running, let me see if I can answer some of the questions. How can you get the current user details in PU? Do you mean the logged in user? Yeah, so for logged in user, I'm going to answer that question at the end of the session. So let's come back to that. So yeah, now you see that the bot was the code that we added got added over here, right? It's saying unable to connect because we didn't provide the bot ID, right? We have to provide the bot ID so that it will not render it like this. Now, it just renders as a div tag on top of all the other div tags that I have. I want to make sure that this renders properly right over here, right? So now the bot is ready, and we just have to provide the bot ID. Where to show it and how it should look like, it all depends on the CSS. So it's just copy pasting the code, and it's a generic code, so you don't have to do anything with it. Just paste this, and then and once you paste it, you provide your bot ID. So let's go and provide the bot ID. Copy. Okay, and then my bot ID is ready. My bot avatar, I'm gonna keep it null, or maybe provide the one that I already used before. Copy that link. And the second image, I'm going to provide a base64 encoded image. Okay, so I have the bot image and the user image. Okay, so that's it. So now my bot would render properly, but it won't render the way I want it to render. Right? I want it to show it here, right over here. So to do that, I've also provided to you the CSS. Okay, so now this how to go around with the CSS. So let's go and look at the code first. So in the code, as you can see, we have a class called chat popup. Then we have the role called open chat, and then we have some other roles called as role main, and yeah, that's it. So role main, role open chat. Now, open chat is the class chat popup is what makes is what we are going to use to show or hide the entire div tag. So this entire div tag is going to be, we have to determine whether we have to show it or hide it based on this class. So first thing is we're going to hide it. Let's go and do that, right? So we're going to go to our CSS class. And the CSS class I'm going to use is this one. Okay. And then I'm going to copy I'm just going to put the chat pop-up as display none. Save it. And let's go and run this. And this is local debugging. I'm not pushing this to Azure yet. And now you can see that the bot, I'm not able to see the bot. Okay. It won't show because I've given display as none. Right. Now, initially we would want it to be shown. So let's put block for now. and then we'll change it later. The reason why we want to do it is because we want to make sure that the bot is shown on the right exact, like the way where we want it to be, right? So now go back to the index file. Oh, there you go, index file. So now we have this role main. Now, whenever you have this role main, what we are doing is we are adding this attribute called as web chat. Okay. The reason why I was doing this is because when I was using the same code in Power Portals, then the if I was providing, so I wanted to provide some ID over here. So I was giving ID equal to. So whenever I used to do this, for some reason, Power Portal was never saving the ID on this particular div tag when it used to load. So whenever it used to load, this ID used to just go away, vanish, right? So to make sure that I always have an ID on this div tag, what I did is I used this query called as document.querySelector, and then I'm looking only for the tags that have role as main, and then I'm setting the attribute as ID as web chat. Okay, so that we can use this ID to render the bot in CSS. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Coming back to our CSS, we're going to add this web chat ID, and then we are going to provide some CSS. So the CSS says, okay, the position is going to be fixed, and then I'm fixing the position based on top and right, because I know where I want my bot to, or where I want my bot to display, what its width it is going to be, and then height I'm actually doing a dynamic height. So I'm calculating it based on the actual height of the screen, and then doing some pixel modification because my footer is going to be of a static height, right? So now I save this, and let's go and play this again and see where our bot goes, gets displayed. Okay, so there you go. It looks neat and clean, right? But it is always shown. Okay, and now let's go and compare to what we had before. So what we had here is we had some transparency. We were able to change everything inside the bot as well. So like you can see, there's some transparency over here. It's not visible here, but yeah, you can see there's some transparency over here. There's a lot of transparency over here. I changed these, how the button gets rendered, and I was able to change everything. The reason I was able to do that is because if I go back to code and back to index.html, now this div tag is very needed. It's a blank div tag. If you see it, it has nothing in it, this particular div tag, but we need this because how the code works is when the bot is getting rendered, it looks for anything with role as main, and then renders that div tag with the bot. Now when it renders the div tag with the bot, inside that main div, there are multiple div tags that are created by the Microsoft JavaScript that renders that bot, right? So if you go and look at if you debug this, let's go and inspect this. Inspect, and now if you're inspecting it, so this is our main, right? This is a role with the main with ID as web chat, and now if you can see, there's a div tag inside that main div tag, right? And now each div tag has a role assigned to it. So there's a role called as complementary. Then there's a role. So this one doesn't have a role. Oh yeah, there's a role. So there's a role called as log. So this is the log where the log gets displayed. So if I type in things to do, okay, still sending the data. Normally it doesn't take that much time, but yeah, there you go. So now if I highlight this is the log section. The entire section is the log section. This one, okay? It's called log. Then you have, oh, there are two log. Okay, never mind. Okay, so this is the log section that I was talking about. So now I can change the, I can add additional CSS classes to this div section because there's a role defined to it. Then there's a role called as forms, which is the bottom section. And inside this forms, again, there are two sections. One is called the status section where the button gets displayed. And then there's a section called as main. But inside this main, you have the form, which has the input section. And the input section again has the, the data ID. And it has a div tag with a button class in it. So you have, so what you could do is you could use div tag with the class main, and you can assign a role to it because it's easier to find all the div tags inside it, right? Okay, so that's what the structure looks like. Now let's go and look at the CSS. Now, now take a note, right? So we're going to change the log. We're going to change the log, how it gets displayed. We are going to change the status, right? How it gets displayed. And then we are going to do some of the changes to the form. Where is the form? Where is the form? Oh yeah, there you go. And the form. Okay. So these are the changes that we're going to do. So let's go and do that. Using this and how to make that happen. So in your CSS, what you would do is you would first go and, so I'm going to paste some of the div tags. So these are the div tags that you would paste. So div, then the role, complementary, and then whatever you want to change inside that role. So complementary was the biggest piece, right? So the entire div tag inside the main tag is transparent. Then you have the form tag, which is the bottom section, right, where the where you're typing the messages, where the buttons are getting shown. That is the form section. Then you have the log section, where it's a lot of other stuff. Then there's a status. Status is nothing but where the button are shown. Okay, so I'm just changing the status section. Right, we want it to look a little different, and then we are giving some styling to the buttons. Okay, that's what we're doing here. So once you save this, and then let's go and play it. It's rendering. There you go. So it rendered, right? So now, as you can see, it has little transparency. And then there's a lot of transparency over here. This, for some reason, doesn't look the way I wanted it to look, but that's fine. We'll see what we are missing here. Maybe I'm missing something. So that's it, right? Now coming back to comparing between this and this. In the entire CSS, I did not provide what my font is going to look like, what my font size is going to be. If we have to configure each and everything, that would be too much. But as you can see, the fonts still look different, still are looking different. The reason is because this is an iframe, it doesn't inherit the CSS properties that are already added to the to your website, right? Whereas because this is a div tag, all the elements, if you're using a Bootstrap or any CSS classes or CSS style sheets that you have defined for the entire website, all those styles, if you're defined for, like, say, buttons, how the buttons should look like, or what the font of the entire website should be, right? If you have defined that, then those properties do get inherited on this tags as well. And that is the nicest thing. So now I don't have to control the font size, the font weight, what the font family should be, all those kind of small things. You don't have to worry about it. You just have to worry about the overall display. because all the other properties will be inherited by the controls. So that's the nicest thing in doing this, right? Okay, so going back here, yeah, so now what we have is we have the chatbot, but we don't have the button yet. So let's go and add the button. Right, so to add the button, I'm going to add the button on top because I'm going to create a floating button anyway. So I'm just adding a button on top somewhere, right? So now if I save it and I play it, it's going to get displayed over here, right? So now we want this button to get displayed somewhere over here, right? So let's do that. So again, the button gets displayed, but we haven't provided the CSS. So again, everything is playing with just with the CSS. So let's go and add some CSS for the button. So I'm just creating a simple style sheet for styling for button. I'm just providing providing some background transparency. I'm providing some Z index to it because I wanted it to be a floating button, and also providing some positions. So position is going to be fixed because even if you scroll, the button should stay exactly where it is. So that's why I'm fixing the position. I'm fixing with my now because this is going to be on the right bottom corner, so I have to provide the bottom and the right so that I can fix the position, and then I'm providing some opacity to it. Okay, so save it and let's execute this. And there you go. The button gets displayed. Okay. And the bot should show up. Why did bot not show up? Okay, there you go. Sometimes it just takes time. Now, the bot is always getting showed. We don't want the bot to show all the time because most of the time it should be hidden, and basically it should only show up when user wants to interact. Otherwise, it won't give a nice user experience for the users, right? So we want this chat window to open and close whenever the user is clicking this button. So it should be very easy because it's just JavaScript, and then based on the JavaScript, we just have to show and hide hide the control, right? So for that, we are just going to write a JavaScript, and just for simplicity, I'm just going to add the JavaScript right over here. Background noise. So let me mute everyone. Okay, so let's go and add the JavaScript for the button click. So now I have created a button where I've given a function called as open chat, right? So I'm gonna the div tag. I want the script tag. So for simplicity, I'm just gonna add the function here itself. But basically, you would want to add the function in a JavaScript. Right? But for simplicity purposes, I'm just putting it right over here. Function, and the function name is open chat, and it would take no parameters. And what it would basically do is, so let us see if I have the code already for it. If not, then I can write the code. I don't have the code here. I can provide the code later on. But basically, what we are going to do is we're going to check. So how do I check? What is the name of the chat window? Chat. Okay. Yeah, chat pop-up, right? So document element by ID. I believe we provided web chat. Web chat dot Oh, no, that's not what I want. I forgot what the code was. Sorry. Let me hop on to my other gist. I thought I added the code, but I did not add the code there. Ah, there you go. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing is, yeah, I'm using the element chat window. And the chat window is actually coming from the open chat, which is this role, right? The topmost div tag. And I'm just identifying the element by the ID that I'm providing over here. And then I'm just checking the status. So I'm just checking if it is already displayed or not. If it is displayed, if it is not displayed, then I'm changing the style to block, and then the inner HTML, I'm just changing the button name to close, which I don't need in this case. If it is displayed, then I'm just hiding it. Okay, so I'm just changing the style from block to none, none to block. Okay. And then because initially we are providing the chat pop-up display as block, I'm going to change it to none. So the initial load, it's not going to show up. Let's go and run this. And now the initial load, the chatbot is not shown. But if you click it, now it gets shown. And then it works exactly the same thing. Now, because this is a single page application, the good thing is if you click on this button, the div tag is just getting hidden. It's not getting disposed of. So even if, say, your user is navigating away, it's going somewhere else, and then if the user clicks on this button, the chat window is still, the chatting that was performed by the user is still preserved, right? So then they can, go through the chat, and then once the response comes back, they close it, they go to home, they open it back up, and then they can continue going through your website and also preserve the conversation. Okay, and yeah, that's it. So let's now everything is done. I'm going to publish it to just to make sure that it's getting published. Let me publish it to Azure. Not create. I want to publish it. Deploy and demo and select. I'm going to publish to this live one, which I was showing where we didn't had anything. So I'm going to display that. Publish it to this one that had no buttons on it or had nothing on it. So let's go and deploy it to that website. And it doesn't take that long, but because that always happens when you're demoing, right? Okay, so now while it's deploying, let's go through the questions. Oh, there you go. Got deployed. So let's go and just do a refresh, and then let's see if everything worked fine. Ooh. What happened? Why my bot did not got displayed? Let's go and see. Index. Everything looks good. For some reason, did not deploy everything. Yeah, for some reason it did not deploy everything. Let's go through the questions. So do we have any questions? So one of the questions is from Naresh. How can we get the current user details in PVA? So getting the current user details, I haven't played with it yet, but I know for sure there is a way to get the current user details. You can authenticate the logged in user through some authentication mechanism, which just came out recently. So I didn't had a chance to play with it. So I don't have an answer for that, but I can get back to you on it. Oh yeah, so Prashant is saying that we can call a flow to get the user details. I believe so, yeah. But could be, yeah. I'm not 100% sure on that. Any other questions? Yeah. Well, if there are no further questions, then so you can follow me on Twitter, LinkedIn, GitHub page, YouTube, and my blog site, which is powermaverick.dev. There's the question. So can we add the PVA image avatar from PVA itself? So if you're using iframes or if you're using any of the other channels, then so if you're using an iframe, then you cannot, because it's embedded into its own, it's sandboxed, right? So you cannot change anything inside the iframe. There is no way you can pass those images in the iframe. So that's why we have to use the div structure to change the images. And you can use any public images in your code. So you just have to give the URL right over here, or as I told, like you can even embed the base 64 encoded image as well. Okay, and yeah, if that's all, then do fill out the survey and then select your favorite speaker so that we can give out prizes for them. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, let's do that. Yes, and to win the Scott Duros prize, whenever you fill out the survey, just mention ProCode NoCode Unite hashtag in any of the comment sections, and then we'll pick the winner at the end of the sessions.
Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by, it's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliff extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliff extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
Okay, well, we have 1 more minute on top of the hour, but I just wanted to introduce David Rivard. He's been doing a lot of PCF work for the community, a lot of good controls he has built. And his topic is about using React hooks in PCF. And not only in PCF, I believe React hook, whenever you're building any React components, you're going to use it. And when I started out, it was really pain to use React hooks. So I'm really excited to see what David has for us today. So David, whenever you're ready, you can start presenting.
Do you hear me well?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, okay. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today on this 2-day event. It was I learned a lot of things, and thanks for the organizers and the sponsors for to have this developer-only event. I think it would not have been possible if not in the virtual format. Obviously, I hope I would be able to do presentation in person, but times are being what they are. Let's do this virtually. I'm going to start my presentation. Tell me if you... Does anyone see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So the topic of my presentation will be how to build PCF, mostly using React hooks. I think I'm about the 5th person to talk about React and PCF this weekend. I hope I will have a different angle and that you will enjoy what I have to show to you. Bit of who I am. My name is David Rivard. I'm a solution architect, senior developer. I work for XRM Vision. We're based in Montreal, Canada. I work with a bunch of brilliant minds, and we're having a lot of fun with the Power Platform. This is where you can reach me. I have my mail, my Twitter, my LinkedIn, and of course the GitHub, where you can find all the source code of what we're gonna look at today, and where you can find all the source code of the PCF I've done. And as Danish introduced me, I'm actually, it's quite funny because I always been more than of a back-end guy, and now I'm doing a lot of front-end stuff. I really fell in love with the PCF framework when it came out, and it just keep growing on me. And I have a lot of cool controls that I have put out in the gallery, and I always try to keep them updated every time Ivan or Scott post good practice things to do in the PCF. I have to go in the source code of all my controls to keep them up to date. But I really try to keep them clean and up to date. So go and see them. If you have any comments, I will be very happy to have some feedback. And we will there's one of this control I will try to show during the country picker. We'll try to show during the demo that I will present later. So for the agenda of today, of course, I will have a brief introduction on the PCF framework and a bit of my thoughts on the PCF framework and why I think it's awesome. My angle will be to talk more about React and really how to integrate the React framework with the PCF reality. And of course, the main topic will be how to use React hooks to make PCF controls. Of course, I will talk about Fluent UI. I think every presenters today have talked about it, and I have 2 things to show in the demo. We will implement rating control, product rating control, in which we will be able to see the hooks in action in a more simpler way. And I will try to demo the country picker control, which is a bit more complex, and that shows the value of using React to make good-looking controls. Speaking of the PCF framework, like everybody knows it, like almost all the presentation on this weekend were on the PCF. It's been very disruptive since it came in the Power Platform world. For me, it's the biggest paradigm shift in the Power Platform since a very long time. It gives you the ability to natively.
Kevin,
yes.
Kevin, can you hear me? So since we are using the test account, probably there's a root cause for the issue, right? Okay.
Is it good now?
Okay.
Before you begin, just a comment for everyone. If you have any trouble or any comment, just paste it in the chat window. Please do not interrupt the speakers.
Okay, so Danish, everything is good? You're seeing my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, no problem. Cool, no problem. No problem. I understand. So basically, the PCF, what it gives you is the ability to natively embed client-side functionality in the form, where before you needed to use HTML web resources, iframes, things like that, and it was never very good looking. We had a lot of work to do to make it work. Now it's natively it's native to the platform, so that's incredible. And for me, one of the biggest thing about the PCF is it's not only a developer thing, it's something that enables you can enable the citizen developers. When you install your components, they can use these components and make magic out of it in ways that you might not even have think it was possible. So I think it's a good example of pro code, no code unite. And also the PCF community is very buzzing. Everyone is jumping in the game, and I think I've seen like in the last year things are really shaping up for the PCF framework. So I really like it. One thing, like if you see this magnificent control, that's very good. And this is the marketing slide of Microsoft for the PCF framework, and the first time you see that, you say, oh my god, I want to make controls that looks like that. But when you go to the samples, you end up seeing code that looks like this. You need to create, basically you need to recreate the old DOM in JavaScript. So you need to think of how would the HTML look like. You need to insert some classes. You need to append the different nodes. So for me, it's very clumsy. It's hard to understand. My mind just don't get it. You need to deal with a lot of CSS. As I said, I'm a backend developer. For me, CSS is not my mind just don't get it. So at first, it really took me a couple of iteration to be to make controls that are looking good. And this is it's exactly what React and Fluent UI will solve will enable you to do. So I will talk right now just to make an introduction on Fluent UI. Like if you're asking why, yes.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I was talking. Yeah. Actually, Canary, what happened is always parallelly the same skill set. So production and ITG will happen at the same time. So I verified and updated that the VSTS as well. So you should.
No problem. No problem. That's the that's the joy of live session. I don't. It's fine.
Hello. Sorry. Sorry.
My God. Okay. So Fluent UI. If you're asking why you should learn.
What's the question again?
My God. Can you mute the participant?
Yeah, he keeps on unmuting himself.
Okay, so let's continue. If you're asking why you should use React, my answer to you, it's because you want to leverage Fluent UI. Fluent UI is it's a library made by Microsoft. It's a set of control and surfaces and icons. Name it. There's a lot of stuff in there, and it's basically it's the fabric. It was called UI Fabric. It's the fabric on which a lot of Microsoft products have been are rendered, and actually the Dynamics model-driven apps are made out of this library. So just for that, learning React I think is a must for any Power Platform developer these days, and you will want to leverage this this library. Also, one of the good thing is you can code your CSS inside the JavaScript. So everything is for me it's a no-brainer. You would really, I don't see why not using this library. Next thing is a bit of introduction on React. I don't pretend to be an expert on React. I've known this only for the last 6 months or so. I think Scott Giroux made a very good explanation on the framework yesterday, much better than I could do. One thing that I have to say is one of the good fit between React and the PCF is that it's the philosophy of React is that it's component based. So you need to split the UI in several multiple reusable components, and the fit with the PCF is that PCF is actually a component that you want to inject in a form. So there's no dichotomy there. The fit is very good. One thing you need, there's two big concepts that we need to understand in the React world is the concept of props. For properties, these will be like your input properties. It's the thing that you will inject in a particular control, and these properties, once injected, are immutable. You cannot change them, and you can re-inject a new set of properties, but you can, once they're inside the component, they are immutable. And on the other side, there's the state. The state is something that is inside a component, and it's the living part of your component. So it's the different variables, different things that will change in your component during the life cycle of your component. And also for me, the one thing that I really like about React is the GSX element. GSX is it's a new kind of file. It's not the .gs file. It's .gsx or .tsx when you work in TypeScript. But the clever thing about the GSX is it's a mix of HTML-like notation and JavaScript. So in the same file, you can have all your JavaScript logic, and on the render, the return of your function or the rendering method, you will have these kind of HTML-like tags where you can inject some variables or some logic in there. So for those of you who come from the MVC, ASP.NET MVC world, it's kind of like the razor notation where you inject C# in HTML templates. It's kind of this. You can make the parallel with that. One thing you need to know is, and that's the biggest learning curve of React, is really knowing the life cycle of the life cycle of a component, and what renders or not the virtual DOM to the actual DOM. Other than that, the learning curve is quite low compared to other framework. You only need to know if you know JavaScript and HTML, you will be a good React developer. It's just a matter of knowing the life cycle of the components. This is, and as you see, there's some methods that you can hook to, like component did mount, component did update. These are methods that when you extend a React class, that you can extend these methods and go and inject some code in these different lifecycle phases. And the goal of React is to once it rendered the first rendering is called the mounting, and after that, once a component is mounted, it can receive new properties. It can you can set the state, you can force the update, and these will every time this kind of event occur, it will cause a re-render. And React is clever enough to render only what is needed and send what has changed to the browser. So that's the main philosophy of React. There are two kind of components. The first one being the class component, which is the classical way of doing React. This is the more complex component where you need to extend a class called React component. When you extend this class, you need to provide a constructor. There's a bit of ceremony here to hook the properties and set the state. And as you see here, you have different kind of methods that you can hook, where you can put some of your code during the life cycle of a component. And on the other side, there's what we call the functional component. The functional component will be the simplest thing ever in the React world. It's basically a simple JavaScript function. You don't need to extend any classes. It's a simple JavaScript function that return a GSX element. So what the functional component can receive properties, and it will display the properties in whatever template, GSX template you provide in the return function. So there's no, as you see here, there's no life cycle. It's a one-shot. You don't use these function only for display. But this is what the React hooks will change. They will permit us to inject some lifecycle method inside of a classic function, of a functional component. But before we go to the hooks, I really want to showcase the pattern I use to integrate the PCF component with the React. With my React component, and the pattern I use is there's a fantastic blog post by Aung Kang. I hope I pronounce it well. He's a Microsoft MVP in New Zealand, and he was one of the first to blog about React and PCF. And this was really my wow moment. This is where I understand. I was really able to get a React component working with PCF. And what we need to understand is we're injecting a React component inside of a PCF component. The PCF component itself has its own lifecycle methods. So we need, one way or the other, we need to be able to, when a certain event will occur in my React component, I need to be able to call the notify output change, so that the change that I made in my React component will bubble up to the form and be able to be saved in the database. So and as we said, when we inject properties in a component, these properties are immutable. You cannot change them. But the clever thing is that we're in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, a variable or a function is the same thing. So the pattern I use is in the properties that I will inject in my React component. I always have the value that are provided by the PCF that will render in my component. But you always have a function that will serve as a callback function to signal to the PCF that something has changed. So this property is kind of like a hatch between your React component and the PCF. So I think I will want to show that in the demo before we go to the hooks. I will want to show that pattern because I think it's quite important. The control we will do today is it's like a product rating control. Here is the manifest. We receive a integer value that will be the rating from 1 to 5. You have a max value because you might want to have more than 5. The user will choose how many slots are available. You can inject an icon when it's selected and not unselected, and you inject a color to have this beautiful golden color here. This comes from the Fluent UI. It's a rating control from the Fluent UI library. Just go and see what the code looks like. There's tons of information on the control. There's how to implement the control and the interface that you need to provide to the control. So that's what we're gonna build today. And just to show you how we set up the things between the PCF and the React control. First thing you need to do, you need to import your npm install React DOM, and other libraries you will need to use during your development. Some other people talk about that earlier. In one point in our update view function, we will call React DOM, the React DOM, and call out our rating control. So the rating control is a file that you can see here under my tree. It's a TSX file, which is and you see the React the React icon here, which means that it's a React component. This more space. This control, the React control, implements Fluent UI. You have different things about Fluent UI. I will minimize the control for now because I want to focus on the properties. So this is the properties that I required for my caller to be able to render my my component. So I expect the rating, the icon, the color, everything. If the control is read-only or mask, you've seen Ivan talked about that earlier in his session. And what's important is I provide a callback function to my control. So when something will happen in the life cycle of the control here, I will just call this function, and it will bubble up to my PCF. And the way we do it is in your PCF here. I declare it's a global variable with my properties. I put some default value, but I bind the unchanged method to another method in my class. That when I receive a notified change from the React component, I set a new value in my class and I notify the PCF control that something has changed. When this is triggered, it will trigger the get output and it will send the value back to the form. So that's the main That's the main pattern I'm using in all of my control. It works quite well, and we will go back to the session, to the presentation. So now let's talk about these famous hooks. What are the hooks? Hooks are the new. It's a new addition. It's been there for a year or two. It's kind of the new guy in town. It's new functionality that was added to the React framework that lets you in a way that it lets you write stateful components inside a functional component. Things that were not available before. Now you can have a whole component with all of your lifecycle methods inside of a simple JavaScript function. So no ceremony, no constructor, no. But you still have to do. You have a lot more stuff to do now in your functional component. It's not that easy. There's a lot of gotchas, and for me, I think that this kind of notation, it's more readable. It takes a while to get used to it. It's a bit mind-bending at the beginning, but I can guarantee you that once you've tried the hooks, I don't think you will go back to the class component. These are all the hooks provided by React. We will just go and see a couple of them today. We don't have time to go and see all of them. I'm not an expert. There's tons of literature on them and how to use them, not to use them. There's some confusing messages in the different. So you really need to take them in your hands and make them work to find the best scenario for your needs. The first hook that we're gonna look at is it's obviously what we looked in the class component is the being able to manage the state of your component. So the use state hook is used to store these kind of value. You can have any amount of use state in your declaration. So these are all separate variables. They're very useful for anything that you need to hold a value that is specific to your this specific instance of a control. Then you can use the use state hook for that. This example, the notation of when you declare a use state. This is the notation. You will need to get used to these kind of array variable. It's called array destructuring. Actually, when you declare a state hook, you put the name of a variable. Could be anything you like, and the convention is to for the second part of the arrays to put the set and the name of your variable. The second part would be the setter of the first variable. And the way to use that in an actual component is first, you never set the value directly of a variable. That's why you need to provide a setter. That's how React is able to glue things up in the backend. So what will happen in this particular code construct is that when I click this button, the counter will be incremented. This value will change, and every time, as we see in the diagram of the life cycle, when the state change, there's a re-render. So since this value has changed, there will be a re-render, and the count will be rendered to the user. So that's basically the usage of the use state. Another one that's important is the use effect. I use this control for this hook for to signal back to the PCF. You will see in the demo, but it's basically to respond to side effects. Something happened in the control, and you will want to have some side effect. That's where you will put the code. interesting thing to know. You need to provide a second part of the which is it's called a dependency array. If you don't provide anything, this code will be executed after every render. If you put an empty array, it will be executed only once after the first render. And if in the dependency array, usually you would put some variables, and this particular code will be executed only if the variables here have changed. This is what we will view in the demo. And be careful, these use effect hook are the cause of infinite loops. For sure it will happen to you. You really need to know how to configure them correctly to avoid infinite loops. Another very interesting hook is the use ref. The use ref is it's very useful if you want to have a grab on a specific HTML node, and so that you can interpret the values throughout the life cycle of your component. It's not restricted to HTML node, but it's very useful in that case, and we will see in the demo how I use it to overcome a limitation of the Fluent UI library. Like you need to think of it like an instance variable. So on this example, I declare a use ref. On the first render, the reference will be put on that hook, and because we need to understand that there will be a lot of re-renders of this particular input. So when you refer to the input.current later on, anytime during your life cycle, you are sure that you will get the last rendered version of the control, the one that the user sees on his browser, and you have access to all the methods and members of this particular element. So that's very useful for that. Another one that is interesting is the use memo. Use memo, you would use that hook if you don't want to recompute the same function over and over again, because there's a lot of re-render cycle in a function function component. Every time a function is recalled, the members are evaluated. If you don't want to reevaluate an expensive value, you can put that in a use memo hook and put a dependency array, and this means that this will be recomputed only if one of the two values have changed. So this can be quite useful too. Don't overuse it. I don't think it's good for every scenario, but it can be useful. Last slide before we go to the demo is it's called the rules of hook. When you design a function component with hooks, you need to only call the hooks at the top level of the function. You can never declare a hook inside of logic, inside a loop, because React needs to know that it will re-render always the hook at the sequence of the hook declaration is very important to React to be able to render things correctly. So what you do, instead of putting your logic, your hook inside the logic, you declare your hook and you have escape condition to not do the things that's inside the hook. One good thing one tip I can say also is that you can use ESLint plugin for the React hook. Scott has made a very good post on how to set up the ESLint for PCF development. You can follow the recipe, and then you just install this this plugin, this package here, and add these rules. And as you type your code, it will warn you. It will give you some compile error to avoid falling in the pitfall of not following the hooks, the rules of hook. So that's all I have to. That's all for the slide deck. So how do these hook? How do we use these hooks in a PCF control? So this is the code of this rating control that we're building. And as you see, I'm not extending a class. It's a simple function that accept these properties, and that will render a GSX element. Let's go to the render phase. I think it's like basically in the end, what we want to render is a rating control. This is the rating control of the Fluent UI. As I showed earlier, there's a lot of different methods that you property. These are the props. You see, like iRating props. So these are the props that are needed to render this particular rating element. So one of the first thing I do is I declare the use ref that we talked about. I declare a reference to that object. So I will later be able to access this object anywhere in my code logic. I have my icons that I get from the properties that I injected. You have the minimal value, maximum value, and this is the state of my control, which is the rating, which is you see now for this control it's 4. And we have some event that we can some event handlers that we can leverage, and we have the theme that we will inject to have the colors and the things like that. So I showed the use ref. Now for this one, I'm using the use memo. I showed you that the use memo is it's used to calculate a function, but not to recalculate every time the component is rendered. So here I will receive I'm receiving a color from the properties, but let's say that let's say I want to have another color here and have red instead. You see, I did not press F5 and the color changed by itself. So that's a result of this this hook here that will recalculate the theme depending on the properties that are injected in the control. And I use if you see here, when on the console down there, I put some log. You see that the use memo is executed once, but here if I cause a re-render, the use memo is not calculated again. Again, this is for demo purposes. I don't think that makes a very big performance impact. It's I would use that more for a very non-calculating function, but it's good for the. Another thing that I'm using is the from Fluent UI. They are providing their own, because you can extend the hooks. You can create your own custom hooks, and that's another of the big functionality of the hooks. You can create your own. So the team in UI Fabric, they provided some some of their own hooks that you can use. You just need to install a package, and these hooks are available to you. And this one, I use it. It's like I use it as a constructor, because you remember that there's no constructor in the function component. But if I use this particular hook, it says that if the initializer is a function, it will only call it once. So I use that to ensure that my icons of Fluent UI are initialized. So again, it's a good example of a custom hook. I'm sure I could do it another way. This is, again, it's only for the demo. This is the state. This is the main. This is the main hook of the whole component. This is the one that will hold the value of what we see here. And I have some, and you see that if I clear, you see that if I choose number 2, the state is changing to 2, and it bubble up to the PCF. I will explain more in the path of these later on. And what's happening is I'm changing the value of the rating depending on what I clicked. And I think, yeah, I will go this way right now because it's pretty cool. Out of the box, the rating control provide unchanged method. So when you change the rating, it will just and you see that it's a much easier function. You just unchange and you set the new rating that you receive as a number. But what happened is, what I want for this control is I want to be able to clear the value, and that's not possible. And what I want is, if I go and click here back on the number 3, I want it to clear the value. And I was not able to do so, and that's the functionality I wanted for my control. So, and I checked on their website. It's not there's a bug, or there's already an issue for that, but it's not possible. So this is where we can use we can leverage the useRef hook to overcome this limitation. You remember that we have a strong on the control because we add this reference hook. So what I did instead is I extend the on-click event, and this for sure I have a bit more code to do, but by using this reference object, I'm able to get the actual value that was clicked by the user. So if you see here, if I now 3 is selected and I'm selecting 4, you see that I can grab the click, and I can see that the previous value was 3 and the new value is 4. So if the value is different, then I'm sending this value as my new rating. If the value is the same, I'm just put an undefined, which will clear my field. And voila, we have a fully functional nullable rating control. One last thing for the effect, we need to explain the effect hook. How do we call back this new value to the PCF? This is where the use effect come into play. We remember that the use effect this code will be executed only when this value will change. So I have just set the rating in my click event. So this use effect hook will know that the rating has changed, and then I compare the new value to the one that was received from the caller, from the PCF. And if it's different, I signal back with my callback function I signal back to the PCF that there was a new value. And if we look at the code, you can see that I noticed that I passed from undefined to 1. My use effect just got kicked, and I'm calling props on change with a value of 1. And you see here in my index, the get output is being called with 1, which means that the value is now in my form. And if I click on save on my form, the value will be saved in the database. So that's it for this control. I will do some cleanup because I don't want to have all these console log, but I will definitely put this control on the PCF gallery. If you go on my GitHub, it's already the code is already there. But I will clean this up and put it on the PCF gallery for sure. Another one I wanted to. We still have 15 minutes. Another one I want to show you. This one is a more complex control. It's the country picker. And I think I got the idea of this one during my Christmas vacation, and I spent all my Christmas vacation coding that. It was a lot of fun. Actually, what I want to do is we always have this country field on all the contacts and contacts account everywhere, and also I wanted a way to have a control that where we can have these different country where you can choose your country by and see the flag having something more visual. And also I wanted something that I don't want to put the data from the country in my CRM. I want to query an API or something that will bring me this data. So this is what we're so this was the idea behind this control. And as you see, there's a bound. There's two bound control, one for the code and one for the name. The country code is the main field of this control. And as you see, there's 3 parts. There's the globe, and when you choose a country, you will have the flag, and this info button will come up, and you will have some useful information about the country. Let's choose another country, and you see, like, it's very fluid, very and the way this was implemented, if you go in the index file, it's about the same pattern as you saw in the control we just see. I will not like the goal is at every update view you need to prepare the properties to inject inside your country picker combo box, and after that the React takes the way. And for this one, there's actually, if you see, these are all different controls. There's one control for the flag, there's one control for the panel, and this gives you a way to, when you go in the main rendering of a control, this gives you a way to have a very clean separation of concern. You have, this is the virtualized combo box. This comes from Fluent UI, but these 2 controls are my custom control that are declared here in the other files. And I'm able to call them with this HTML like notation and inject the properties. So I think this, for me, it's very clean code, and it's very useful. And the way this control works is I will just put on more space. This control gets the data from public API. So if you go to this, site, you will this URL. You will receive a big JSON that contains basically all the countries and all the information that we're displaying in the info panel. And what's important too is the link for the flag is there. So that's how I get all these different 250 flags, flag icons. And what's interesting is that I use, this is a custom hook that's called use fetch. There's a lot of, if you check on the online, there's a option, but why not use something that already exists? There's already so you just install this use HTTP package, and then you're able to use this this hook that is custom. That's basically telling to go and get the data at this address and fetch me an array of country. And this one has loading, error, and data. Data is always undefined, but when you make your call, it will. If there's something there, I can be sure that it's my array of country that is there, and there will be a loading. The loading will be true until the data has been fetched. So what you can do in your main rendering, that you can have switches, and if the data is loading, then you don't render anything until the data is loading. And once I receive the data, I will need to populate these options. So what I do is, for this one, I use the use memo. I think it's a very good use of use memo, because there's this will be executed only when the data change. So when I receive the data, I want to construct my options, my different options that I will display in my combo box. And I have all these fancy sorting stuff and fancy, so I don't want to re-execute that every time I call so this will be executed only once, and with the use memo, the value is stored in this variable. And in you see that these are the options that I present my users with. So that's about it. I have maybe a couple of other things I can show you. And yeah, if you want to see how it looks in the CRM, then this is the review. You can see another good thing, that it's another thing you need when you program a PCF. You always need to think that maybe something will push back a new value. This is the same field, and if I change the value here to 3, I would expect this to become 3 also. So this is a bit of gymnastic that you need to add more code to get a hold on these events. You never know how the user will put the control on the form. Yeah, this one is another cool one. This one takes a date field and change it to a click box. So when you click, it will put the current date that you click, and you can save that in the backend. I can show you. Let's say here it's the country in action. So looks very good in the form, pretty slick. This one is I think it's the 2 option icons. This is another one where you can inject some icons, and then instead of having a yes no, you can show things like that. And I think the last one I can show, and this one I like. It's it's always a good demo effect. This one is the sparkline control. And this one is a good example of when you design a PCF, it's always good to give a lot of options to your consumer. So this is the exact same control, but with different configuration. When you design the form, you put different configuration so you can have different visual. So I think this is very cool. This is the same control with 8 different configuration. This takes a value of takes an array of value and display it in a sparkline. And also another good thing I think is you can always think about pairing the controls together. This is a color picker that I took on the PCF gallery, and I hooked the value of this field on all of these control, and you can see that you can change the color on the fly. It's very responsive, very crisp. So yeah, that's about everything I had to show to you guys today. I hope you enjoyed.
Yep. Thank you, David. This is awesome. I mean, React Hook has been there. I wanted to, try so many things and never succeeded, to be honest. And I would call you a React Hook expert now. So I'm gonna look at all your controls and then see how you have implemented.
That's great, man. That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks, David. So
thank you for the event. Thank you for the organization. It's great to have a developer only event. I hope there will be more in the future.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks.
This is one of the many.
Thank you. Bye.
So,
is there any question?
I don't see any questions, David. Yeah, no questions.
Cool.
Okay, so guys, if you like the sessions, then do fill in the survey, select your best speaker so that they get awarded, and also you have prizes for yourself as well. So go on to the survey. There's a Nigel Frank link in the survey link that I have provided in the chat window, and then you have to fill in the Nigel Frank survey to get yourself a prize as well. So one of the lucky winner might get some prizes from Nigel Frank. So go ahead and then put your survey. Yeah, Raz has added a link to the event survey and as well as the Nigel Frank survey as well. So fill in both. And yeah, the next session would be from my good friend Daryl Labar. He's always raising the bar, right, Daryl?
Always raising the bar. Yep, that's me.
Yep. Yeah. So he's going to present on unit testing. So we looked at Jordy's session about using FICXRM, and now extension to that is the unit testing end-to-end. So I really like putting unit testing in all my projects. I'm a big advocate for that. So that's why we wanted to have these 2 sessions, Jordy's and Daryl's in this event, so that everyone is aware of how to do unit testing. And it's a very core piece when you're coming to building your code and making sure that it doesn't break. So nice to have you, Daryl, present to us. So thank you for coming up with the session. So it's all yours. Whenever you're ready, you can present it.
All right. All right. I'll go ahead and get started here. Just giving a quick intro. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you had a chance to listen to Jordy's session this morning. And if you're brand new to unit testing, hopefully he said a good, actually it's morning for me. It's probably afternoon for about half of you. But anyway, hopefully you had a good time at that and were able to kind of lean into that. So I'm going to talk today about specifically using the XRM unit test framework, which, yes, isn't Jordy's framework, but it has some advantages that are something that needs to be talked about. So let me go ahead and share my screen while I'm at it. Let's see, share, more actions, show device settings. Nope, there you go. Share. All right, and then screen 1. All right, we seeing my, okay, good, awesome. So that should be good there. So, and I don't want this here either. Why does that always go there? That doesn't make any sense. No one wants to see that. No one wants to see that. So, so feel free to interject with questions. If you just want to put it in the chat, I'm sure that we can have people come in and interrupt me whenever they are ready to do that. And I don't know if Dennis, you're doing that. Great. We can go ahead and do that. But yeah, so if you have questions, feel free to put in the chat. Normally this talk takes about an hour and 15 if I go slow. So I'm going to definitely be cutting some stuff out. So so just know that this may be a little bit shorter than normal, and also know that we may not get to everything, and that's okay. So I'll go ahead and get started since it is the top of the hour here. So a little bit about myself. I won't spend too long on this. 4-year MVP. I help out in the XRM toolbox. I wrote the base plugin for all the XRM tools, basically, that use that. I've got some tools in there: Attribute Manager, Early Bound Generator, Visual Studio Solution Accelerator. Those last two are important. Would be important for this session just because the XRM unit test requires Early Bound. So that's a good tool to do that. And then the Visual Studio Solution Accelerator basically was designed to set you up with your plugins, with your early bound entities, and with your unit testing in a matter of a few less than a minute, actually. So something to definitely go check out and play with if you'd like. This presentation is on the XRM unit test. So I've created that. It's been around since I think Jordy and I started the framework about the same time. He just open sourced his a little bit earlier than I did. So it's been around since I think 2012, if I remember. And I'm from Fishers, Indiana, and I'm also on the XRM Toolcast. So if you love having developer-specific stuff, we don't do all developer-specific stuff. About half the content is going to be geared towards developers. So we just finished up having Scott Duro on there last week, and then I was actually a dual episode. He's on there twice. So that's me. So when I'm going to say unit testing in here, and I'm really not meaning unit testing for the most part. I'm really meaning like automated testing or maybe integration testing. There's certain levels that people that are going to be, I'll say, religious about it would be, this is unit testing, this is integration testing, this is functional testing. So I'm just going to say unit testing, but I'm really, because it's just faster to say that than automated testing or functional testing. So just know that. I'm also going to skip the why here. I'm not going to tell why you'd want to do it. And the assumption is that you know what it is, you'd like to do it. You just would like help doing it specifically for your CRM plugins. And I am focusing on the .NET side of the fence explicitly. So your plugins, your custom workflows, and anything that's using the SDK, the .NET SDK. So I haven't provided any sort of support for the newer framework stuff, but at least .NET SDK, if you're still on that, that is definitely where this is specifically focused on. So this is kind of the couple ways of examining. I said that twice. It's a couple ways of actually how we go losing over time. Then there's the whole sort of automated ALM multi-server environment with the fully built out scripting engine that goes through and does all your testing on the front end and back end and everything else. That could take a long time to set up. And so it costs a lot to get started before you start to actually break even how much time you invested in it and how much it's earned you and your business back before it starts to go up again. And then we have generic mocking frameworks, which aren't necessarily specific to anything CRM or CDS. But so they're very easy to get started, but you don't generally, each time you do a test, you have to completely mock out every single call that you're doing, which means you're not really allowing it to build on each other. So that's kind of kind of where we sit at for the most part. So XRM unit test and Jordy's framework as well are really going to be looking at this sort of thing where they can be. So that's just kind of what we're trying to level set here. That Jordy would have as well in the fake XRM easy. But there's also a couple other things that are designed explicitly for being able to entities and stuff like that. Download this XRM unit test.example on GitHub. That's what I'm going to be walking through today. If you want to walk through it with me, great, go ahead and do it. It's on NuGet as well. I haven't, and may God have mercy on your soul, but if you let me know, I will be happy to create you a 2011 version if you'd like to try that out. So we're going to go get started here. So this is kind of example. How do you actually do testing of a plugin that doesn't actually connect to and do any data interactions in the actual test? So this plugin example is going to be a remove phone number plugin. It's going to go through and it's going to fire an update or create of a account or a lead or any of those types of entities that would have phone numbers associated to it. And that plugin is just going to go through and check to see if this phone number is there, and then it's going to remove anything that's not a number to the phone number. So anything that has a dash in there or a plus or a parentheses, any of that kind of stuff, it's going to remove. So that's just the plugin. Now the beauty of that plugin is it never actually does an update or create or retrieve of any data from the database of CRM itself. It actually is going to just be doing the updates within the actual context itself. So first I'm going to walk you through, hey, how do we go through and do a test with XRM unit tests where you're just having to deal with creating that context and testing your plugin. So let's go ahead and dive into code. So hopefully I've shared my screen and not just PowerPoint, but quick run through of the plugin. This is using my plugin base, but doesn't have to at all. You can test with whatever you'd like. You can also test, you don't have to be using early binding in any of your stuff for the framework, but you do have to have it defined. So it uses that to determine what attributes you have and what those types are to make sure you have your type safety there. In my framework, I do go through and define when things should be executing. So pre-operation, create update for these entities, execute this method. Pre-operation, create update at these entities, execute this method. The method's pretty simple. It's just going to call this remove formatting method, which goes through, gets that particular attribute. So maybe telephone 1, 2, or 3. And then it's going to go through and do this kind of funny little function here where it gets all the values that are in that string where they are a number, and then it creates a string out of that and updates it. So this is going to remove anything that is not a numerical value, and therefore removes all the phone number formatting. And that way, when your users are wanting to search for a entity by phone number, they never type in any formatting. It just always is what's being done with the actual just the full phone number itself. So that's how the plugin's set up. So let's take a look at the actual test itself. So this is my naming of tests, what I'm actually going to test, the state, context as formatting, and then what the result should be, should remove formatting. So we have our standard arrange, act, and assert. And in this, we have the plugin that we're creating. So this is what we want to actually create. This is the subject under test. So you might call this an SUT here. And the method we want to test is the execute. So this looks kind of confusing here until you go backwards. The execute method requires an iService provider. So each time there's a service in the framework that you need, I provide a builder for it. So I've got a service provider builder, and you pass in a context with that. So it needs the context. So that context requires an plugin execution context. So I've got a plugin execution context builder. And again, these are all Fluent. So they say, all right, with the registered event, and I'm going to use the logic to pick the first registered event from my plugin. But if not, you could just go through and define, hey, this is going to happen on the update, or it's going to happen for this entity, and that kind of stuff. And then the target you want to put on there. So that's the target. In this case, it's a contact with this weird phone number of A-1-B-2-3-C. Hopefully that's not a valid phone number for anywhere in the world. But regardless, the test will make sure that once you call the execute method, that contact that we passed in there will actually be, as the target, will actually be updated to 1, 2, and 3. And as you can see, we are already passing. So rather than spending time running a test that we can see is already passing, I'll just leave that be. So this is the framework for how do you actually go through and set up the test to run against a plugin. How do we mock the plugin execution context? And it's with these Fluent builders here to go through and create that stuff. Going back, let's see. So another major thing to be concerned about here is the difference between why would you actually want to use a framework like XRM unit test versus just a generic mocking framework. I go look at here's another piece of logic we're going to go through. This is make name match case. My last name has a capital B in the middle of it, and it's not very popular. So therefore, not very many people know that it's capital B. Actually, funny thing, I went to get my license renewed, and when I went to go do that, they had some more stringent rules of what your name could be, and they require your birth certificate. And apparently there's a space between the A and the B in my birth certificate, so they forced me to put a space in my driver's license. So I no longer have the same last name as my kids or my wife, because now I have an A in the middle of my last name. So fun skis for me. I may have to change that. I don't know. But anyway, the whole point of this thing is you pass in a name like McDonald, let's say, and then it'll go through and find any contacts that have that name where it matches case insensitive. And then it's going to go through and check to see where, hey, they are case insensitive equal, but not case sensitive equal. And then it's going to update those values. So that's a simple one. We're using the external context in this case, an actual link to CRM, but it could just be normal updates and stuff like that. But that's the actual code. It's not a plugin. You're just testing this one specific public method that you're having to do. Okay. So if I go back to the actual test itself here, let's take a look at what this test looks like using XRM unit test versus using something like fake XRM. I'm sorry, XRM unit test versus MS Fakes. So MS Fakes comes as a part of the premium version or the enterprise version of Visual Studio. And this is how you have to set up this test. You would have to know, or the thing you're trying to fake out here is this call right here. I need to fake out this retrieve call, which actually happens right here on this to list we call. That's the actual retrieve request is done. And I also need to update these updates here as well. It happens in the save changes. So as a developer, I have to know, oh, well, that retrieve request is actually an execute request. An execute request, then I've got to go through and determine, hey, is this the retrieve multiple request or is this the update request? So I got to have some sort of logic in here to determine what's happening. And if it's retrieve multiple, I got to start building my response, the retrieve multiple response, setting up the results, going through and adding whatever the particular entity is. So in this test, last name McDonald with a lowercase. And then if it's the update, that gets returned. And then if it's the update, it just goes through here and says, all right, if it's not an update, you've added some other test, some other function that we haven't mocked out yet. So I don't know what to do. So this is basically crying uncle here. This isn't recognized. But then it actually takes that target and sets it to this value, which is outside, has a scope outside of this whole faking area here. And then your test runs and it checks as that value that, hey, make sure that it got set from that logic and that it got set to capital D in McDonald. Okay, because that's what we passed in, even though the return value here is lowercase d. This logic here, these 30 lines of code, it's really ugly. This is not how you normally code things for CDS. This is not how you normally code things in your plugins. This is just code that's very unique. And for a lot of people that are new to development, new to CDS development specifically, knowing that, hey, everything comes in as execute organization request, not as a retrieve request, even though that is listed as a stub here possible on this fake. Like that's just really, really annoying, hard, difficult, and it's a lot of code to write. I really would rather not write 30 lines of code. So the reason that XRM unit test exists and fake XRM easy is you can do something like this. I've got a local CRM database organization service. So this is what I'd use for testing. I'm going to create it based on my early bound entities. So here's my context. That context is set in a namespace. That namespace should contain early bound entities. It does all the magic reflection to go figure out what those settings are, what entities you have that exist. And then I go through and actually create my contact just like I would if I was doing an update in the actual CRM itself, in the plugin itself. So this is not anything special. This is the only line here that's special really to kind of unit testing here. Then I call my logic, pass in the I organization service, and then I do a assert here to make sure, hey, and I also go and retrieve that entity. Hey, make sure that entity actually got updated. Okay. So this is a much less code to write, which means much less bugs, and it's also much easier. Besides this one line here, which is maybe a copy and paste if you want to do it, but we'll get to how you kind of get around that in the future. It's really, really straightforward. So this is great. This works great, and it has the other advantage of fixing a bug. So let's say rather than comparing first name and last name, if I change this to first name and first name, because the in-memory CRM service actually does the querying of the in-memory database, this will actually result in a failing test versus the fake the fakes framework or any sort of fakes framework, if you don't do a check in here, we don't do anything in this request to validate what it actually is. We just say, hey, if it's a retrieve multiple, then give it a response. We don't check to make sure that they actually checked for first name and last name or any of that stuff. So therefore, that test will fail, will succeed, even though there actually is a bug in there. So that's a big reason why using a specific mocking framework like XM unit test is a huge, huge benefit to your testing, because now actually you're testing usually the most complicated part to the right, which is the querying stuff, or the most buggy part is the querying stuff. So that's the fun of going through and doing that. It's a whole lot less lines of code, way easier, and it looks like standard code, so it should be much easier to get started in your projects. So let's go through some of these limitations here and talk through these out. So your limitations of having that fake in-memory service is it's only as good as what you are checking for your metadata against. So if you're using early XM unit tests, that's using the early bound entities. So if those are out of date, or if you want to test a new environment, you have to regenerate those things. It's, with something like the early bound generator, it's a few seconds to go through and do that, but it does take a little bit of effort. And if those entities don't match, you may have a test that is passing but fails in your actual environment. So that kind of is a rough pain point there. That doesn't handle anything with security permissions in the testing framework, mostly because to set that up requires a lot more work than generally I figure is worthwhile. And then, let's do that. It's not CRM. There's going to be bugs. There's going to be things that happen in CRM that don't happen. Maybe you do something really crazy and you create execute multiple requests, and you have a limit on how many times you could do that. And you're not seeing that locally because that limit isn't enforced locally, but in CRM it is. So that's an issue as well. And then here's the one that's really, really key here. If you only have testing that's done entirely in your local environment, it doesn't help when the environment is broken, but your tests aren't. So if I develop a plugin, it works great, all the tests pass, I push it out to dev, and I push it out to get dev, works in dev, I push it out to QA and it fails in QA, I've got nothing to fall back on to see why is this failing? Why is this not working? I don't have any way to be able to go through and kind of figure that out and have my test help me do that. So that's another kind of thing where this is a limitation of this fake organization service. So to overcome these things, I recommend actually connecting to your CDS instance. But this creates an entirely new set of problems. You want to make sure that your tests are environmentally agnostic, meaning it doesn't matter what environment you run in, they still pass. You need to also make sure that you can specify between, hey, I want to run this thing locally or against the server, because running tests against the server takes a long time. And if you want to do any sort of development, having tests locally when you're doing server-side development, having a test locally is a huge, huge productivity increase, because now it's not, hey, go ahead, compile, go ahead and push, go ahead and push out that test, whatever that test is, go ahead, wait for the log to come through, make sure, verify that it works. If it doesn't work, you repeat the process. That's a 1.5 minute turnaround cycle. Versus if you run everything locally, you're talking seconds to go through and figure out, did I break it? Did I not break it? Does it work? Does it not work? And I can debug right there locally. I don't have to do any sort of weird connecting to CRM to try to debug remotely, which is cumbersome at best. So, but that's still the problem, right? The thing you have to deal with. How do you say, hey, I want to run this way, I want to run that way? And we always want to make sure that when we were doing this, it asks, do we have to do one test for local development, one test for server development, or is this, hey, we want one test that we can then switch back and forth? So which way should we do, option 1 or option 2? So I've gone through and decided option 2 is the approach that I like, but I do want to have that single port configuration, and I do just want it to work. So if you do have some sort of Azure DevOps pipeline where you want it to just grab the source code out and run the test, I want it to pass. I don't want there to be any sort of initial setup that has to be done in order for that test to work. So let's go through and see, how do you actually define to connect to your CDM instance, and how do you actually go through and do that work? So if we go back here's just the brute force method of actually connecting. I've got this test settings class that's used to configure some of the test settings required for XRM unit test. And in here, we need this user test config path. So this is, hey, I'm going to point to a single config file that is used for all of my test projects. So you may have 5 plugins. Each of your plugins may have a separate test project. Each of those test projects, you don't want to have the same config in each test project that you're having to switch back manually. So if you want to say, all right, run against a server or run against locally, you don't want to be setting the config file in every single one of those projects individually. You want one spot. And so that's what this thing is doing. It's a Pathfinder project of type. So basically, you give it a project type. So MS Test Provider is my project type that I'm giving here, or a class type I'm getting here. So that's right in here. And it says, all right, I'm going to go and find on disk where your path to that thing is. I'm going to find the project for it. And then you give it a project-specific path to a config file. In this case, unit test settings user.config. Okay, so that's this file here. You will also notice, maybe if you can, depending on how good your resolution is, there is a little ignored flag here. There's a little ignore flag here, and that's something special because you don't want to check in your actual password or anything like that to TFS because that's obviously bad, or your source control. That's bad. So what I do is you check in this, which is generic, which has generic information in here. And at the bottom here is your password. The first time you go through and you run your test, it will look for this. The convention setup, if it's .user.config, it will look for a file without the .userconfig part of it, and then it will use that to go through and it will use that to go through to generate this file. And then once you've ran it once, you just go through and populate it with your username and your password, and then you can go through and start doing your work here. So in my unit test config, also notice the password's way at the bottom. That's just a simple way to keep things from, if I need to change it when someone's debugging with me, they can handle that. They can not see my password. So security through obscurity there. But you just change whatever sort of environment you want to choose, dev, QA, stage, or prod, or you can put however many of these you'd like to put in here, your connection configuration string you want to put in there. And then if you want to use local, it's true. If you set that to false and save it, then everything would start actually connecting to the actual CRM instance that you've defined here for every single one of your tests, since they all are using this config file. So I did get a question here in the chat. I did see about whether this is using fake XRM Easy or XRM Unit Test. So this is a different framework. This is XRM Unit Test is a different framework than fake XRM Easy. It's not using it underneath the covers, but it's the same exact idea underneath the covers, and that it's running the in-memory version of CRM. So hopefully that answered your question. Yo, looks like his name is. Yeah. So at some point in time, maybe if people like the idea of being able to do all this kind of stuff, maybe we combine it and I ignore, remove, or replace the intersection of my. Actually, I go back to this thing. I go back to. Nope, not that one. The other one. This one line here that creates my own version. There's no reason you couldn't kind of go through and change that to be the fake XRM Easy to create your own instance of that. But yeah, so at some point in time, I may do that, may replace all that. But for now, I'm just sticking with my own because it works just fine for what I need to do. All right, back to the slideshow. Okay, so back to that. Not yet. Let's go to this first. So what I suggest doing is having a method that you call that goes through and sets up that connection for you. So in this test initializer class, and this all gets set up if you use the Visual Studio Solution Accelerator, I create this class for you and you can go through and configure it however you'd like to configure it. But these are everything you need to actually set up your XRM Unit Test to run in your project. So if you want to run, rather than MS Test, if you want to use fake XRM Easy, or not fake XRM, what's the other testing framework? One of the other testing frameworks, XUnit Test, you just need to create a provider for it. The provider is super simple. It just says, hey, what's the attribute that defines your test method? How do you do a failed? How do you do it in inclusive? Those are the three things. So whatever, yeah, very, very simple class to write. Should take you 5 minutes, if that. So you just configure that by setting that in. That does the early binding for that. And then here is the configuring of the unit test config. So these are the settings for that. So put that in one method, one file, and just call it for every your test. And now you've configured everything XRM Unit Test. So that is how you go through and actually set up the connections with XRM Unit Tests. So now that we've gone through and said, hey, how do we solve that problem? Let's go through and figure out how does that look like? What does that look like? So I'm going to give another hypothetical plugin, sync account to contact. And in this plugin, it's going to find on updated contact, it's going to find all accounts that have that contact as primary and are missing an address. So you're updating the contact. It is the primary in the account. The account doesn't have an address. Let's go ahead and sync the information from that contact to the account address. And maybe a dumb idea, I don't know, it depends on your situation, but coming up with examples is kind of hard here. So so that's our example plugin here. And let's go see what that actually looks like to test it. And first we're going to do, this is like the first pass at how you would go through and do your testing. So first you call your initialize test settings. Great, that sets up all your test data. And then I got a test base method that you can call get organization service that goes off and uses those settings to get your service. Great, everything's set up, looking good. This could go anywhere you want to. It doesn't have to be in this method. It could be at like a class level if you want. It just needs to run before the actual test runs. Then we have our service. Let's create our contact. Let's create our account. Let's associate the primary contact of the account to this contact that we just created. So that's set up for that. And then let's do our test here. We are going to create this as a target here. So this is our target. We're passing in address line 1 of 742 Evergreen Terrace. Any Simpsons fans will probably get that reference. Yeah, so that contact is created. And then we go through, we create our actual context itself. Hey, what is this registered for? This contact, and we do our actual providing of our builder. I'm also passing in this debug logger, which is really great because you get to see everything in every single request that's made to your iOrganization service is logged to your test results. So in your test results, you should be able to see, let's see if I can get this test here. This is for the local or, that's not the reason, that's what I want, room phone number. This one, give me my test. Nope, it won't. Sorry, I haven't ran it since we started this. So let's go ahead and run this local or servers not being found. What class is this in? Local server. Oh, there it is. I can't read it. People looking at me. All right, so I'm just gonna go run these tests. But that will log out everything that's happening, trace everything that happens in your plugin, which is really, really neat. Okay, so we have our act, and then we have our cert to make sure, hey, did that account get created correctly with or get updated correctly to have the same address line 1 as the contact did. Okay, and then finally, when we're done, now we need to make sure that we're environmentally agnostic and clean up the data that we created. So since we created our contact and our account, we need to make sure we actually clean it up when we're done with it, which is great, but this actually comes into a problem. So let's see how many of you have figured out our problem here. Well, let's dive into that. So first, I don't like that we have to do this at the top each time. That's just boilerplate. So I want to get rid of that. That's a problem that we have with this example here. The main problem here is that we have this try catch here with a finally here. If you have a bug anywhere in your logic, so if I've got a bug in my plugin, and I'm executing my plugin, I'm debugging my plugin, and it fails, that's bad, right? But what happens normally is you stop on that plugin, and you will actually stop your test running, and then you will rerun your test. Well, if you stop your test running when you're in here, the finally never runs. So therefore, you've created this account and this contact, and you're just going to create a new one next time, and you could potentially start creating lots and lots of dummy data in your test environment because you haven't cleaned it up correctly. So the only way that I know of to really kind of clean that up is to keep track of the GUIDs from the contact and the account. Great. So you could keep track of them. You could hard code them in here if you wanted to and create them that way, but that's a lot of work as well. So that's really annoying as well. But if you did do that, then at the end here, you would just always delete it. Oh, and you also would have to delete it at the beginning to make sure that it didn't exist already. So you'd have to have the line here say, all right, I'm cleaning up from the previous test. I'm creating my test data. And then down here, you attempt to clean it up again. So if someone logs into your environment, it's not seeing any of this crap data in there. So so those are rather annoying to overcome. So I think we actually talked about all this stuff here, but here's the important part. So when we're testing at this, we always have to make sure that our costs justify the means. we always have to make sure that happens. So now talk about having that ID and keeping track of that. That really is annoying, but that's something that we have to do to make sure that it's clean. But we have to do it in a way that's as efficient as possible. So we want to make sure on this, effort versus return, that we're hitting the top of this graph here, and we're not spending time here, or we're spending time here making this absolute perfect thing that takes 20 days to create. We need it to be created now and out the door and beneficial. So this is my answer to how do we do this. So my answer first is, hey, how do we overcome limitations of the in-memory local CRM instance? How do we overcome that? Well, that's to connect to CRM or CDS. And if we connect to it, how do we overcome all those issues with those connections? Well, we've gone through how do we get connected, but let's take a look at how we actually help our test out. So I have this test class here, test method class base. I have a hard time coming up with names. That's the best name I could come up with it. But basically, it's a base class for your test method. Whoa, isn't that crazy? So here's our test method. It creates this new instance of this class. So each method gets its own special class, primarily for it does a lot of stuff with reflection that requires that. And then you can also be sure that you're not using the same data in other classes. You're not using the same GUIDs in other classes. And therefore, you will not be able to run things multi-threaded if you want to. So I always want to make sure that you can run things multi-threaded without having to worry about stepping on each other. So the first thing you notice here, we have this weird structs ID. So if you ever done any MVC development, ASP.NET MVC stuff, they use a lot of convention over configuration, where if you name your thing this way, it will work. If you do it this way, it will work without you having to tell it what to do. So my answer to going through and keeping track of your GUIDs is to put them in this struct here called, you don't have to actually call it IDs, but it's going to be a struct that contains these ID entities, ID classes, ID objects. And in here, you've defaulted the actual GUIDs here, which is great. But now that those are defaulted, now it can use that to clean it up. And because it's structured in this way, this test method class base, when it runs through and actually executes, before the test, it will go and it will look for these entities and it will automatically delete them ahead of time. And then when your test is done, it will automatically delete them afterwards. So when we're looking in this case with this weird finally here that we have to make sure we do to clean up our data, if you're a developer, you know developers are not, if you don't force them to do it, they're not going to do it. So there will be someone that forgets to clean up their data, guaranteed, which is really annoying. But if you set it up this way, they don't have to remember. They just have to put the IDs in. And on top of it, this service that you get passed in here, by default, it already is forcing you to define the IDs. If you don't define the ID, it will throw an error. Say, hey, you're attempting to create an entity that you don't know how to clean up. And that's a bad thing for our test to make sure that environment is clean. So it automatically does that for you as well, which is a nice little feature there. So this is IDs here. Let's create our data here. So just as before, we want to create our contact. And we our account, we want to associate it, to our account. So that's this one weird line here. These IDs is, I don't know why, but I love IDs. I should probably put them in a separate downloadable entity because it just kind of makes sense for this. But let's say, for example, you wanted to get the actual logical name of the account, right? You could just write this, use that account, and that will get you the logical name. Let's say you want the actual GUID of the account. You could just write IDs.account. And that gives you the GUID. Let's say you want the, this is the annoying one, entity reference. Let's say you want the entity reference of the account. You could just write that. In all these cases here, or heck, let's just want the entity. Cool. Oh, that one's not working. I think it has to be an account. There we go. All right. So, yeah, in all these cases here, this thing's smart enough to go, what are you asking for? Oh, and it just automatically gives it to you. You don't have to write any additional logic for that. Entity reference is always a really annoying one. But then if you do want the actual account itself, there is this .entity in here to get the actual entity, and now you've got the full IntelliSense for your entity as well. So real neat little thing. I don't know why I love it so much. It's so simple, but yeah, I just like it. Anyway, so that sets that up. And then I have this environment builder that you just give it the struct, and it will create all of them for you automatically. So I don't have to have any separate statements. I just says, oh, go ahead and create this thing. So if I have 20 different entities here, it creates them all, no problem. So that's a nice little feature there. And then we have our test with our arrange, act, and assert. And you will notice that this is exactly basically what was inside of our try up here. We are generating our target, plugin, context, going through and creating all this stuff, and then we're executing it at the end and asserting that it is correct. So if I go look at the, let's do this one here. If I go look at the output for this, you will see everything that happened in this test. First thing it did is it went and checked to make sure that we did not have the account existing and we did not have the contact existing. If they did exist, then it would go through and delete them. So that's the first thing that happened. That was all done as the plugin base. And that looked at that actual GUID struct there, ID struct there. Then there's some other stuff in here that our actual create actually started a timer. So you see timers for how long each thing took. That took 267 milliseconds. We see a collector. Hey, get me the account. All the counts where the primary contact is this GUID from the contact. It's great. And actually, I'm logging it twice because my plugin actually logs that information as well. So that's why you see that in there twice. But that took 0.036 seconds. So hopefully that was fast enough for you. And then here's our update where it goes through and actually does the update to make sure that it gets the correct address here. So you get to see all that information and you go, oh, I'm updating the country. Maybe I don't want to update the country. So you can fix that as well. And it wraps everything up for at the end of it. It will go through and clean up it deletes 2 entities here. Took 81 milliseconds. So it did all that work for us automatically, and you get to see that all in the actual context itself, the output of the test itself. So real nice feature there as well. So I walk through all this stuff. Okay, so I did show the environment builder. There are entity builders as well, and that helps to just speed up your actual test creation. So let's take a look at that as well. I think I've got them in here. Nope, I don't. But basically, a plugin. Actually, I have it down here. Should have it down here somewhere. Yeah, here's account builder. So this account builder is something that gets called automatically whenever you create a new account, and it goes through and it will run this logic here to default everything. So by default, every single account I create is going to give a account number of 10. You can always update it if you need to, but it will give it account number 10. If I wanted to make sure that it had a specific address, I've got this account builder to say, hey, give me this specific address when you create this thing. This reads a whole lot better in your tests, these Fluent builders, than having to hard code this in every single test that you want an address. Just say, hey, with this account builder, I want to create an address. That is used, right here. So, hey, I'm going to create an account here. Here's the account I want to create. And then with address 1, and I'll create it with the actual address for you. So account builder is very, very helpful. And that's a part of the curve that you continue to build on as you realize, oh, I'm constantly creating leads that have this specific information. I'm constantly creating accounts that have this. You can go through and build builders to help keep yourself from having to type everything quite as much. So that's a big boon there. So those are the builders. Other things. Other things we want to talk about. We don't. Actually, I'm doing really well on time here, so maybe I'm talking too fast. But there are some times when you're connecting to an environment where you don't want to create everything for your test. Okay, and I'm thinking specifically of like products. Products are annoying to create. You have to have the right unit of measure. So that means in your test, if you're going to create a product and that organization service implements making sure that you have that unit of measure just like the real CRM would, that means you've got to create your unit of measure first. And it's just annoying to go through and do that for every single one of your tests that you need a new product, where maybe you have a standard product. Maybe you have your standard widget that you've had since the beginning of the company, or you had maybe it's a service that you're doing that you've always had. Hey, we are a basic service. It's going to exist in every single environment. Rather than going through and having to define in every single test what this product is, all the information for it, you can create what's called an assumption. So an assumption here, if I go look at this product install, all it does is it inherits from this entity data assumption base attribute, which is a part of the framework. And you can implement this interface as well. This just says, hey, this entity, this assumption returns this specific entity type product. And all you do is define this retrieve method. And so this retrieve method will go through and it will get, I'm using some of my DLB extension methods here. So this get first to default is doing pretty much exactly what you think. Give me the first product where the product number equals install, and give me these fields on it. Product number, product ID, description. Boom. So that's going to retrieve the product. So when you write that assumption, it will, and then you have to actually append it to your class. So if I go back through here, there's a test here. In here, I've defined, all right, this class here, this test class install should contain description, is assuming that this product install exists. Okay. And so when I run this against an actual CRM instance, it will just make sure that my assumption is there. And if my assumption is there, great. It will just let the test run. If the assumption is not there, you're going to error right away to say, hey, this is not working because this assumed entity doesn't exist. So in my example at the beginning of this, when I talked about, hey, if you actually want to test, if you have a plugin that's failing in QA and you don't know why, but it's passing in dev, it could be that you have an assumption set up incorrectly. So when you run this test against that particular environment, not only would you be able to debug everything that's happening and get every other thing that's happening with that prioritization service against the actual real live instance of CRM or CDS, you would also see if there's any assumptions that have been invalidated. Hey, this product doesn't exist that should exist. And it's a simple thing for that. So we added it there. The first time you go through and run it, you need to be connected to an actual real live version of CDS. And the reason for that is when you run it, it will go through, and depending on your configuration, it will spit out the XML to this folder that you've defined here. So now it splits out this XML here, install, here's the GUID, here's the description. Great, those are things I set out. Once that gets defined, that can get checked into TFS or into whatever, GitHub, whatever you got, Git, any whatever you want to check it into, whatever your source control repository is. And you check that in, now you can run it locally, and then local method, it will go through and go, oh, you need this product install. It will go and load it from the entity XML that has defined here and populate it inside your in-memory database before your test runs. So even though I haven't defined that my product exists at all, it will exist. It's in this local CDS instance, and I'll also add to this assumptions entity, the assumed entities collection here. You can go and get that actual product out by the actual type. So hey, get me the product install, and that will get you the actual product. And then you can go and check to say, hey, give me the description for that product from the actual service. So this actually will exist. And then you can check to see, hey, it's not null. Hey, the description matches the description that I am expecting it to be. So that's how that all works. That's the assumptions. Assumptions are very, very powerful for being able to do all that stuff. If you have any configuration data, let's say that you are storing in CDS and entity URLs to external services, very, very common. Someone asked the question. So yeah, so if you have another service that you're connecting out to another external service, I'm connecting out to Azure or something else, and so I've got code in my plugin that's doing that, and I don't want to hard code that in my test, right? So what you do is you say, all right, I'm going to make an assumption that this settings entity exists, and here's the query to go get it. So you probably have some string key to go get that thing, and then it will return that and it will store that, and it will save that in your entity assumptions entity XML here. And then when you run in memory, it will go through and it will pull that information in, and it will automatically go and use those settings, which is great. It's also really good because then when you run that in QA or a different environment, it will re-pull those settings from there because you're running from that environment, and it will hit that specific environment. So not only are you getting the ability to kind of debug stuff against that environment, you're also being able to, if you set it up to use your assumptions, you're being able to make sure that that data that exists in that environment is the data that actually is why it's causing it to fail, or could be why it's causing it to fail. Maybe the QA environment is pointing to the dev environment, that settings entity. So you wouldn't know that without a whole lot of kind of testing and figuring out what's going on. But if you had the unit test, you could connect to it, you could go through and step on it, you can go put a breakpoint right in your plugin and go, oh, okay, this is failing because I've got the wrong URL here, and you can go through and fix that. So, so those assumptions really, really powerful. You can abuse them probably, but they're also really, really powerful. Highly recommend thinking about involving those in your project. So those are the assumptions. And I walked a little bit in the builders. I'll go through that if I have more time. One thing I want to go through is there is a lot of code to write, unfortunately. I haven't figured out how to get that down even farther. So I make life a little bit easier for you. When you, if you look at this code generation here, you will see these snippets out here. And these snippets are designed to make your life way, way easier in what they're doing. So let's go and create a new, I'm going to create a new test class here. So this is using test method class base. If I had to go through and remember, how do I do this again? How do I handle this? It's kind of confusing. So let's say we have a test that some other product doesn't exist. And let's do a simple test here. So if I go and follow my little snippet here, Serum test method class, that's the snip I'm going to use here. And I do the tab here to the autocomplete. I did it twice. So state being tested. When Daryl presents, it should be awesome. We'll do that one. Cool. And the plugin name is Foo. I don't have a plugin for it yet, but okay. So that spit out this whole framework of, here's your test method you want to call. Here's a test class. Here's the ID structs. Maybe you don't need to create any entities and you can just delete the ID struct, but hey, it's right there. So maybe I need to create some IDs. Here's initializing the test data. So I need to have the, if I need to do that as well, that's already spit out. And then we have our actual test here where our range, act, and assert. So let's first think about this. Let's say that, hey, I do need to create quite a few entities. So what I do for that, because creating a GUID in Visual Studio is really kind of sucky. There is a create GUID tool here. And then you've got to, I guess, pick whatever version GUID format you want here, and click OK to get that. So copy that new GUID, and then you have to go paste it. And then it's got to be in the string. It's really clunky. Really don't like it. And if you need to create 10 entities, that's a pain. That's a pain. No one wants to do that. So what I've done is I've created a little link pad snippet called generate IDs. Let's open that up. All right. So let's say I need three contacts, and let's say I need an account, and let's say I need two leads here. Okay. All right. So it's kind of weird that you're putting in twice, but catch me on this. So I go ahead and run this thing. When I run this thing, it will spit out for me everything here that I want. I'm going to copy and paste this in here so it's a little bit easier to see. And now you see, okay, I've got the account. Notice, because I'm OCD, it alphabetized it. So the account goes first, and then the contacts and the leads. Notice also, because I have multiple accounts, contacts, rather than having contact 1, contact 2, contact 3, I've got a contact struct with A, B, and C to make life a little bit easier there. Same thing with leads, A, B, and C as well, and all those GUIDs are generated. So then, in a matter of seconds, I can create a lot of entities if I do need to create them, do need to find them, all in that nice ID struct and all ready to be utilized. Actually, I probably need to put that in the ID struct. There we go. And being able to be utilized in my test. Okay, so that makes life simple as well. Other snippets here, the range, act, and assert for a plugin can be a little bit daunting as well, because you're like, oh, I've got a plugin. Do I have a plugin up here to use? No. So let's say I have a plugin. What plugins do I have here? All right, race condition plugin. So var race condition plugin. Please autocomplete for me. Okay, it's good. All right. All right. So how do I test this thing? Race condition plugin execute. Okay, and then where'd I go from here? Oh yeah, I need that service provider. So I got to do that kind of stinks as well. So snippet for that is this Serum plugin test snippet. So Serum plugin test, and then this was the race condition plugin. I can spell it right. And then this kind of spits out everything as default what you'd need. Context, service provider. If you happen to need it with registered events, great. If you need a target with target, you can add that there. If you need a pre-image, let's put that new line. Pre-image, you can have that there as well. Whatever you want to put in there, and you start filling in all the information you need to fill in with your context and service provider. So that's so that makes life a whole lot easier. than going through and trying to type that out all by hand. So I also have builders for assumptions. If you want to create an assumption, if you want to create an entity, all that kind of fun stuff. So all that stuff can make life way, way, way simpler than just simple having to type everything out manually. And you know what? I even threw a region snippet in here. Why a region snippet? Because I don't know. Whenever I do a region, I like having the bottom have the comment at the top. I don't know why, but just because by default I think Visual Studio does this. And so when I'm down here, I'm like, what region was that for? And I don't know. So anyway, extra bonus there. So that is that. Anyone have any questions before I maybe take a little bit more time to look at maybe some more entity builders stuff, because I kind of glossed over that quickly. But any questions anybody wants to ask, or anything they want me to dive into or talk about, show more into? Okay, going once, going twice. If you go download this example, or if you use the Visual Studio Solution Accelerator, Cole asked a question: is there a way to prove that an entity is only updated once and only certain fields have been updated? Is there a way to do that? So if you want to do something very specific in that, what you'd probably would need to do then is to actually override that in your actual test. So Phil's asking, let's go to another test. Let's do that test. All right. So in the test here, the question was, hey, if I am getting multiple updates, how do I check that I've had multiple updates, right? So what you could do is service equals new organization service builder, autocomplete, there it goes. Okay, so I add in this service builder, you can put things on it. So you can say, hey, with update, and then here, then you're doing your actual action for that update. So it requires the service and the entity, okay? And so if you wanted to keep track manually, of how many times you're getting updated, so var updated equals 0, updated ++, and then that thing's just going to call the s.update. That should be, and then we got to call the build. So what this logic here would be to do, anything that's on the organization service, if you're needing to do something kind of unique or different or whatever, you can go through and define, hey, I want to see how many times this updated has happened. And so that would, this would run through each time an update happens, it just increments that updated. If you wanted to check to see if it's the same entity, great. If you wanted to create this as an actual method, you can. This organization service builder is one that I recommend you create your own instance and you inherit from. So a lot of stuff that I have are called base because I want you to create your own instance. I don't want, so that way you can add whatever you want custom to it. So if you wanted, if that is important to you, then you can add your own override here and say, all right, give me this, automatically do this for me and add this as feature to that organization service builder. So yes, you could do that. And then the other question was, and then you can go check to see what in here you can see in the actual update entity, what attributes have actually been updated. You go through and check to see what the count of those. Whatever logic might be specific to that test. So that's that question.
This is awesome. This is awesome. Can you zoom in a little bit, please?
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit more.
Okay, I'm at 214%. So hopefully that's good enough.
Okay, just leave it. Okay, it's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Dinesh asked, if I have to use multiple entities because each one has different requirements for the test, what is the best way to store that fake data? So if you need to create multiple entities for the test, you define your multiple GUIDs up here, and then you wouldn't necessarily be storing that fake data. You'd just be creating it for the test. If you're doing it multiple times, then I'd use an entity builder and define it there. Say, hey, go ahead and create these. I need these 10 things. Maybe you want an account with 10 contacts. Maybe there's 50 tests that you do that. Okay, I'm going to create an account builder and create a method solves with 10 contacts, and then it would go through and create those contacts for you. So that's how I would handle that. Lucas asks, what would be good use case for assumption if I want to test a plugin that operates on a product like you use the entity builder and arrange single product and test that? In my case, assumption would pull 1,000 products, and I'm wondering that test there except maybe data integrity test. So assumptions really aren't for grabbing all the data from your environment, because most likely that those environments are going to change. Like, you really shouldn't be having assumptions on contacts and accounts, because those most likely don't exist in all your environments. I'm just going to make sure I understand the rest of the question. Would be a good use case for assumptions if I want to test a plugin that operates on a product, like use any builder and arrange single product and test that. Okay, yes, and if you yeah, and you totally don't have to use an assumption if you don't want to for those products. If you wanted to create an entity builder that created a product, great. Just know you'll have to also create a unit measure for that test and some other things as well that are enforced when you actually attempt to create those products. So it's just however you'd like to set up the test. It's up to you. Nothing forcing you to use it one way or the other. So Lucas, hopefully that answered your question. And I know I'm getting out of time here, so I'm going to just show a couple more slides here since they are here. We're talking here. So these are the assumptions I talked about. They throw an error if they don't exist, great, and they're pretty easy to create. Defined that already. We looked at the entity builders. Entity environment builders are really powerful, so I highly recommend checking out, if you have some time, these environment builders here. They can do some pretty fancy things here. For example, let's say I'm going to create, so here's an example of using a entity builder within the environment builder and then creating all the other ones. But it will ask any other questions here. So please fill out the survey. Apparently you can win a prize, and apparently I can win a prize of being the best presenter if you guys say how awesome I was or something like that. So, yeah, highly recommend doing that. Anything else that I am missing? And documentation, it would be out in the slide for that. Okay. Yeah. No, and Phil, development given to you.
Thank you, Darren. This was a really nice. Hopefully, people will go in and then start now. Well, thank you. And at 60 the screen.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Barely able to hear you.
That way. Our topic today is about integration between CDS and your custom systems. System integrations is a fluid and highly opinionated topic. I know many of you are experts in this field, but I hope that it will be beneficial and an idea starter, at least, to anyone new to it. Let's get started. So, unlike us, humans, systems should not care about how other systems are built or how they work. The more systems we integrate, the more complex they become, because systems can get busy doing their own work. It leaves them no time to keep track of what other systems are sending or requesting from them. This system preference to carelessness, if we can call it that, is best solved by decoupling them. Decoupling systems means loosening the connection between them in a way that they can still communicate with each other, but without a lot of attached strings. This is a basic design pattern for microservices, but it's not exclusive to microservices, and we can benefit from it here. So in this presentation, we will discuss some of many ways this decoupling can be achieved. So organizations that started to use CDS and the related technologies, in which they invested a lot, some maybe regional laws and regulations. They just can't use a single tenant or a single environment for all the regions, but they may be still interested in sharing pieces of data across these environments. Also, the on-premise Dynamics 365 is not dead yet, and normally an on-premise system lives on some kind of internal network that is normally, again, protected by firewalls, etc. What if this system needs to integrate with the outside services? The solution that we should implement must be scalable and resilient to anticipate future needs and possible downtimes. in CDS or in those custom systems. Hopefully less in CDS than the custom systems, but anything can happen. You always need to assume the worst, where your custom systems or CDS may become unavailable for some time, but in the same time, you don't want to lose important communication between these systems. So what we are going through today is a subset of many ideas for integrations. Many other variations and technologies exist that can fulfill the same or similar outcome, and that's due to the abundance of these technologies. The right technology is based on many factors that will decide what you are going to use, such as existing architecture, cost, or skills of the team. We will look at the Azure Service Bus initially and how to configure it. Then we will look into a powerful yet simple feature of CDS that allows us to communicate with Azure Service Bus in a supported way. Then we will touch base on Azure Functions and why they are needed in our scenarios. After we discuss our integration scenarios, we will go through some demos and code snippets to see how everything works together, loosely yet robustly, hopefully. My demos are mostly straightforward, projects and screens a lot. So, I'm sure that all of you booked a flight at some point in time, number of incoming booking requests. But how they do that without breaking the system? In most cases, this is a distributed system that has some messaging broker in between the services. You submit your booking request from a website. The request goes into a queue of some sort or similar structure, and then a back-end service processes that item from the queue only if it has the bandwidth to do that. Now, if there are lots of items in that queue, that back-end system will take time to go over all of them, and that's why the long time. Of course, if the airline company is willing to invest more or make things faster, they may spend more back-end systems to finish that queue faster. Like in real time, in real life, this is a very simplistic scenario, but like a really good distributed system will have much more brokers and services that all talk to each other. But this is, again, a very simplistic scenario. So in a Service Bus or Azure Service Bus is one example of these messaging brokers that can sit in the middle between systems. Okay, so just to go, this presentation is not about Service Bus only because it requires actually its own presentation. But just to summarize what Azure Service Bus is, it's a messaging broker that is built to scale and to actually make your applications or separate applications resilient and scalable at the same time, beneficial for decoupling applications from each other. And again, as we mentioned before, it is great for microservices architecture, but it's not exclusive to them. So you can use it even with monolithic applications like CDS. And also another benefit is it allows you to connect on-premise systems, whether it's Dynamics or not, to cloud or outside services. Now to the inner workings of the Service Bus. Like Service Bus, you can do many things with it, with different contracts, we call it. We have relay, queues, and topics, and actually there is, under relay, there is one way, two ways, and endpoints. So Service Bus can act as a relay between your on-premise applications and service outside your network. This is not the same as giving that outside service a VPN access. Relaying using Service Bus does not require you actually to alter your network configurations. You can just specify an exact application endpoint living on your corporate network on a specific machine to be exposed to some other service outside your network. And Service Bus will take care of relaying things or relaying messages between your on-premise and the outside world. This is not in the scope of this project, of this presentation. Queues and topics are most common. Queues, as all of you know, are like first in, first out structures that can store messages to be processed when a receiver end is ready to process them. Topics, on the other hand, are publish-subscribe structures, where the main difference between a queue and a topic is that a queue has a single receiver and a single sender and a single receiver, where topic has a single sender and multiple receivers through what we call subscriptions. So there is a sender that sends to a topic. The topic will fan out these messages to multiple subscriptions, and each receiver is listening to a specific subscription. In my opinion, most of the time that there is a decision to be made between a queue and a topic, like a topic most of the time wins, because behind the scenes, actually, Azure, they build topics based on multiple queues. So even though you have a single receiver now, it's not bad if you just create a topic and have a single subscription, because in the future, you don't know if another custom system will come and say, oh, I'm interested in that message as well. So you just need to spin off another subscription on that same topic. Normally, like a topic will broadcast the same message to all subscriptions unless you say, okay, I want a filter on this subscription with a specific condition that this subscription will receive specific messages and not other messages. The third thing that we will use here, the second thing is Azure Functions. Very popular, fast, scalable, cheap, and easy to set up. They are basically the new, from a CDS developer perspective, the new favorite plugin sister service. For example, I'm sure you always had to use some external DLLs and you merged them with plugins. Don't do that anymore because actually it's not supported, especially in the online world. Just use a function to extend the power of your plugins. It kind of removes so much limitations. As we saw in 2 or 3 sessions in this event, CDS has an out-of-the-box way of calling a function using webhooks. Now, actually, Azure Functions, the way we will use them here is different from what I just explained. That's just an introduction on functions. They have built-in triggers. One of these triggers is Azure Service Bus, whether it's queue or a topic, which we will be using here. Some may say that we do not use, like, why do we need to use functions in this case? Why not Logic Apps or Flow? Because actually, if you go to Power Automate or Logic Apps, you will see actions saying, okay, when this happens in Service Bus, there is a trigger, in Logic Apps when a message is posted into a topic. Of course, you can do that, and based on my like I did some complex flows before, and actually if you try to build a complex flow or a logic app, it becomes as hard to read as a piece of code when it becomes like with so many blocks inside it with so if-else conditions and stuff. So it's not always actually the case that a logic app or a flow is easier to maintain or read. Sometimes actually just writing code is the way to go. The third block that we will use here in this session is service endpoints along with Azure Aware plugins. So CDS has a no-code out-of-the-box way of posting data into Service Bus. We all know that sandboxed plugins, they have limited trust or sometimes no trust in the outside world, right? Services. But because it's out of the box, it's a feature by Microsoft, we can register what's called a service endpoint that has trust in Azure Service Bus, and it can communicate with Azure Service Bus. It is no code, but it is limited flexibility. You can't basically do anything with that posted message. Now, if you have more complex needs, you can develop a normal plugin and make it Azure aware. And actually, that plugin will, behind the scenes, use a service endpoint to post the message, but at least you have a chance of modifying the message before it's being sent to the service bus. So I'm sure most of you at some point implemented a plugin or a workflow activity. And in both of these cases, there is this interface called execution context. Ivan touched base on this in his webhooks demo as well. So execution context is an interface that has lots of useful information. It's basically a bag of information that both plugins implemented as iPlugin execution context and workflow execution context also implemented in the workflow activities. pre-entity images, post-entity images, input parameters, not very important for output parameters, but input parameters because there is a target entity inside where it has the fields. It's like a very important piece of information. Now, the Azure Aware plugin or custom workflow activity we saw before does one thing. It just posts the execution context to the service bus, whether it's a queue, topic, or relay. The receiving end will receive that execution context in an object called remote execution context. Both remote execution context and execution context are part of the same SDK. Now, remote execution context is not, it's actually the same as context, just a wrapper on top of it. There is extra, like few properties because Azure Service Bus actually adds some extra properties to it, but they're not important to our case here. For example, the Azure AD principal ID or something like that. We won't touch on it, but it's not actually 100% the same. There is a few extra properties here. Just like quick, just be careful when you post the execution context. There is a size limit of 192 kilobytes for the single message. It's a whole lot of information. Actually, 192 kilobytes is a lot of information in a message, and most probably you will never exceed that. But what happens if you exceed the 192 kilobytes? CDS will start trimming that execution context and remove some properties from it. And actually, if even after trimming, it's still more than 192 kilobytes, the post will fail, which will lead us to think about maybe posting smaller messages or changing the design a little bit. Okay, so what are the scenarios that we will discuss today? The two scenarios basically here, they are very general, let's say. The first scenario is when other systems, like custom systems or non-custom systems, want to listen to CDS updates. I just call this here systems to CDS because I will be using this terminology in the service bus in a minute. The other scenario is actually the opposite way, where CDS wants to listen to other system updates, which I call CDS to systems. There is other scenarios. We will not go through them, but they are the same idea. Actually, they may fall under these scenarios, but they have special needs, like the on-premise Dynamics 365. Actually, what I'm going through today, 95% of it applies to the on-premise if you're still struggling with an on-premise system. Also, master data management between multiple CDS instances. Sometimes there is that instance that behaves as a master data instance, and other instances are listening to what's happening in data in that instance, plus that instance wants to send updates to, let's say, children instances. But in our case, we will just discuss the first two scenarios with examples. So the first scenario is we are going to tackle here is when CDS records, say an account, gets updated or created. Other systems want to know about these updates. Simply, we have some listener application of some sort, a custom application that is listening to Azure Service Bus in here, listening for changes. And a user, let's say, create a new account or updates an account. Then the Azure Aware plugin we will create, or the service endpoint, will post that context into Azure Service Bus, and basically it will be transferred into a subscription for that listener here. Listener is free to do whatever they want. Listeners are free to do whatever they want with the message they receive, but of course, maybe they have their own database that they want to update or something. Just to be a little bit more specific, what we're going to implement in here is, again, we have the CDS, and we will implement a topic. As we said before, I prefer topics over queues because it's more future-friendly, let's call it. And we have different custom applications. I've built one demo fake custom application that will be listening to a subscription, and getting messages from the CDS. So let's jump to our first demo where we will implement this, and I'll just close the browser. Before I go to this demo, I want to just give an introduction of what's on the screen here. I have a CDS trial here, and I will be using this demo. I have a different tenant completely where I will do all of my Azure resources and service bus and functions and etc. Plus, I have the plugin registration tool, which I just want to reload because I don't trust it has been idle for half an hour. Plus, I have Visual Studio projects. Just very quick overview. I have a .NET Standard common that has nothing in it except a couple of models. It's standard .NET Standard because I'm using it between .NET Core, .NET Framework, so it's better to be on the standard version for the common models. I have a fake custom sender. I call it fake custom ERP sender, and it's not an ERP at all. It's just a console application that reads some data from console, like reads some option whether like I can create a fake account, fake contact, and that sender will send actually the information to service bus, and CDS will listen to it or will receive it. I have a fake website receiver, and it's happening in CDS. It's a .NET Core. I think this one is .NET Framework. I have an Azure function that we will discuss in the next demo, and the plugins, just normal Azure Aware plugin. So what we are going to do first, from CDS to other systems. I have created a service bus. Service bus creation is like very straightforward. Just give it a name, unique name, and a location. And currently, this service bus has nothing in it. I'll just go into topics. I'll create a topic called CDS to systems. And I will leave the default values. The messages will stay here for 14 days. Okay. Okay. So we have this. Now, as we said, the sender will send to the topic, but each receiver will need a subscription to listen to what's actually being sent to that topic. In my case here, I will create a subscription for that website that we just saw here, this e-commerce website that will receive notifications or receive messages from CDS. I will go and create a subscription, and I will just give it a max delivery count of 10. This is max delivery count is actually how many times a system can receive it, but not finish it. And after that, it will be dead lettered, or you can just basically deliver the game. So I created this subscription, and now we need a way for CDS to post information into this topic. Okay, so if we go to the plugin registration tool, there is what we call a service endpoint. In our case, we need just a send permission. We don't need manage send listen, but for now, I will use whatever comes out out of the box, primary connection string, and I will paste it here. Okay, called CDS to systems. Okay, and now actually we don't need to do any plugins. If you don't have any needs to change the message before it's being sent to CRM, you just can come to this service endpoint that we just registered, and you can just register a new step like you do with a plugin, right? We can just say on a create of an account, just send the execution context to service bus. But in my case, I just want to show the plugin because it's the more flexible way of doing things. So I will leave this here. I will copy its ID because I will need it later, the service point and ID here. And I will open Visual Studio and show the plugin. So the plugin is 100% normal plugin, but with one difference. So that's not actually 100%. We have we pass the ID that I just copied into the configuration of the plugin, or you can hard code it if you want. And all the boilerplate code, this is the same as you do with whatever other plugin or code activity. But the difference here is we instantiate, or we actually, from the factory, we get the iService endpoint notification service, and we get an instance of that. What we do is this cloud service will here post the context of the plugin into the service bus. But before that, we can change the context before we send it. One example I found here is, on update of let's say if you update an account and the name of the account, only the name will be inside the target input parameter, right? But what if I need more fields to be included, even if they don't change? Because in my case, my fake website receiver doesn't have actually an actual database. So if an account gets updated in CDS, I want all the information I need to create that account from scratch in my other database. So what I say here, okay, if it's an account and it's an update message, okay, go and find me that record that just got updated and find me the account number and name of that account, because I want to update the input parameters. Maybe this is not a great way of doing it, to update the target again with an updated entity, but it is, if this plugin is at the last stage, no other stage in the execution context will depend on it, that's fine, I guess. But another way of doing it is you can actually use the context.shared variables, which is a writable property. You can add shared variable as you want in here, and it will be part of the message, which is great because you can add data actually to the context. Anyway, so updated the context with more information, and I just post it here. I registered the plugin already, so I have this plugin here, and it has two steps: one on create of an account, and one on the update of an account. On create, the only thing we need, as you saw before, the ID of that service endpoint, just passed as a configuration. I will pass it in both, actually, the create and the update steps. Now we are ready. CDS, if everything is correct, when I go into an account and I update the name of an account, and I go to service bus to that specific topic that I just created, there is this preview explorer that we can use. And if you go to receive, I say I want this subscription. Okay. Okay, there is a message. This message actually is what it's triggered by our update to the account. If you just want to receive it, and you will see that it actually has the remote execution context here. Just I forgot one thing actually. So when you send, you have a message format. I chose the default now, the .NET binary, because actually I want to receive it as a remote execution context. But you can actually send it as JSON or XML if your other systems don't understand .NET binary. That's why you see all these weird characters. Anyway, so we have done the sending part. Now let's go to the receiving part. So my fake website receiver is a new .NET Core Razor pages, and I didn't change anything. It's just like whatever comes from scaffolding the default template. I just added, I created an interface called iService Bus Listener, and I implement this interface, okay? And in the startup here, I register a singleton of this interface. I have also a fake database context that I use just to update some static lists so that we can see something on the screen. But it's just basically this. And this interface implements a single function that I configured at the end here, which is called register, handler, and listen, and start listening to service bus. So what happens here actually is I left everything except the pieces of code that will send and receive. That's basically just to show how easy things are here. So what we need to do first is, after getting all the dependencies and everything, we just need to initialize a subscription client. Subscriptions, again, are what they're responsible for listening to a topic endpoint. I have an iSubscription client, and this is based off in Microsoft.Azure.Service Bus. And the only thing, not the only thing, but what we need to do here is we need to instantiate this with the connection string to the topic, okay, which I have stored in the config, and the topic name and the subname, which is a subscription name. Now, I don't have them, like I have, I think, in old values of things here. The same topic name I have the same subscription name, but because I created a new service bus, I will just go here and get that the connection string, basically, of that service bus. Okay, and I will paste it here. So what I need to do here is I will start listening. I'll register a handler, okay, and this handler will require a message. Let's call it. It requires the function that will process a message, and it needs options. So options, basically, I will show you message handler options here. This takes an on-error function that we will generate in a bit, and two required properties: autocomplete equal false. We don't want to autocomplete once something is read. We want to force the autocomplete ourselves, the completion ourselves. And I think the next one is maximum concurrent calls. I will leave it as 1 here. Now, this on error, I will generate it, and I will give the options to the registration function. Okay. So also process message, we will need to create it. I'll just name them here. So what we need here is just remove this on error, maybe just console.writeLine. Here, I'll just write the message. And because this is, it has a return type of task, I will just return task.completed task. We are not interested in doing more things here. Okay. Now, in the process message, what do we want to do with the message that comes? As we said, we send it as .NET binary, right? So we can say switch here. What is the message? If you receive messages with different types, you can say, okay, get me the message content type. If the type is application JSON, then do something, right, with JSON. Again, XML is same, but in our case, actually, it is application. This is a binary format content type of the one we sent, right? So what do we want to do here is we will basically just get the remote execution context, remote context, and we will just get it from the message. There is a handy function here called getBody, okay, and we'll tell it remote execution context. If you use JSON converters, it will face problems with converting to remote execution context here. You may need to use JObject if you are using JSON, I mean. So I got this, let's say what is the entity included in that remote execution context is remote context.input parameters, exactly the same way you use it with a plugin. Okay. And after that, I have a fake helper message that says update database, because maybe I want to update the database of this website here. And after that, if things are good, I will just complete that message. Okay. Complete that, just to tell the service bus that I read it, everything is fine. Of course, like if you handle error properly, not like me, in this case, you would put it in a proper try catch and everything. And here we need to make this async, because if there is a problem, you should not complete it async. You should keep it in the subscription, in the topic, for another system to handle it, maybe, or you or this system when it's free to do so. Okay. So now we are good, actually. We should be good. Update database, just to give you, it's just, if it's an account, just update the account or update the contact. So let's start the application and see. Of course, because I don't have the same accounts currently in CDS in this database or fake database, only new updates or new accounts will take place. I don't have anything yet here, but let's say I updated, I updated a message will go into service bus. This is listening to service bus. It will get the account here. Okay. And if I go and create a new account, in a moment, I have like some, it's of course better to do it in Ajax or something to refresh this page, but I have kind of some time. Okay, so new accounts are not working properly. Let's just check the create of an account. I have the new. Okay, it came now. Because again, messages are not exactly real time. They need some time to propagate, right? So actually now we finished scenario 1. We finished the case where CDS is sending updates to another custom system. Now let's quickly go to the presentation and see the scenario 2. We have systems. They are interested in, actually they are not interested in any other systems, but they just want relieve their responsibility and say, we have an update that happened in system 1. Just send it to service bus. If there is any other system listening here, okay, fine, which we have actually. We have CDS listening through an Azure function, because CDF doesn't have an out-of-the-box listener functionality. It has a sender functionality, as we saw, but not a listener functionality. That's actually why we are using the Azure function here. So this is basically it, right? So our second demo, we will basically go into Azure again. We will go to topics. We will create another topic we will call it systems to CDS. Any interested system, any system that's interested in sending updates sends to this topic. Okay. And just give it a few seconds to build. Okay, systems to CDS. Again, CDS is now, from our point of view, CDS is just another listener, right? So we need a subscription for CDS. And I will call it here CDS subscription. Again, I will give it a max delivery count of 10. But actually, again, not CDS will be listening, and Azure function will be listening. And I will just create this subscription. Okay, so in our code here, we'll just stop this. I will show you first the fake sender. The fake sender is a normal console application. We'll read some options, whether I want to create a new account, just to simulate what's happening actually in that custom system. And after that, which I will hide because it's not of any interest. Then here, I will need to send that custom system, and because it looks like I didn't expect this to take a long time. I'll just be pasting here. So we have the topic client is whatever we use to send a message to a topic. We just initialize it with a connection string and a topic name. And we build a message out of a model called fake ERP model, right? And that actually build message is pretty straightforward. We just it needs a byte array of whatever you're sending. So first let's call this here. So we get the model, make it into JSON and convert it to bytes and build a message out of it, return it and send it to topic client, then close the client when you're done. That's it. So this is actually the piece of code that you need to send information to a topic, right? Now, as we said, like CDS doesn't listen, so we need a function to listen. Okay, so we have an Azure function. Just this is exactly out of the box. I just added a couple of helper methods to update an account, upsert an account, or upsert a contact in CDS. Now, how do we do this? Is I'm using version 3 functions, and because I wanted to use version 1. But some messages actually I got lost with me, and I don't know why. I read that there's issues with version 1, and actually there are issues with version 3 as well. But version 3 using the pre-release alpha version of Power Platform.cds client worked fine. CDS service client is actually the same as CRM service client with very few modifications. Same way, you can create a client like this. And in my case, because as you remember, my CRM lives on a totally different tenant. That's why I created the app registration there. So this is the client ID and secret of that registration. I create the client, and in here, what I will say, I will just instantiate that an instance of that client, and if it's ready, I will receive that message that I just sent from the fake sender, deserialize it into that fake ERP model that we put in common. And yeah, it's not a good thing, but I have both in actually a single type, but we should have a fake ERP contact, fake ERP account model, but just for simplicity here, I have them in one class. Oh, if it's an account, update the account. If it's a contact, update the contact, okay? Last thing we need to do is we need to point the sender function to the proper topic, because currently I have the connection string and topic name as empty. Topic name is easy. It's called systems to CDS. But for the connection string, we will use the same connection string because this is a connection string for the service bus. It's the same between all of them, right? And now we should be good. Okay, the function is ready to listen, and the sender should be ready to send. Okay, and let's see. So I now just run a local instance of the function here, because as you know, we can run it locally. And it will connect actually to the topic in Azure, right? So we have the function here, and I will spin off a sender instance. Show another screen. So this sender says, okay, so let's try and simulate creating a new account in the ERP system. I'll just put one. Should have better messaging, but hopefully this created a new account here. Let's see. Just maybe before that, I will. Actually, it is. Let's just look at the sender again. And just see if there is any exception. Okay. Let's look at Azure and see. Using this preview feature is actually really cool because you can debug things without depending on the systems themselves. So systems to CDS, and we have message count of 2. So this means that our function is not listening actually. So it is being sent to CDS to Service Bus, but the function is not listening. Let's see why. Okay, let's close this. I don't know if I updated the. Oh yeah. Systems to CDS connect. Okay, I have to update the connection string for the function. I'm using an old one. Okay, that is it. Hopefully. So I'll just get the same connection string to the function. And start it again. We just simulated if CDS is down, right? Because CDS was down, or function was down because it wasn't listening, but the message was still in the. Oh, we got them here. So the messages were still living. They will live for 14 days in the topic, right? And now we have 2 new accounts created because when the Azure function decided to go up again or to go online again, it just processed those messages. And that's the beauty of not caring about a system, not caring about other systems, right? Or what they are doing. So here, if we open our the fake receiver, the fake website receiver, and we try to create we try to simulate another sender now. So let's say that I want to create this, remove these guys here. So this will send a message. Azure function will create it in CDS, but also because we have another listener, because we just created an account in CDS, and there is people who are listening, right? There is systems who are listening to those new accounts. So that's how everything works together, right? There is a listener on the far end of a different topic, but because our plugin here posts to that topic, those listeners are able to receive it. And if we discussed the new accounts here, and we discussed, I don't know if it's just try to change an account, Let's say if we change this account, just remove the word account here, and we should have in a few seconds this change directly here. Okay, that is the second scenario. Back to the presentation quickly. I have a couple notes here. Oh, just one thing I didn't show is the Azure function. I'm sure most of you know this, but other than providing the name, you just say what kind of trigger, as we discussed in the slide before. I want a service bus trigger listening on this specific topic, on this specific subscription, with a connection string that is stored in this setting, which we saw here, okay? One more thing, if you want to publish this function to Azure, which is just right-click and publish, this local settings JSON, your Azure function won't have this settings, so you need to go to your Azure function, add a configuration setting, an app setting with this, because this is just for local, right? There, it won't work until you add that setting with this value. And you can make it part of a DevOps pipeline or something. Now, I'll go back to the presentation. I added this slide half an hour ago before the presentation because I heard it in the webhawks session. There is some promising DevOps tools that you can integrate with Azure DevOps. The one by Wael Hamza, I guess, where you can update steps. If you don't want to use that and you're good at scripting, you can just, like at the end, everything is in XML format in the solution. even though it's not like really maybe recommended, maybe you can change XML if you are moving between dev and UAT and production, excuse me. You can change those endpoints where you are pointing your CDS to which topic or service bus. That's in case you have different service bus for different environments like dev and UAT and production. There is, of course, always the manual option, which is in CRM projects or CDS projects, there is always this document of post-deployment steps that you need to do. Just make this as one of them. Plus, you can use the same topic for all environments, yeah, but use a different subscription for like a dev subscription and the prod and UAT subscription, right? And that actually is easy because the subscription name where you listen to is part of your custom code, like the Azure function we just saw, which you can make it as an environment variable where you can change between environments. Error handling is basically, we registered the plugin, the Azure Aware plugin, as asynchronous, and that's important because synchronous will work. In any case, the endpoint will be asynchronous always, but the plugin itself, you can either register it as synchronous or asynchronous. Now, why we recommend asynchronous is because a system job will trigger for asynchronous plugin steps, and if, God forbid, service bus is down, then that system job will retry for you for a few times until it fails, which is something that you can get just directly if you just use it as asynchronous, right? Also, messages that get sent to service bus, but they are maybe more than 14 days and no system listened to them, they will move to another queue called, or topic called dead letter queue, right? And you can, as an Azure administrator, you can set up alerts to when messages get dead lettered so that you know that your systems are not doing great. And that's it. Thank you so much. Any questions, please?
I'm not seeing any questions. So guys, if you have any questions, oh yeah, there is one. Why not use a post image was one of the questions from Tex.
Why not use a post? Now, if on the step we created images here, they will be part of the context, part of the data, but it depends. Why do we need the post image here? The execution context at that time will have the information. At least in my demo, I needed the information I need. I have the information I need, but if I need like to know exactly what happened before and after, yes, maybe I can register pre or post images.
Are there any other questions? All the positive feedback, Omar. Thank you, and thank you for having this session and then sharing your knowledge with us today. Oh, there's one more question. Sorry, Omar. Will source code for listener be available? So yeah, someone is asking for the source code. So is there any GitHub site?
I don't have it yet, but I will upload it on my like I have a GitHub. If you can access it, it will be there in a few minutes after this presentation.
All right. Could you share a GitHub link, Omar?
Sure. Yes.
You can just paste it in the chat window.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you.
And okay, so now we have very exciting prizes to give away. So so don't go away. And while I go and reconcile all the feedback and all the comments, we are going to play a short video that was presented to us by that was shared to us by the Microsoft team, Microsoft PCF team. So Raz, whenever you're ready, can you play the video? The audio is not coming up clearly, Raz. Rez, we're not able to hear the audio properly. Now we are not able to hear it at all. Hey, Rez. Can you hear us? Oh well. I think so. We'll just have to skip the video. Okay. I'm just gonna wait a second so that Raz can respond.
Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon, VPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the common data service, to come out, some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operation.
My course, which has kind of come out publicly